Epartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
Epartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
Epartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer, in all its forms, has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck with Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2023, brought to you by Epartrade, Racer and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Peak, Penske Racing Shock, Scott Lewis Associate, Total Seal Piston Ring, and ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and Shop Monkey. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of Epartrade, the racing industry, every minute, every day. This is day 3 of Race Industry Week 2023. Thank you to each and every one of you watching us from all around the world. We are going to have another amazing lineup of speakers today. And so if you're watching us, we are not only live on Zoom, but as we mentioned the past 2 days, we're live on YouTube through the Epartrade YouTube channel. channel, the Racer YouTube channel, the Speed Sport YouTube channel, as well as social media channels. We're also live on racer.com, on speedsport.com, and thank you to our good friend at Speed Sport as well as on Speed Sport 1. So please help us and share those links with all your friends in the industry. I mean, everybody should be on this week. It's absolutely amazing, the content that we're producing. So please feel free to invite all your friends who are, maybe not watching. Send those links, share them, email, text, whatever you want, but please help us spread the word. With me this morning are Judy Kinn, the co-founder of Epartrade, Paul Fanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing, Joe Tripp, managing partner and CEO of Speed Sport, Ralph Sheehan, president of Speed Sport, and David Malcher-Lopez, editor-at-large of Racer Magazine and Racer.com. Ladies first, Judy.
Thank you, Francis, and thank you everyone for joining us today. Boy, am I grateful to each one of our sponsors. I'm so proud to have them. They are so deeply rooted into the hardcore racing industry. So I'm proud to have them on board this week, making it available to everybody. And for those people that are new to us, Epartrade is a B2B trade-only platform where we've got suppliers showcasing, just like exhibiting, to buyers around the world. So that's the concept of the platform. We also produce and host technical webinars every single Wednesday, where we've got Jeff Hammond and Brad Gilley as our hosts. And the cherry on top is this very special week where we've got the superstars of racing. And it's a very special week. And we're starting off the day with Chip Ganassi, who's sitting on the side waiting to join us. So I'm excited to hear from him. Paul? I think Paul is muted.
Sorry about that. I can guarantee you Chip won't be muted when he comes on. But it's great to see everybody this morning. And thank you, everyone who's made this such a great week so far. Our team at Racer is proud to be involved. And, I think talk a little bit about us for a moment. We're obviously Racer Magazine is where we started in 1992, but we also have published Sports Car Magazine for the SCCA since January 1984. And today we're going to have the president of the SCCA on. And it's a bittersweet moment because with the January 2024 issue, that will be the last issue of Sports Car published in regular frequency. So I do look forward to speaking with Mike Cobb, president of the SCCA. We have a long and wonderful relationship with the club. David Malcher will be joining us and a little later. David Malcher-Lopez has been part of our team for in two different eras, but he currently is the editor of Vintage Motorsport and the editor-at-large for Racer.com and Racer. But David's the person that put Racer.com on the road to the success it enjoys today, and I'm forever grateful to him for that. David, thanks for joining us today. I guess you've got 3 interviews to take care of.
Yeah, no problem. It's an honor it's always an honor to speak to Chip, especially after the immense success that he's had this year. Well, actually for the last 30 years, who am I kidding? And also, Jim Campbell from GM is a very exciting addition to the lineup this week. And thank you so much for allowing us to host so many of these interviews. We're very grateful, and it's an exciting way to go into the off season. I look. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, and I would repeat what I've said the last few mornings. There would be no Racer if there had not been a Speed Sport, and the guidance and support I received from the late Chris Konimaki, who saw past my obvious imperfections and decided to bet on us and help us out. So when I will say that the team that's at Speed Sport now, I hold them dear. They're some great friends, and they do great work for our sport. Joe Tripp and Ralph Sheehan, thank you for all you do for racing in the United States and around the world.
Thanks, Paul. That's very kind as always, and sentiments are mutual, of course. We're excited about going into our will be the 90th anniversary for Speed Sport as a brand. As Judy explained what Epartrade is, I think it's warranted for Ralph and I to explain a little bit about what Speed Sport is. Hopefully you've heard of us by now, but we've really evolved into a full modern motorsports media company, and but founded on that quality journalism and ethos that Chris Economaki really established. Between racer.com and speedsport.com are really all of the motorsports news and information and insights you could get from everything from dirt track racing to Formula One is covered, in total. And on our brands, speedsport.com is our epicenter, if you will, and all of our journalism starts there. We've got a great free daily newsletter that's read by over 200,000 people every morning, and very excited. On this platform last year, we announced our endeavor to launch Speed Sport One in partnership with really the godfathers of motorsports television, and it's turned out to be a bigger hill to climb than we thought, but we wanted to do it right, and this year we've already broadcast over 500 live motorsports events for free. And at PRI next week, we'll be announcing some more major distribution platforms. So really our goal is to be in every household and available on every platform. And we're achieving that and really replacing what our where Ralph and I met, which is a Speed Channel back in the early 2000s. And that's really our goal. Platform for destination for all motorsports fans to watch live racing. So a lot going on over here, and none of it would be possible without my partner, Ralph Shaheen.
Thanks, Joe. It's going to be an amazing day here today in the Epartrade Race Industry Week. Unfortunately for me, I don't get to see any of it live because I've got to go get on a plane and fly out to Vegas to call Davey Hamilton's Open Wheel Showdown, $50,000 to win Wing Sprint Car 410 race, which is going to be live on speedsport.tv this weekend. So you folks won't miss any of it. It's going to be a great event. We'll have more for you on the Epartrade Race Industry Week, brought to you by Racer and Speed Sport, coming up tomorrow live from the Bull Ring. So we'll be bringing you all of that here on Race Industry Week. Why not? We're bringing you everything else. Looking at the lineup of guests that are going to be on here today is just incredible. But I'm not going to miss a thing because all the clips and all the re-airs are going to be coming your way on speedsport.com, speedsport.tv, SS1. I know our friends at Racer are going to have some of that stuff as well. So even if you don't see any of these interviews live, don't worry. There's going to be lots of replays where you'll be able to catch stuff if you miss a specific guest you were really hoping to see. So it's going to be an amazing day, an amazing week. And let's get right to it. Let's get back to Francis.
Yes, and it's 6 a.m. Pacific here. Time to bring Mr. Chip Ganassi. So Joe, Ralph, Paul, thank you very much. We'll see you later today. David, stay with us, please, because we're going to bring a very special guest for you. We're going to say a very quick hello to Chip, and as soon as he's on, you will carry on, David. So thank you for being with us. Joe, we'll see you shortly. And then we'll have Chip Ganassi any second. I think Chip is on, and good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, David, we'll let you go.
Oh, okay. Morning, legend. How are you?
What's going on this morning? It's 20 degrees where I'm at this morning here in Pittsburgh.
Right, it's a tad warmer here, but it's a tad earlier as well. But yeah, all good on the left coast. First of all, thank you so much for joining us, and
thank you for having me, David. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, it only occurred to me a couple of days ago that we're rapidly approaching the 30th anniversary of your first IndyCar victory. So I wanted to ask, first of all, what do you remember of that epic day that seemed to finish at about 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening.
Wow, I'm surprised you remember that. Yes, it was 1994 in Surfers Paradise. It was a great, it was a culmination of a lot of things coming together. Michael Andretti came back to IndyCar racing as our driver after a stint in Formula One. And we had a new car that year with the Reynard. It was it was just a memorable weekend from many, many aspects. It was really a lot of fun in those days to start the season in Australia, at Surfers Paradise there. It was a good way to start in the sun and the fun of the Gold Coast.
Mm-hmm.
The V8 Supercars was a fledgling series at that time, just getting going, and they were a great series to have alongside as a support series. And I just remember it was just a lot of fun. And the race, I'm trying to remember, there was a delay of some sort, but we went into the evening. The sun was going down, and it was beginning to get dark, but we were leading the race, and Michael won the thing. And I'm pretty sure they went the distance. Now,
Yeah,
as I remember. Right. Yes.
I mean, something we've come to know you for is making decisions that might surprise us at the time, but then prove to be very shrewd and canny and not too far down the road. At the time, obviously, Lola and Penske were the dominant chassis in IndyCar, right. And you introduced the Reynard and win on its debut. In a way, I feel that you've been kind of like had that kind of forward-thinking policy all along. And how satisfying was it for you to get that, score on its chassis debut?
It was a time when, there were a couple, 3 or 4 different car manufacturers, and, Reynard was dominating the smaller formulas. They'd come up through, like most of us, they'd come up through Formula Fords and, Super V, which was a equal to Formula 3 at that time. Mm-hmm. And then, Formula 3000, they were very good. So they were very good at all these sort of stair-step levels of cars. And they really had all the tools to go into IndyCar racing. And at the time, their engineer at the time, his name's on the tip of my tongue. I can't believe I can't remember his name. Great guy, Australian. Geez. Anyway, he retired from racing, and I can't believe I can't remember. Anyway, we had Bruce Ashmore on the project as well. He came over from Lola, and I remember the biggest thing we had to talk Adrian into was understanding that oval track racing, the only design change we made on the car was the wheel nuts. Screwing the wheel nuts in the on the left hand side of the car, the opposite direction at the time, and that was really the only change we had to make on the car. The car was a world beater right off the bat, and we sold a bunch of those. I was the importer at the time as well for Reynard, and through 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, something like that, 5 or 6 years, we sold a hell of a lot of cars there for those guys. So it was a nice time in the race. And the other thing people have to keep in mind at that time, you had Reynard, Lola, and Penske all building chassis.
Yeah.
You had Ford with the Cosworth, you had Chevrolet with Ilmor, and Honda was just tipping their toe, and they had just entered the series, I think, in 1995. Yeah. And so you had three chassis, 3 engines, 2 tire manufacturers. It was a heady time for IndyCar racing for sure.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, you're also known for taking not gambles, but chances on drivers who you believe show a lot of promise. Obviously, Dixon had done spent just a short period with Pat West, and Alex Palou has did just 1 year with Dale Coyne Racing, and here we are. They finished first and second in the championship last year. And can you imagine at a time now when IndyCar is so incredibly tight? Could you have even foreseen that Palou would kind of like dominate the way he did in 2023? Because it seemed unbelievable to me that he could build up such a huge points lead.
Right. I think no one, you always plan for that and hope for the best. But I mean, if you were to tell people that was your plan all along, they'd think you're a little crazy. I mean, my hat's off to Mike Hall and the guys in Indianapolis. They work week in and week out on a daily basis, and of just getting the most out of they can that particular day. I think that's the most important thing. Racing has, there's so much sideshow in racing these days that I think, we have to be careful that we have to be careful we don't concentrate on what's important about racing. And to me, what's important about racing is winning. And winning is important. Championships are important. Indy 500s are important. And that's what racing is about. It's not about, the sideshow of everything else. And so we at Chip Ganassi Racing, we focus on winning.
Right. Now, over the, going into 2024, you've expanded to 5 cars, and you have a crop of youngsters there. Obviously, Marcus Armstrong has 12 races under his belt now. Linus Lundqvist has 3, and Kiffin Simpson's an absolute rookie. How would you assess their chances in such an exceedingly tight championship, and when at a time when, even with the introduction of the new spec engines, testing is quite a premium? How
question. Yeah, I mean, I think our plan is, we obviously have Dixon and Palau as the seasoned veterans, if you will, and we have some young people coming up that I think have promising futures. And when you can work alongside, guys that have 8 or 9 championships between them, and some sports car wins and what have you, it's not often you get that tutelage, if you will, from veterans like that who can help these young guys come along, and that have quite a bit of, the young guys have quite a bit of runway. But I would think I'd be hard pressed to say that Dixon doesn't have runway left, and Palau has a hell of a lot of runway left. So so these guys, we're just planning for the future, and yet keeping an eye on what's right in front of our nose as well.
As a former IndyCar driver yourself, obviously you've also proved adept at seeing what it takes to bring in a driver that has immense potential, someone like Dixon. Do you encourage new or relatively new drivers like Armstrong, Lundqvist, or Simpson to work with setup what your team gives them, because your engineering staff are so well proven, and because Palou and Dixon have already worked with the team in a certain direction? Or do you prefer a race engineer to tailor the car to what the driver needs or thinks he needs?
That's a good question, David. I'm glad you asked that. I mean, I think it's a combination of both, really. I mean, we know we think we have a pretty good book of what we know in terms of a car setup, what works and what doesn't work. Having said that, each car setup is personalized to that particular driver. So I think we have sort of a field of play, if you will, in terms of the setup. And we know not to go a little bit too far out of bounds on the left or out of bounds on the right. As long as we're in the field of play, we can get to the goal at the end. And I think that system has proven well. But at the same time, these young drivers have a lot to bring in terms of experience and keeping us current. The one thing you don't want to do in racing is rely too much on your, on old tricks. You have to be open to new ideas. You don't want to be old dogs that don't want to learn new tricks. So that's what's great about having these young guys. They come with ideas. You just look at them a little cross-eyed and say, "What?" And but you never know. Sometimes it works out. But the combination of the young and the veterans, I think, makes a formidable team.
You've elected to run 5 cars in 2024. It sounds massive, logistically demanding, and comes at a time when teams have struggled to find engineers and crew members with adequate experience. Has that issue now eased?
I don't know that it's eased. I mean, I think you're always looking for quality people. There's always room for quality people, and there's no room for people that don't know what they're doing. And but I think no, I mean, let's face it, being a race engineer is a very narrow field. Can be very lucrative for young men that want to be involved in it. But it's not as if these guys are out walking around the street that are available. And and also in a team like ours, that's been around a while, it's hard to bring engineers in right at the top level and for them to assimilate quickly. It takes a lot of work on our part and their part to bring them in. And we're not interested in you have to balance bringing in talent and on one hand bringing in talent, on the other hand you're running a school to teach these engineers what we think as a team is important. And but the good news is there's still a fertile ground of young people. Just as there are young drivers coming up from smaller formulas, there are young engineers coming up as well. And it's important to keep an eye on those people coming along in the sport that start again in Formula Fords or Skip Barber or whatever in these smaller formulas, really all around the world. And they all want their careers to grow as well. And these are great opportunities for them.
Right. At a time when no other team will run more than 3 cars, do the benefits of running 5 full-timers, such as having a greater number of data sources in a season of technical change, does that help outweigh the difficulties?
We think so. We think, hey, 2 heads are better than 1, 3 are better than 2, 4 are better than 3, and 5 are better than 4. So it's all information in, and helps us disseminate faster.
New engine regulations for 2024. Some theorize that a do-over in any branch of the sport brings the field closer together and can throw up surprise results. Others reckon regulation changes favor big teams. Where do you fall in that discussion?
Yeah, I think it's I think you could argue. I could argue either side of that, really. I mean, I think it's somewhat of an equalizer, though. I would say it's an equalizer. IndyCar's done a good job of keeping the playing field level with all the teams. And now with the addition of hybrid, I think it's important we stay. I don't know that we need to be on the ragged edge of the front in terms of development, but we need to be on the front of development. And we don't want to stub our toe like you see the car companies going through right now with their EVs. We don't want to stub our toe and get too far out in front. But at the same time, I think it's important we accept new technologies and new ways of doing things all the time. Change is good. So I'm bullish about the hybrid, the move to hybrid. I think it's important for the sport. I think it's important optically from a fan point of view about the direction the sport is headed. So I think it's a good thing. Yeah, but it's an equalizer. It's certainly an equalizer. We found with our experience in IMSA and WEC with our Cadillac team, these hybrid systems are in fact ready for prime time, and they work.
Yeah.
So just a matter of getting a few little bugs out and understanding the nuances of working in those areas. And but they're ready for prime time for sure.
Now, I don't know if equalizer is particularly what you what you would want to see, because it's 11 years since anyone other than a Ganassi or Penske driver won the IndyCar Championship, and obviously your team has just finished a very convincing 1-2 with 9 wins and
9 wins. Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, I between you and me, I think you were robbed at Indy as well of a 10th. Do you foresee any other team like Hendrick Autosport or McLaren or Rahal being able to at least take the Ganassi Penske train at least down to the wire in the championship next year?
David, I don't know. I know about our team, but I don't know about other teams. I don't know what's inside these teams or what they're made up of, or I know that I see some of our team members. We lose 1 or 2 guys to these teams every year, and it's kind of a I learned one thing a long time ago. It's pretty hard to build a team from other teams people that leave. When you weed out the bottom 2 or 3% of your people, you can't build a team of those bottom 2 or 3, 5% people. That's a challenge. So I think it's impossible, in fact. So I wish these people well, and but I'm really not. I don't know what these teams are made up of. They've certainly had their chances over the years. They've all been around a long time. And, I would have thought they figured it out by now, but apparently they haven't.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, you touched on sports cars there. Embracing the hybrid era with the on both sides of the Atlantic. What were the biggest challenges about splitting the team in half and having one car in WEC, one car in IMSA? Did you feel that was a dilution exactly when you most needed a whole lot of teamwork together on any given race weekend?
Anytime your team grows, I think people can point and say, well, there's some dilution here, or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, we were able to access some great people in Stuttgart. And so we have a little base over there now for our WEC team, run by Steven Midas, and who's an ex-Porsche guy, won Le Mans a few times, and had some access to some great people that have been great additions to Chip Ganassi Racing, and I look forward to a long association with a base now in Stuttgart, and I like that WEC series. I think it's I think it's damn competitive, and I enjoy that. I enjoy the racing over there, and obviously we've had some experience at Le Mans. And but just now with our second year, or it'll be our third year now in WEC, it's exciting. Yeah, I like that racing.
Yeah. Do you is there a greater sense of satisfaction racing at the very front of the WEC field, in the prototype class, compared with when you were campaigning the Ford GTs very successfully?
Yeah, I really don't look at it in terms of what class you're in. They do a pretty good job of it's about who you're racing. Whether we're wheel to wheel, in GT with the Ferrari, or here again we're in the in the prototype class now fighting Ferrari again. And so it's all you want is a level playing field. All any team owner wants is a level playing field in sport. And we've done a good job of that level playing field. And I would suggest to you that it's just as competitive, in all the classes over there as it is at the front of the top class. So
would you feel that that actually, Cadillac's progress from, and your progress with Cadillac from the start of the season to the end of the season, would you say it's now literally just a balance of performance changes that are needed to get turn the Cadillac into a winner in WEC?
I think, I don't want to air our laundry here on the webinar this morning. I think our team's growing. I think Cadillac's doing a great job of being a team player and understanding long term what it takes to win in that formula. And we're constantly pushing for more effort to do the right thing. And when the time's right, I'm sure we'll have enough coal to put on the fire when they're ready. Yes.
Right. How do you feel about how IMSA has adapted with its the GTP era? Do you feel that the balances between the BMWs, Acuras, Cadillacs, Porsche? Do you think that that's something that might need tweaking, or do you think that there's enough strengths and weaknesses according to whatever given track you're at that you can tackle the 2024 season feeling like you're in a completely fair fight?
Good question. Yeah, I think on both sides of the Atlantic, whether it's in IMSA or WEC, the good news is they with the balance of power sort of type racing, you can't argue with the fact that how many car companies are involved. Okay. I think at one time, I don't know what it is now, but in IMSA, there's, I think 14 manufacturers, and in, I don't know how many in WEC, but probably close to the same. But I think, so it's right you're exactly right. The BOP keeps everybody interested and gives everybody that opportunity. And, but at the same time, you're right. When you have BOP racing, there are certain circuits you show up that are more attuned to a normally aspirated V8 or more attuned to a turbo V6 sort of formula. And no matter how much they take weight or give more power, it's not going to change much. Over a 6, 8, 12, 24-hour endurance race. So, but you certainly can't argue with their success in keeping the car companies, which are in fact the fuel for motor racing, are the manufacturers, and having those people involved in the sport is imperative.
We've got some questions coming up on the right, which I assume also want to be thrown your way, and some of them are quite startling. One of them is Mr. Ganassi tempted to follow Gene Haas and Michael Andretti into Formula One? Has that ever crossed your mind as a sound business plan for Chip Ganassi Racing?
Yeah, I every time I have that urge to go into Formula One, I usually go lay down until that urge goes away. Yeah, I don't, maybe if it was 20 years ago, maybe a different story if I was 20 years younger. But, I still view Formula One as, a series that wants everything they want everything that America has to offer commercially, but they don't really want any American teams over there. So, good for them, I guess. However they want to run their business is fine. But, I think I just wish they'd improve their racing there a little bit. Everything is so great about Formula One, the technology and the venues and the teams and the personnel and everything. But boy, the on track could use some work, I think. The on track competition, yeah.
Someone else has asked, how do you see the evolution of your internship program going? And that also raises another interesting point. You're a firm supporter of women in motorsport. Is that something that you plan to develop in the coming years?
No question. Our Women in Motorsports program has been a threshold sort of opening for women that sure, there have been women in motorsports prior to our program, and there are other programs, but we have our program is oversubscribed, and we've actually put women in other teams besides our own team with the PNC Women in Motorsports program. So we're happy about that. We have some other things in terms of Vets Giving this week. It's a 12-day campaign where we're raising money for veterans, and all the proceeds go to the American Legion.
Excellent.
So we have that Vets Giving program. We have a lot of great sort of adjunct programs to our sponsorship that we think are pretty exciting.
All right. Final point. Very sorry for the loss of a friend of yours, Kyle LeDuc, in the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
I mean, it's just unbelievable news, and very talented man. In terms of Extreme E, is that something that still excites you? I mean, it's thrilling. It's thrilling to watch, but there are so many variables that I hadn't really considered in racing until I watched Extreme E. Is it something that still brings you satisfaction?
No question. I mean, the series is it's sort of a made-for-TV series, if you will, and it's with they're still fledgling a bit in terms of their schedule and getting their vehicle right and whatever. But I think the series has a bright future, and we'll see where it leads to in the years to come. I think Alejandro and Ali have a great program. They're hardworking guys that run that series, and they work very hard at it. And I wish some other series had the foresight and the hard work in mind that those two do.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time this morning, Chip, and much obliged, and enjoy what tiny little off season you have before IMSA kicks into life again. And thank you, and speak to you soon.
Well, thank you, David, and thanks everybody out there at Epartrade, and thanks for having me on, Francisc and Judy, and it's always fun to be a part of this program. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have you, and you are just so giving back to the sport, and makes me proud. Just
thank you very much.
You're so giving.
Thank you very much, Chip. Great honor to have you on. Thank you.
Great to see you,
David. We are going to see you a little bit later, and we are now going to transition directly into MotoGP. We're going to be traveling to Spain, and Jim Roller is with us. Jim, good morning and welcome back to the program. And I think Carlos Ezpeleta is with us. Good afternoon, Carlos.
Good afternoon. How's it going, guys?
Good, thank you. And Dan Rosamodo is with us there. So, Jim, why don't you just take over, and then we'll see you in 25 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Francis. Gentlemen, welcome. Dan, hello, fellow.
How are you?
How do you like living in? Have you actually moved to Spain, Dan, after your tenure at the NBA, or?
I have the world's most expensive closet.
in Madrid, where my clothes currently reside. But they don't see me very often. I'm actually today I'm in London, so all good.
Well, both of you are just off of a very exciting weekend in Valencia, where the MotoGP champion was crowned in probably one of the best seasons I've seen. I must admit, when it comes to MotoGP, I am what you would call here in the States the ultimate fanboy. I don't think I've missed one of your races in 4 or 5 years, and I think your app is probably the best racing app out there. So hats off to both of you. Was the season as satisfying for both of you? First off, Carlos from a running the series side, and then Dan from a promotional side, as it was for the fans.
Well, yeah, thank you, and thank you for your very kind words. It's been a very big season for us in terms of new things coming into this to the championship. Not only Dan, in the management of the company, which is a big, let's say, cultural change for us. But also, as you know, we introduced a very disruptive and new format into MotoGP weekends with a sprint race every Saturday at all events. So that's been, a huge asset. We've seen a historic record attendance to the calendar. So we've had over 2.5 million people come to the races during the season, and a huge uplift versus last year in terms of the TV audience. So really happy with the result of that. We maybe some months ago we didn't really expect the championship to be decided on the wire in Valencia, but it did, and I think that's all racing fans love that, and it's been a really terrific trip this year. We've had a very intense end of the season where we've had 10 races, I think, in 14 weeks or something like that. So it's been quite intense for us. But really thankful to the riders, the teams, and the paddock for putting up an amazing show.
That scheduling with the season so packed in at the end, Dan and Carlos, is that something you're looking to alleviate a little bit in the future, or is that just a function of the way schedules work nowadays?
Well, there's a mathematical part of it where, we're looking to have 22 events next year, and, we sort of start in March and finish in November. So it sort of can't, it's a bit about how it's the way it is. But next year will be a bit better. This year we were sort of forced with Qatar, the circuit in Qatar going through extended renovation. We weren't able to open the year there like we traditionally do in March, and that had to be put at the end of the year. And then, a number of factors. So next year is a bit better than this one. And then we're also limited by the fact that we want to and we have to finish in Valencia in Europe, and we can't sort of, finish in December because we were already very, very lucky with the weather this year. But, we don't want to stretch it. So.
You talked about the change to the weekend format with the sprint. Was it as well received amongst the teams as it was amongst fans?
Well, mix of opinions always, and that's every time that there's change, you always have, sort of both sides of the coin. And then, of course, now their opinions will be hugely impacted by their performance in the sprint race or not. That's the way that racing is, I guess. So you have a lot of vested interests. But I think that a lot of the great thing about our championship is that, everybody understands that the industry that we're in, and they were all very happy to experience, an experiment with this new format. We made a minor change halfway through the season to allow for Friday morning to be completely free for them to, to have it a bit easier for the teams and riders. But, like I've said, and Dan being new to the sport, it's a huge uplift, having 2 races each weekend, and the sprint on not that our Sunday races are extremely long, but the sprint, the 20-minute race and a great podium next to the fans, it's proved to be a very big part of the success of this year.
Dan, your first year, what do you think of this whole racing thing after a career in the American stick and ball side?
Yeah, I walked around our offices on Saturday after Jorge Martin won the sprint, and I said, "Is it always like this? Do we always?" I mean, and then I was made the joke that I was going to try to make every Grand Prix like Valencia, and people just started like almost revolting right then because it was so busy and so exciting and so hectic. But listen, I think what Carlos said is absolutely true. I think for our media partners and for our circuit partners, the sprint was a great addition to the calendar. And I think from when I got here, I really didn't know what to expect on the sporting side. I am not an expert at all whatsoever, but arriving at a place where the sport is in such good shape is really heartwarming for me. And it gives me so much optimism on what we can do on the commercial side. So it's a little bit of a traveling circus. And I loved every second of it. But I was very happy to see my my bet in Madrid on Monday night.
Well, I can
for one night.
Yeah, I can tell you after 40 years of experience in motorsports, the traveling circus thing that applies to any series. I can tell you that much. You end up having a road family as much as you do a home family. Let's talk. Part of your remit is driver or rider promotion and that sort of stuff. Talk a little bit about what it's like to deal with some of these stars, because one of the things that I notice visibly as one who watches Formula One, grew up in Watkins Glen, so I've been around racing my entire life, and Formula One specifically. The camaraderie and the feeling of oneness that I seem to see, at least it comes through on TV, in the paddock and after the race and that sort of stuff amongst the riders is not seen in any other top level motorsport. What do they like to deal with?
I mean, it's only been almost 8 months for me now, but I keep saying that I have the advantage for my team, the disadvantage of not only being an American, but I'm also New Jerseyan / New Yorker. So the cynical side of me is always looking for those not nice people. I won't curse on in this, but like I haven't found any in our paddock yet. So my view is that the camaraderie is unmatched, frankly. Now, what that does is, unfortunately, sometimes competition or disagreement sells. So would I like to have some more of that? Maybe. But I think that what we have is so unique and we don't want to force anything, that the camaraderie comes with the territory. But what I would say is that these guys want to win, and what they do physically to put themselves on a bike every weekend is just awe-inspiring. They're riding hurt, they're riding banged up, they're rushing to come back because they want to do it. So I think if there's some camaraderie, it's well earned because they're working so hard to be the best in their sport.
Right. Carlos, part of the Dorna success, I think, comes from longevity, hiring from within a bit. You're in your 10th year as a full-time employee. You started out as an intern and you've risen to be director of competition. How much of what we see on the racetrack can be directly, you can point directly to the fact that you guys have learned through the years what works and what doesn't work?
Well, I'd say all the good stuff you can point at that. And the bad stuff you can't. No, I guess, you have it both ways, and the balance between innovation and tradition is a difficult one to handle. Of course, bringing someone like Dan into the business has incredible attributes, and I was personally very pushy towards having someone from outside our industry because they bring a lot of outside knowledge and experience, and also they sort of are amazed with everything that we sort of take for granted. But on the sporting side, I think that a lot of it, I'd say that even now that a lot of people have commented and um, given their opinion about Honda and Yamaha's difficulties, if you probably see their performance versus the top manufacturer, so from top to bottom manufacturer now, and see how that's changed in the past 30 years where we've Dorna has been involved in the sport. Even though we'd love to have Honda and Yamaha closer to the top in terms of performance, that gap from top to bottom is closer now than it's ever been. They've both the manufacturers have had multiple podiums. They've performed at a very high level in some races. Even Honda has had a victory and Yamaha has fought for some. So for us, the sporting product is always comes first of everything. Of course, we safety is a huge aspect of the sport for us and the riders, and that's one that we've gained a lot of experience with in the last 3 decades. So I think, and Dan was reconforting about this one, just before that, when he said that the sport is in great shape, and we believe that we are. We're continuously pushing to make it better and better. And you guys will have seen that we've now announced a new concession system to help the manufacturers that are struggling a bit. And that all comes through the experience of the past years, and how to position Moto2 and Moto3, and super. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and of course the experience from the past 30 years is a big part of that.
Talk a little bit about that concession thing that you just mentioned, because as Chip Ganassi, you may have heard or not a little bit of near the end of his thing, he made a statement that is probably one of the biggest truisms in all of racing, and that factories fuel motorsports. At this year, 17 races were won by Ducati. Honda and Aprilia were the only two to win, but in many ways the Ducati dominance is much like the Porsche dominance was in sports car racing. It isn't necessarily the factory winning all of the races. You have the bikes are so good that so many of the privateers are running the Ducatis. Now we've got Marc Marquez, who people never thought he would ever leave Honda, throwing his leg over a Bologna bullet. What can you do to bring a little bit more parity to the sport, and perhaps attract more manufacturers if there are? I mean, we lost Suzuki. You definitely want to keep Honda and Yamaha around. How do you bring more into the sport and level the playing field, if at all?
Well, again, it goes back to the point. I think that the playing field is very leveled already. If you compare it to some of the global motorsports, sort of the prototype based motorsports, where there are not that many in the world, we had basically all the grid in a second and a half in Valencia over the weekend. So if you compare it, you said Ducati's won 17 races. That's 2 less than one of the drivers won in Formula One this year, and that was between six. That was between six different. That was between 6 different Ducati riders. So
yeah, here.
So again, would you rather? And you also have to think about, there's 2 things that Dorna has pushed for a lot in the past years. Has been parity between manufacturers, and then parity between manufacturers and their independent team. And that has definitely, both of those things have happened, especially the second one, where independent teams has now become very important. I think that Ducati, with their strategy and philosophy of running their motorsport department, they've been able to provide a very good product at a very appealing price to independent teams, and that's made all 4 of them being able to win races this year, which is very unheard of. Of course, their product is great. I don't think that we'll continue to see 8 Ducatis on the grid for a very long time. I think that's going to change sooner or later. And again, with the concession system that was announced on Monday, we'll see that Honda and Yamaha had significant advantages in terms of development. And I hope that we'll see that result on track sooner rather than later. So I think we're in the right path to solve those for sure.
let's chat about tires just briefly.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the comment.
All you.
Oh, yeah. They're the round black things at the front and the back.
I got it.
What about that? What's what can be done? What I'm sure you're working with your tire partners. Tell us what's going on.
So, well, I don't want to talk shop, but the reality is that we're
please
hugely
do.
happy.
It's only us. You're amongst friends.
We're huge. Yeah, exactly. We're hugely proud and happy to have a partner like we have with Michelin. You know, they provide an incredible service with a really high performance, and I think that, you know, that's part not of the problem, but you know, when you create a product that good that sort of maintains that sort of lean angle, that sort of performance, that sort of grip level during a 45-minute race, you know, these guys are doing, you know, it's rocket science what they do. And then, you know, in the past 5 or 6 years, the bikes have changed dramatically with both the aerodynamics and with ride height devices. And we have an agreement with the manufacturers that new tires, in terms of types of construction and compound, we give them a while. So we let the manufacturers test with those tires before we put them into the races. And then Michelin is going through that now. So all of this together has made, you know, the new type of aero and ride height has made that the front tire is under a lot of stress. And I think that minimum tire pressure is something that exists in all motorsport around, you know, the globe. You know, there's always a minimum tire pressure, and things that sort of, there was one in MotoGP already, but we weren't enforcing it, you know, very strongly. And that's what's changed, that we've had to start enforcing it because the teams were running very, very low. And I think that, you know, through the learning experience of this year, Michelin is happy to relook at the number. And I think that will really make a difference for next year. So they've also tested a new tire yesterday at Valencia, a new construction of the front, and that will bring significant improvement also. So those two things combined, I think we'll be in a much better position for next year.
And that tire pressure issue is a safety issue. That's the thing that people don't necessarily understand, is that you give them an inch, a team will take a mile. So they will play with those tire pressures, and the minimum tire pressure really is mandated for safety, is it not?
It is, yes. So we had teams running at a pressure that was, you know, when Michelin would strip the tires after, they would see that, you know, they were very close to maybe having, you know, a technical fault, exploding or something. So it was a safety matter, which was also raised by the manufacturers, and so that was, you know, there's a common consensus between all to install that. Now we're just working on the number.
Well, unfortunately, 25 minutes is certainly not enough for me to talk to you two lads about motorcycle racing. So I've got to change the subject a little bit. Besides Pecco Bagnaglia's back-to-back title in your Superbike championship, you had a back-to-back championship champion in Alvaro Bautista. You also run Moto2 and Moto3. Dan, what kind of efforts are underway to raise the profile of those series? It's almost, if I can say it, an embarrassment of riches that you folks enjoy with the quality of racing you get to oversee.
Yeah, no, it was certainly something that surprised the heck out of me, was just how much on the MotoGP side, how great the competition is in Moto2 and Moto3, and frankly, I mentioned Moto E as well, Jim. We have that, which races in Europe this year. But Moto3 is just spectacular in terms of the racing. It's a little bit put one hand over your eye in terms of like how close they are sometimes, but they are aggressive and they're fearless in a lot of ways. And it's really fun to watch. In Moto2, we had some really good races, between Pedro Costa winning the championship this year to Fernando Aldeguer winning the last 4 races of the year. I mean, it was a really fascinating season. And then Superbike, we actually, and I'll be honest with you, we kind of, you know, looked at Superbike for a couple of the ideas and brought them over to MotoGP because they do a really good job connecting with their fans. They really know who their audience is. They know what to do. They have a really good operational basis. And next year in Superbike, we're really excited because we're going to launch the Women's World Championship as part of that. So next April, we'll have Yamaha providing the bikes, and we'll have Women's World Champions that will be as part of Superbike in 5 weekend races, which will be great.
That's outstanding. And you mentioned Moto E, and that takes me to sustainability. And this is really an area that you both have to deal with, because the electric bike series, but also what do we do with MotoGP as it is now? Dan, if you could speak to the perhaps, for lack of a better term, the public relations promotional side, and Carlos, if you could speak to the technical side of sustainability.
Yeah, I mean,
you can go first, Dan.
I was going to let you do both. I think because they are so tied, though, right? They are so, like, you can't.
Good point.
Yeah, you can't really fake the promotional side without really doing the work on the sporting and technical side. And another thing I was very much encouraged by when I showed up in Madrid is that we have a very good story in what we're trying to do for the environment. We obviously Moto E has Michelin provides a tire that's 53% sustainable. We've gone to hydrogen vehicles for our trucks to move us around. Carlos, God help him, did a really great effort with introducing new freight boxes, which reduces our cargo load. So we've made a lot of strides, and we have to continue to do it. We have to continue to work with our partners to innovate, work with our partners to think about how we can continue to bring the greatest, what I think is the most exciting sport, the most exciting racing in the world, but do it in a sustainable fashion. I think our fans expect that of us. We aligned with an agency to get our fans involved, to have them be involved in what they can do to, as they're watching, as they're attending races, for the sustainability efforts. And we've hired another group to work with us on what should our goals be. Because I think it's really important, Jim, is people can establish lofty goals and then put really small little asterisks on them. And we don't want to do that. We actually want to set realistic goals, realistic frameworks, and then attack them. And that's what we're trying to do right now. So we're looking towards the 2030, 2035 on what's really attainable for the sport. And we're going to then shout that from the rooftop.
Carlos, your turn.
I think that, again, it's like Dan was saying, all of it, it's a balance. We were even speaking, through the past 3 years, people have been talking about, dominance in the sport versus, interest and parity, and all of it is a balance, and as to what we're looking for in the future. And if you go forward and, I think that MotoGP as a championship, so the MotoGP class is the only one really looking, really able to have an interest in more of a mainstream audience, more outside an endemic motorsport fan base, and that's what we're sort of targeting it with, and that's why we're also pushing to MotoGP have a more predominant position in the championship. Although we do believe that Moto2 and Moto3 are probably the two most important feeder classes in global motorsport. If you compare it to other feeder classes in other championships, whether it's 2-wheel and 4-wheel, there's nothing really like Moto2 and Moto3 where the riders are famous. They get asked for autographs and photographs outside the circuits, etc. So we're really proud of those classes, but we're conscious that MotoGP is sort of the pinnacle, and that's the heroes and the riders that we have to push in the mainstream and non-endemic channels. So I don't know if that's answered the question, but we try to position each different championship that we run in within the road to MotoGP, and we also have a huge department and effort to promote two-wheel racing. So and for young kids throughout the world, with our mini GP and talent platform series, to make sure that more and more kids are racing and two wheels. So, it's all of this sort of comes together at the higher level.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for your time. I can tell you, I'm old enough to remember when Kenny Roberts revolutionized the sport because he tipped his bike over after learning how to control a bike on the dirt tracks of America. And he led Freddie Spencer and Kevin Schwans and many great American champions. But the sport has never been in better hands, and I'm definitely looking forward to watching more great racing in 2024. Thank you for joining the Epartrade Industry Race Week and letting us know what's going on in the two-wheel world.
Well, thanks for having us. We really appreciate it. Keep watching, please.
Oh, I will. Trust me.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Dan. Stay with us
Jude.
a few seconds, and then we're going to run a short video, and we'll be right back to our next session.
Epartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
Epartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
Epartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, two wheels or four, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We are now traveling directly to Bahrain to meet our dear friend Mark, who has been an expert of the region. He has been in the racing industry his whole life, has been living in the Middle East for the last 15 or 20 years. We met there actually in Bahrain, and Mark is an expert of the basically Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Indian racing market. And it's very important this week to, talk about racing around the world. And in India and in Southeast Asia, there is a real booming in the racing world, and it's an emerging market, and we're paying great attention to it. So Mark has assembled a wonderful panel, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you, Mark. It's probably 7 p.m. for you, right?
Good evening, Francis. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to say a few words about our guest that we're going to be bringing on?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's fantastic to be part of the fourth Race Industry Week webinars that you've put together. And I'm delighted to include my friends and colleagues, Karun Chandok, F1 driver, only the second ever Indian F1 driver to compete in the Formula One World Championship, and now currently a Sky Sports presenter and motorsport ambassador, I think, for India, and also our colleague Ben Wilshire, who is the MD of Driven International and a track design company that we work very closely with on a lot of projects. And we're here to talk about the booming Indian motorsport market.
Excellent. Good evening, gentlemen. So Mark will let you in charge for the next 25 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Karun. Good evening, Ben, and welcome to the Race Industry Week webinar. And we're here to talk about the booming motorsport industry in India. And I think if we cast our mind back to 2010, when I was living in Delhi and helping to set up the Bud International Circuit and ready for Formula One. Long time ago, Karun, is when you and I first met, and maybe you could touch on where we were back then, and what happened to F1. What happened?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think we spent a period of time, my father and I, working with Bernie Ecclestone and Formula One management from sort of 2003-4 onwards. Looking at various sites and talking to various governments and people, but ultimately it was the JP Group in Delhi that bit the bullet and went forward with building the Formula One circuit up there. They dragged Mark in from Bahrain at the time to come and oversee the whole construction and look after the project. And we were all there. You can see the picture on the top left. That's during one of my early, or sort of actually probably one of the late site visits. It's got tarmac on the track there, but we were there from really seeing the entire process unfold when it was a piece of dirt. And at that stage, India had only one really proper permanent international spec circuit, which was down in Chennai. It's a track that actually my grandfather helped to build back in the 1980s as a grade 2 track. But this was going to be India's first, not just grade 1 for cars, but also obviously A grade for motorbikes as well. And so we had the Grand Prix finally come to India in 2011. We had 3 races run there. And they were, good, solid events. We had over 100,000 people at the first race. And then the number sort of settled around the mid to high 60s, which is still a decent number to get at a Formula One Grand Prix. But it was a private enterprise. It was a race that was fully funded by the JP Group. They were taking on the rights fees, which was, as most people know, is in the high 30s in terms of millions. You've got the operational cost of another 10, 12, 15, so it's probably a 50 million annual outlay for them on top of the capex.
The construction of the circuit, which is no mean undertaking in itself.
That's what I mean, on top of the capex of building the track in the first place, So I think it got to a stage where it wasn't making financial sense for them, and they weren't getting the government financial backing like you have in a lot of other countries. And then there were a few tax issues that came up between Formula One management and the government and the tax authorities, and really that was the end of Formula One's involvement at the time, which was a shame. So we then went for a 10-year period where the Bud International Circuit was really used just for national and domestic racing. We had track days, we had national racing, we had even truck racing championship running there. So it went for a decade really without any high-profile international championships running.
And if we now fast forward to 2023, and finally international racing is back at Bud, and back in 2011, an agreement was signed at that time to bring MotoGP to India, and because of the politics and the lack of funding and everything else, it never happened. And it finally happened this year to great acclaim from the riders. The track was modified a little bit to accommodate the new MotoGP safety regulations, because the track was designed in 2010, and then obviously a decade later the bikes have got a bit quicker, the safety regulations have changed, and that's where Ben and the Driven team came in and took on the challenge of updating the circuit. So can you tell us a bit about that, Ben?
Yeah, sure. Well, firstly, just thanks for having us on this afternoon. Hopefully this will be interesting for everybody. I think it's gone full circle, hasn't it? I mean, Karun, is a photo there of Karun, as he said, stood during the track construction. Karun and I have worked together, since then on other track projects, and then this year we then get the opportunity to upgrade the Bud circuit for MotoGP. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and I think it's it's amazing to see India really now back, hosting these World Championship events. I know we're going to talk about some others as well, but I mean, having obviously, MotoGP there, it's the pinnacle of motorcycle racing. What was amazing for us is it was a really challenging project. I mean, we've got this circuit that's not been used at that level for 10 years. And, you think, okay, well, the track's already there. So, what's the big deal? But our team spent months on the ground and almost a year planning, design and engineering drawings for the project, with small things, right? Like the curbs needed changing, for example, and all. If you look in the photo in the center of the screen there, with the MotoGP bikes leant over, I think it's coming out of turn 1 through turn 2 by the looks of it. All the verges, the AstroTurf verges were changed. We had to work very, very closely with the FIM to understand any safety changes that were needed to make the track suitable for MotoGP. Obviously, it'd been 10 years since Formula One had been there. So we ended up changing a lot of the runoff areas, expanding the gravel traps, changing barrier angles, and a few of the corners as well. We needed to localize some narrowing on the track to keep the speeds under control for the MotoGP bikes. So it was a big challenge, but one that we're really proud to have delivered, and long may it continue. I believe that there's plans for the championship to continue there, so we're looking forward to seeing more motorcycle racing at Bud.
Yeah, and obviously Carlos and the Dorna team were on before us, talking about the strength of MotoGP, and I think that there was a bit of criticism about the event. I think that people were expecting a bigger crowd, but it was the first time MotoGP had come to India. I think the crowd was a very respectable crowd, and I think the event will only grow from there. And I think it's easy to forget that without regular motorsport, it's hard to keep that momentum going. And I think that MotoGP do a very good job of that. And I hope that the crowd will increase next year and we'll get a good turnout. And who knows? I mean, Karim, any thoughts on whether F1 would ever go back to Bud?
I think there's always interest, certainly from Formula One side. I think they feel it's almost unfinished business. I think in India, it's still a country where every car manufacturer wants to sell lots of cars. Every consumer brand wants to sell lots of products. There's a massive demographic, or 70% of the population is between 16 and 64 at the moment, and that's 70% of 1.2 billion people, which is, it's a significant number, obviously. So I think from a commercial and brand perspective, it's good for F1 and all the partners within the sport to have a race in India. But obviously it has to be a government project, I think, for this to be viable, really. I think there's obviously ambitions, and India said this publicly, about wanting to host the Olympics in the future. In order to host the Olympics, you need to show that you are, as a government, able to organize a high-profile global sporting event, and Formula One would tick that box very well. So you never say never, but at the moment, it's nothing in the immediate future, shall we say?
Sure. And I think moving on from what Bud have achieved, and it's great to see it back on the calendar. It's great to see it being used again and getting some international recognition. It's a great circuit. But there are many other projects happening around India. And Karun, as you said, 70% of the population are between 16 and 64. I think that the latest figures for India, the population is up to 1.4 billion and has nudged slightly ahead of China now. So extraordinary numbers in the country. And we're seeing more and more circuits being developed. And I think if we come on now to another international event happened this year, earlier in the year. It's another Driven International circuit, this time a street circuit in Hyderabad, and Formula E race there earlier in the year. And again, great recognition from the drivers. I think it was well received. So Ben, do you want to tell us a bit about this project?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, what's a year for Indian motorsport to have had, MotoGP just recently in December, but also at the beginning of 2023 with the Formula E Championship as well. So, 2 World Championship events. I mean, this was a remarkable project, to be honest, that it was even delivered. We were actually working as part of the team with the Indian Racing League, which is a series now that is a national series that's racing around India. They've got the Wolf cars running in the Indian Racing League, and also F4 now as well as part of the series, which is fantastic. It's a really growing national racing series, and the model is that they have teams from different cities. So I think Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, they've all got teams, and they all race against each other as racing teams in different cities across India. So this really project was initiated by the Indian Racing League, and then was also used. The same circuit was then used for Formula E, which was great because we got to use the track twice. But it's right in the middle of it's in downtown Hyderabad, and we had to shut roads, we had to create diversions, we had to build the track in a couple of months, or what felt like a couple of weeks, to be honest. It was really, really hard task to pull off. And I think doing this in India is probably tougher than maybe anywhere else in the world in terms of organizing road closures and able to do this. So it was a real challenge for our team, but one, as you said, Mark, that was a big moment, I think, for Indian motorsport, and one that was well received by the drivers and teams. And again, I think we're looking forward to Formula E coming back next year.
Just to put it into context a little bit for the people watching that may not have been to India or Hyderabad, I think the population of Hyderabad, it's a city of 10 million people. And that's about 1.5 million more than London. And when you think about it in that context, and that you've shut down a fairly critical network of roads within the city for that event is no mean feat at all.
And I think, Mark, the reason why this event worked is because it was government backed, unlike the Formula One Grand Prix. The local state government and the chief minister of the state is a very impressive, progressive character, really. I think they, as a government, I should say, they got fully behind the project. To the point at which they were, the chief minister himself was calling cricketers and Bollywood stars to come to the event and add a bit of color to the event, and really got proactively behind the road closures and all of the disruption to the city, because they recognized the upside. They organized the timing of the event was at the same time as an electric mobility conference that was going on in the city, so obviously tying in with Formula E, and that again was all foresight from the government. And it just underlines how and why in a country like India, unless you have either the central or the local state government behind a project, it's very difficult to keep it going on an ongoing basis.
Sure. And I don't know about anybody else, but I thought it was the most exciting Formula E race of the season. I thought the track layout was superb, and the amount of overtaking. And Formula E is going from strength to strength, and creating some great content for the fans.
Yeah, it was a good race. We have 4 drivers nose to tail, basically across the line, and it was exciting. And I was very proud to see, Indian marshals. We didn't have to fly in marshals from other countries. We had a car with the Porsche of Pascal Wehrlein, had quite a big crash on the Friday. The track got cleared, and car recovered, driver taken to the medical center, everything done and dusted within, I think it was 8-9 minutes, for quite a big accident recovery. So I think on the whole, it all went well, and I think we're all looking forward to going back again in February next year. Ben and his team have got a few modifications to the track, obviously. And this is one of the challenges of a street circuit is the infrastructure has changed. They've got different government buildings and monuments and things like that have popped up in the last year. So we can't quite have the same track as we did last year. But that's part of the challenge of doing street races. And, I think we see it everywhere. And we saw it in Singapore this year, even with the Grand Prix. They had to change a part of the layout with a section around the marina. So it's one of the interesting things with racing on street circuits.
Yeah, I think going back to your point about the marshals, it's easy sometimes to forget how important the volunteers are for motorsport, and that without them, our sport doesn't function. And having marshals and fire marshals, recovery teams, and everybody that are capable of managing an international event is absolutely critical. And that's something that's hard to do when you don't have the infrastructure or the calendar of events. So hats off to the FMSCI team and everybody that worked hard to train those marshals and develop those teams. And as you say, deal with, I think it was Pascal's accident so efficiently. Moving on from the Hyderabad street circuit, Hyderabad's fairly central in India. Bud is a bit further north. We've got another interesting street circuit coming up. Again, something that Ben can tell us a little bit about. And this is Formula 4 street circuit. So Ben, can you talk us through this?
Yeah, so I mean, I think off the back of Hyderabad, with the popularity of, and also the popularity of city racing now, this new circuit has popped up, and it's an amazing opportunity again to get fans close to racing. And I was going to say, like, the thing that we really saw in Hyderabad that made me the most proud, you mentioned the marshals and the officials, which was fantastic. And I think the thing that I really noticed was being at the event was the amount of families and kids that were seeing racing cars for the first time ever, that would never have had that opportunity. It was incredible. So we were really proud to have been involved in that, and we're hoping to see the same again in Chennai. Our team are actually on the ground right now. So we've been speaking to them today. They're furiously building the track. We've had to shut roads again and get all the barriers in place, do some resurfacing work. But this is a longer circuit than Chennai. We're over 3.5 kilometers compared to Hyderabad. Sorry, we're at 3.5 kilometers instead of 2.8. Bit of a quicker track, but the roads there are really good. I mean, it's almost primed for a street race. It runs around sort of Fort Island. There's a bridge section. We've got some nice S's, but nice wide roadways there ready to use. So the race will be on the 9th and 10th of December, so not far away. So anyone watching, they want to tune in to some exciting motorsport in India, then Indian Racing League will be happening that weekend. So watch this space. But yeah, it's exciting to see it going to another city for sure.
I think the work the Indian Racing League is doing is fantastic. Developing young drivers, because this isn't about drivers necessarily coming from all different parts of the world. There's a lot of young Indians racing here. There's a lot of young Indians racing around the world now. That's not something we've really touched upon in our presentation. But Karun, maybe you could give us a bit of insight into some of the up and coming young Indian drivers that are competing out there.
I think there's drivers, in dotted about, aren't they, in various championships. You've got, a couple of them who are doing Formula 2 recently. Kush Maini is going to carry on next year. He's just signed with Alpine as a junior driver. You've got some kids in F4 at the moment who are racing in the British Championship and also in various European championships. And I think it'll be interesting to see as the Indian F4 championship carries on. They've only had, I think, one race weekend so far, and they had 10 or 12 cars on the grid, so predominantly I think with homegrown talent, and how many of those kids in time are able to make the progression up the single seater pyramid will be interesting to see. As we sit here, we've only ever had two of us race in Formula 1, and only two of us ever race at Le Mans, for example, and only two of us race in Formula E, as the 3 world championships of the sport, and that's a pretty exclusive club out of, as you said, Mark, 1.3 billion people. So yeah, I think we need a catalyst, and I think having more tracks and creating the access will help. I think, I grew up in Chennai, and I was able to therefore start racing and driving at a young age, because at the time, the only racetrack in the country was in Chennai, and I was able to get in the car and go an hour down the road and drive around. And a lot of kids in other parts of the country weren't able to do that. Whereas in time now, we're building more and more circuits in different corners of the country. And I think that will just help to create a bit more of a racing culture.
Yeah, and as you say, I think there are young Indian drivers that are competing around the world, because at the moment those domestic championships don't satisfy the need that they have, that there aren't the tracks there. I know that I think in the next 2 weeks there's a Formula 4 series being launched in Saudi Arabia, and I think we've had a number of inquiries from Indian drivers to come and compete in a winter series there. So the demand is there. There's no doubt about that, and hopefully we can see that exclusive club expand a little bit in the coming years. And I think that we can now move on to our final track. And Ben, you can talk to us about this, but this is a track that's close to both of your hearts. Madras International Circuit down in the southeast there. Actually, Karim, you tell us a little bit about Madras first as a whole property, and then Ben, talk to us about the go-kart tracks. I'm conscious that we're running out of time.
Yeah, so just briefly, as I think I mentioned before, this was the original racetrack was the first permanent circuit built in India by my grandfather and his team of people. Then they formed a club and went out, raised the money, borrowed the money, and slowly over time bought pockets of land over a decade, ended up and built the circuit. Very different to these days. They did the circuit designed by hand, unlike Ben and his team, and went, one person was dispatched to FISA in Paris to homologate it back in the 80s. So it's been the home really of Indian domestic racing. Chennai as a city, or Madras as it was called before, is one of the automotive hubs of the country. You've got manufacturers, automotive manufacturers, but suppliers, tire companies, people like Bosch, all of them have got their factories around there. Royal Enfield for the bikes and people like that as well. So it's a circuit that at the moment in recent years, okay, let's forget COVID, but apart from that, it's been regularly used over 300 days a year, which is quite amazing when you think of racetracks around the world. It's probably one of the highest in terms of usage. It's a very busy circuit, but despite opening in 1990, we never had a kart track there. So it's been 33 years, and we finally decided it's time to bite the bullet and commit some investment into building India's first CIK international kart circuit. And so Ben and the team have been on the ground, and I worked with them on the design. And as you can see, the guys were out there with construction, and hopefully it'll be up and running early next year.
Fantastic. And Ben, do you want to just give us a little bit of some of the statistics about the track? And we've got a few minutes left.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is, as Karim said, kart circuits sits alongside the main racetrack. And just going back to what we've been talking about with, the street races and bringing new audiences into motorsport, having a karting circuit here is a great way of getting, new families involved, kids involved. This kart circuit, much like the main circuit, we expect to be used over 300 days a year as well. It will be used for leisure use, electric karting. They'll have the ability to host CIK races as well. The track is 1.1 kilometers in length, so good length circuit. It can be split into multiple configurations, and you, Mark, know that that's really important from a kind of commercial and sustainability perspective longer term. So really exciting. And it's the way that the track is positioned. The buildings there will have great viewing over the whole of the track. We'll have viewing over the main circuit as well. We've had the track in the simulator, which Karim and I have both driven. So I think it's going to be really exciting and a real landmark again for Indian motorsport. So, what we've been talking about with the first motorcycle world championship, the first Formula E race coming to India. We spoke about the street circuits, which I should have mentioned. Chennai will be the first night race as well in India, which I didn't mention. So that's quite exciting. And now the first international kart circuit. So it's been an amazing, opportunity for us to get involved. And I'm, feel very privileged to be able to work with some amazing people over there, which have got such great attitude to building motorsport in India. So we're excited to see it continuing. And, there's other tracks coming.
Ben, I think we do have one more track on our list that we're going to, which is on the West Coast there. So if you could give us a quick oversight. Sure. This is it's under construction. It's a driven designed circuit, and just quickly talk us through this before we draw our session to an end.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can see we've been quite busy in India. My passport stamps with the India stamp on it is quickly filling up. We're spending more and more time there, which is good because I love the people and food. But yeah, this is a project that again, Karun and I actually worked on together in designing, and it's the most amazing location, a former stud farm. So it's a private project, and we're converting what was horse race training grounds into a car race training grounds. So this will become a facility with a different type of horsepower, 3.1 kilometer track, but mainly targeted at people that want to just come and enjoy driving with their cars, store their cars there, have a more social environment, much like you see in the US with a lot of the country clubs. So again, a real different type of track, but a permanent one this time, and based over in Pune.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, just to quickly finish up, is we work together. The reason I got involved with working with Ben is from a driver's perspective. I've had the benefit of driving or racing on 88 different tracks around the world so far. So to be able to offer that perspective on what might work, but might not work, what needs changing, and we do a lot of simulation. I've got a simulator in my office. Ben and his team design the track. We've got a great team of people now who can convert the CAD drawings into the simulator models for us to test on track within a 2-day period. And yeah, so in fact, I've got another one for in North America to get onto this evening, Ben, haven't I?
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
The simulators can't be underestimated, and it's something that clients are finding amazing because they get to drive the track before it's been built, so they can pound the track and understand how it is, and work with you guys to tweak the design how they wish. And it's an incredible tool. But we're almost out of time, and I can see that our colleagues in the US have come back online now. So Francisque, how are we doing?
Well, thank you very much. Great session. It's you guys are the foundation of the sports. By building those tracks and then bringing the competitors, and then the industry comes into place. And so that was very important. I wanted to show our audience that are not only watching on Zoom, but also on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on all our different YouTube channel and Speedsport One, that there are a lot of region that are just starting to develop, and when the population there, it gives you an indication of the potential for the industry. So this is very exciting, and thank you very much, Karun, thank you very much, Ben, and of course a big thank you to you, Mark, for putting the panel together and for bringing the idea to us. And so have a great evening. I believe Karun, you're in the UK, and Ben as well, right? Okay, excellent. Well, have a great evening. Keep watching. We're going to actually bring Ali from Extreme E on the next session, and we're just going to carry on directly to the next session because we're already on the time. And Ali is actually between flight on his way to Chile for the last race, I believe, of their season. So thank you all for being with us today. We're going to also bring Lawrence Foster with us, who is going to be moderating the next session. Lawrence Foster from Racer Magazine, and Lawrence should be with us any second. So, great session. Good morning, Lawrence, and welcome back to the program. So, just so everybody know, Ali has a crazy schedule. He was attending a conference in the south of France this afternoon, getting in the plane on his way to Chile for the next race tomorrow, and changing flights in Madrid. So, Ali, thank you so much for being with us today. We heard great words from Chip Ganassi about what a great job you do. Chip opened the first session this morning, and said very nice thing about you and Alejandro and Extreme. So Lawrence, we'll leave Ali with you.
Well, good morning, Ali, and welcome back to Race Week.
Well, listen, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Is all the tech working?
We can hear you okay. Madrid is functioning. No worries there. So
yeah,
a good point.
I'm actually at Nice at the moment, just going to Madrid to Santiago to Calama. So our next race is in the middle of the Atacama Desert, and it's one of the driest places on earth, and of course, sustainability is a core topic that gets talked about in these hotspots. So what we're doing is we're ultimately using racing to tell a much broader story, and a story about climate change, but innovation. So anyways, thank you very much for fitting me in. And that was very nice of Chip Ganassi to say nice things about me. I'll have to ensure I buy him a nice glass of wine next time we meet.
Well, on to Chile then. I mean, a lot of our championships that we've covered this week obviously have finished. You got the season 3 finale there. Not only is it a 5-way shootout, including Chip's team, maybe mathematically, but Chip can still do it. But just tell us a little bit, because to me, the Antofagasta, the venue, sort of sums up really the bigger picture of Extreme E, a mining center that is basically reinventing itself in terms of sustainability. So let's use that as a sort of a lead into the mission for Extreme E.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely great to have the quality of teams and drivers involved in the championship. And when you look at the greats of racing, people like Carlos Sainz, people like Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Button, Nico Rosberg, McLaren, Chip Ganassi, Michael Andretti, there's some new names as well, and I have to say, the likes of Veloce, who are an esports business that are probably one of they probably are the biggest esports organization for driving and for gamification of driving. And that's the new sort of thinking that we've got, is we've tried to create a proposition which is repositioned from a social way, but also repositioned from a format to get a much younger audience. And that, I think, is we call ourselves the sort of 2020 of, for those of you that know cricket, the 2020 version of motorsports, short form for shorter attention spans, but also with the brands from IndyCar, NASCAR, Formula One, Apt from DTM, and Formula E, and World Rally and World Rallycross. So we bring in a lot of these household names, and we reposition it and reformat it in such a way where it can be consumed by a much younger and a much more diverse audience.
I guess as well, with Extreme E, that hasn't been a shift. That has been something from the outset, where doing things differently, being prepared to change, being ahead of the curve, and really that takes us on to a huge opportunity and a huge change that is coming for Extreme E, and that is the impending switch from all electric to hydrogen.
Yeah, we couldn't be more excited, and I think hydrogen is we talk about e-mobility solutions, and electric is definitely one format, but we believe that hydrogen is as well, as part of a portfolio of clean energy solutions for transport. And when you think about transport being anything from a third to sort of 30% of global emissions, it's super important that we find solutions that enable us to decarbonize. And what we want to do is we want to, and what we are doing, and what we're going to continue to do, and what we're going to accelerate, is using racing and the competition from racing to really innovate far quicker and accelerate the adoption of new technology. And I think hydrogen is really interesting because it reminds me of my early days at Formula E, when I don't know if you remember, but when we started, we had 2 cars and 1 driver.
Yeah.
And in the middle of the race, one driver got out of one car and jumped into another because the car couldn't last the race. And we always get asked about where would we be now if we hadn't started the racing series, because within 3 years we were able to get regeneration to a point. I think it's late 90s, 98, 99% efficiency now in terms of regen. And we were also able to work with the likes of Lucid on battery technology and Williams Advanced Engineering to, create better energy density in the batteries. And so we didn't need the two cars; we could go to one car. And that's in my own lifetime in the last 10 years of how racing visibly for me. And you go back further, you've got fuel injection, traction control, carbon fiber, all have come from motorsport. So what we want to do is we really want to focus around hydrogen, and it was amazing. On Friday, I was able to see our new car testing, and it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful to watch. And this is a chassis of a car driving around, so it doesn't have a racing silhouette and a shape on yet. But the point is we're ahead of schedule, which is great. The testing's going incredibly well, and this is with I would say a Generation 2 Extreme E car, which has this hydrogen fuel cell adaptation, which is incredibly exciting for us. So I couldn't be more excited, and what we're having to do is to get out to the world and let people know that we're moving hydrogen. We're our hydrogen series together with FIA, and have the opportunity to be a world championship in 2026. So it's super, super exciting in terms of the development. And I know H24 is making some progress, but we really want to focus on being the first, and doing that from 2025. So the car, as I say, is testing now. We're going to be doing more testing next year alongside Extreme E, and gives fans the opportunity to see a new technology being tested, being developed by some of the best teams and drivers in the world.
So next year the car will run at some Extreme E events as we get the transition between electric and into hydrogen. And Ali, as you point out as well, there is a path to world championship status for Extreme E, for Extreme Hydrogen, which to me sort of says that this really does lock in with the FIA and its plans for sustainability and focusing on sustainable fuels. Has this been a partnership from the start with the FIA, the hydrogen project?
Yeah, so just to take you through it, we've always had a very, very close relationship with FIA. So we started Formula E together, and really we couldn't have done this without the FIA. We've been an international series. I think where we are is we see the value from a closer relationship, from developing the technical roadmap, but also the safety roadmap. The perception of hydrogen, and I always laugh at this because everyone says education is in pieces, but every meeting I go to, people talk about the explosive nature of hydrogen and the Hindenburg. So I think actually education systems doing incredibly well. But I think what we've got to do is we've got to develop a championship which shows that hydrogen is possible, shows that it is safe, and excites people. If you excite people and you create passion, you create belief, we can build a whole industry out of this. And that's this sort of embryo of the idea is we're growing, we're developing, and we're going to accelerate this. And that's what makes this so exciting. And our racing format really suits the hydrogen format. So we're super excited. And as I say, this isn't as risky as the past two championships we've developed from scratch. Whether it's Formula E from day one, this is a evolution, not a revolution. And so what it allows us is a lot more consistency in terms of moving forward, and we really like that.
Another Extreme E tenet is obviously equality. Just talk us through. Well, basically, from the start, it has been a level playing field. This is female racers, male racers, basically racing against each other. Everybody can win, everybody can lose. The pressure is on them equally. How has that sort of progressed now into season 3? And also, just talk to us as well about, for instance, the Racing for All project as well, sort of taking that that quest for equality beyond just the men and the women in the driving seats?
Yeah, well, I have to say we're absolutely passionate about this, and you know, as someone who's had a background in a multitude of Olympic sports, football, rugby, you know, when I got into motorsport, I've always thought the big opportunity of motorsport is the equality opportunity, because men and women can drive cars and drive cars equally as well. The challenge I think we've had is we haven't inspired enough young girls to get involved in motorsport, and so what happens is you're really targeting 50% of the population, and our view is, why not target 100% of the population? You know, sponsors, car manufacturers, they all want to be in a situation where that they're targeting as big an audience as possible, and the female voice is as strong, if not stronger, than the male voice in a lot of these purchases. So what we've done here is we've created a format which is almost like a tag team. So, you know, you have one car, you have two drivers. Each of the drivers has equal amount of time in the car. So we switch halfway through, and if the man starts the first race and then the woman does the second lap, then for the next round of racing, it's reversed, and so on. So teams work out who's going to be in the final. Do they want their male driver or their female driver? But what I really like about it is it's super fair, and it means that we have men and women on the top podium, we have men and women on the bottom podium, and it's just like life. You know, it's I just think it's normal, and the paddock is so much nicer. It's just really, really normal. And what I love to see is the improvement in the female drivers, and I think that's down to two things. You know, when we started, there was quite a differential between the male drivers and the female drivers. That's reduced very, very quickly, and in some sectors, the women are beating the men, which I think is real progress, and that's because we've given female drivers access to cars and high performance vehicles, and a series that has equality at its heart. And the second thing is their teammates. When you've got Carlos Sainz or Sebastian Loeb or Christopherson as your teammate, they can't win if you're not performing. So they spend a lot of time coaching, training, developing their female teammates, and that's just wonderful. And as I say, we're getting progress, we're getting improvements, and you know, I think our female drivers work so bloody hard, and they are getting out into the community. They're doing a huge number of community engagements and inspiring that next generation of girls to dream about being a driver. And you know, I think that's where it's going to come from. Is you know, the cream will come to the top, and it's a volume game. So the more drivers we get in at the bottom, the better drivers we're going to have at the pinnacle of the sport. So I think that's been incredible from our point of view, and something that we feel absolutely passionate about. The second aspect to your question was racing for all. And that's really about Lewis Hamilton and the Hamilton Commission did a big report into diversity across motorsport. And, you know, I think he's been driving for 20-25 years now. And there's just a lack of Black and Asian and people of color within motorsports. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to use that information to see how we can make a difference and to create real opportunity within motorsport. And so we've created a scheme called Racing for All, which is about bringing people with, you know, less than 9 months experience into the sport. We've only got 5 engineers and mechanics, so to have an extra pair of hands is a huge advantage. The teams are really incentivized to get involved in the scheme, and what we're doing is we're bringing and we're changing the paddock. And you know, you're seeing, you know, female mechanics and female engineers, and the teams are buying into it. And what I love about it is we're starting people's careers here, and in 20 years' time, you know, hopefully they're running McLaren or running Mercedes or running Ganassi Racing. You know, that's kind of where we would like to get to. But you know, it starts with making a difference, and we've decided to make a difference in our series. Now we've got to build that up, and we've got to help support pathways. But I think the point here is ourselves and our teams have massive ambition to give access and to give access to all, and to do that in a very tangible way. So it's not about talking about it, it's about doing it, and it's about showing it, and then it's about sharing these sort of experiences. And part of that pathway comes from having these incredible individuals coming back into their communities and talking about the experiences, talking that it's possible, that they can get there, they can work in motorsport, and that it's not something that you've, from a UK point of view, that you've got to live in sort of the Oxfordshire Formula One Valley. You can come from Elgin in Scotland, or Iona on the west coast of Scotland, or Penrith or Norfolk or East London. It's about making sure that people understand that it's accessible.
And I think that's always been Extreme E and Formula E is being part of the solution, recognizing the problem, but being part of the solution. And I think that also goes to the legacy programs that Extreme E has started. One thing I was surprised, but in a good way, about was seeing how venues that are no longer, for instance, on the schedule are still being supported in the legacy program. I saw that there was further legacy program activations, for instance, around Greenland. I mean, is that something that is absolutely core to Extreme E, the making a difference on a bigger picture scale?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we designed the series with a view of how do we create a sport with the lowest possible carbon footprint ourselves. So it's electric, it's charged using hydrogen fuel cells. The only byproduct is deionized water. We're moving more and more of the paddock, and 100% of the paddock next year will be running off hydrogen. So it'll be a zero emissions paddock as well as zero emissions racing. And that for us is incredible to sort of design, develop, and roll out. And what we felt was really important, that is each location that we go to, we ensure that we've got a lasting legacy with the people that live there. And so it's about using the scientific committee to really understand what is the climate issue, where is it desertification, deforestation, melting ice caps, rising sea levels, what's causing it, and what can we do about it? So we try to be optimistic in terms of what can be done, whether that's from a technology focus and or pure innovation and working together in collaboration. But going back to Greenland is a really important part, and I'm glad you picked that one out, because the ice cap hasn't stopped melting, and we go back every year. We go back with drivers, we go back with scientists, we go back with a film crew, and what it enables us to do is have a continuity of message, so we can talk about what's going on. We can show it through firsthand athlete eyes, and it's pretty dramatic what's going on in Greenland and how it's changing people's lives there. And these are the people that are very, very small populations, disparate populations that are sort of pockets along the coast, and ultimately they suffer from isolation because when the ice melts, they can't get from A to B because there is no roads. So actually the freezing of the tundra, so to speak, is super important for them to get on the motorway with their dog sleds and go from A to B villages. So there's a huge instance of alcoholism, high rate of suicide, and a lot of domestic challenges that come from this isolation that they're feeling, because ultimately the freezing in the north has gone from 10 months a year to 8 months a year, and that is massive for people. So what we're able to do is to put context on that story, and connect it with what we're doing and what we're trying to do in terms of accelerating the adoption of e-mobility solutions, and giving people a reason. And that's the point. You've got to push passion points. For people to change behavior, you have to inspire them. And we believe that sport is super important for that inspiration. So we go back every year. We go back to Senegal, we go to the Amazon, we go to Greenland, and we go back to the projects and the communities that we've been in, and we tell their stories and we retell their stories, and we talk about the differences that they've had. So it's so much more than just racing.
Case in point then, Chile this weekend, spectacular location, the Atacama Desert. But also, to your point, giving it meaning and giving it relevance, the copper mines were basically the dirty old men of Chile in the past. They are not only cleaning up their act, but we're beginning to see, how they will sort of fit into the sustainable future. I assume that was absolutely paramount to your decision to where you are racing this weekend.
Yeah, I think there's a massive opportunity with Extreme E. We don't have to go to a track. So what that allows us to do is to democratize racing. So we can go to some of these spectacular locations that you probably only see in National Geographic, and we're able to tell stories. And the story the main story, and we call it the Copper X Pre. And the reason we do is because, for us to decarbonize and move to electric vehicles, we need a lot of precious metals, which means that we need mining. Mining is part of the solution. And I don't think mining's done a particularly good job in the past in terms of presenting itself. So what we talk about is what is happening in terms of the mining industry. How is the mining industry becoming more sustainable? And our host is doing an incredible job in terms of decarbonizing mining, which is not an easy area to get in. And the view is at some point in the future, there'll be a value add for the mining sector where it's more sustainable. And that's what we're looking at, is how can mining be more sustainable? How can the technology that we use in our race cars, how can that be exported into the mining trucks, and what can they do from a electrification, the use of hydrogen, the use of autonomous vehicles? They're moving incredibly quick, and that's good news for us because we really need these precious metals.
So looking at 2024, then, as you pointed out, it's a transitional year. It's the last all-electric season before we go into hydrogen in 2025. What is the calendar looking like? And obviously, this is a leading question for North American fans, saying, when are we getting Extreme E?
Yeah. And we're very close to making an announcement, so I couldn't possibly ruin that by announcing it today. But it's super exciting, and I think what you're going to see is a lot more buzz around hydrogen. So as I say, the car is working now. So we're testing the car to around about March, and there'll be opportunities for the teams to do tests alongside Extreme E. So what that means is we will have an integration of H into the championship at the end of the year, and that I think will give a test bed for everyone. So we are working on some incredibly interesting collaborations, and I would say watch this space with a huge amount of interest. The formats aren't going to change. We're still very much looking at some of the most incredible locations on the planet. But we've also got to focus on making sure that we're ready for 2025 in terms of the first hydrogen season. So it's about getting that sort of balance between the two. The cars themselves are being made just south of Paris. Mm-hmm. The fuel cell comes from Lyon. So what we've got to do is just make sure that we've got one eye on the technology and make sure that we're ready to go and entertain people from the beginning of 25.
One thing that has come up a couple of times this week is the opportunities, the challenges, the fears of AI. Extreme E, you're not scared of doing stuff or introducing stuff. I mean, that's been proven from the start. So just give us your take on AI and how that may become part of Extreme E.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but we launched a sort of together with Robo Race, a totally autonomous racing series alongside Formula E. So AI is not something that's new to us at all. I think where we're going as an organization, we're looking at the broadcast potential from AI and how that can help us, because there's so many elements to that. At the moment, we have a director, and that director decides which battle he shows on TV. And yet there's over 35 cameras that are filming at any one time. So there's a multitude of different stories. So what AI allows us to do is to give more information, to improve, to continually improve, and actually at some point in the future you could have an AI robot director, and we're using a guy called Westbury Gillette, but I think his job will be under threat in the future, because I think the data and in real time data crunching will allow us to really understand where the fights are on the track. And also, I think what it allows us to do is to be more dynamic with the consumer, and allow the consumer to choose their own, let's say, direction of the championship. So what we're looking at is, how do we bespoke this in such a way where we really embrace the technology? It allows us to have a smaller footprint on site, which lowers our carbon footprint. It's cheaper in terms of long term, because we don't need as many people. But I think what it should give us is actually a much, much better product. And that's why we're so excited. And I think it's in our DNA to try technology first, to be an innovator, and to lead the industry. We're after a much younger audience, and I think that's helped with this.
Well, Ali, I see the grown-ups have reappeared.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think our slot is on
they
end.
startled me as well.
But yeah, fascinating as ever. Thank you very much, and continue your journey to Chile.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, all of you. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you all tune in for the Extreme E finale. 2 races, one on Saturday and one on Sunday. And as we say, we've got five of the 10 teams are in with a shout. So it's gold dust to me in terms of having a championship go down to the final weekend. So super, super excited by that. And, it's, some big names in there.
Thank you, Ali. Safe travel and all the best for this weekend. Thank you very much. We're going to run a very short video, and we will be right back with you on our next session with David Wilson from TRD.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We should have Jeff Hammond with us any second, as well as David Wilson, who is our next guest speaker. So I'm getting a signal from our producer. Jeff is on. Very good. Good morning, Jeff. Welcome back to the program. Oh, you're on mute, Jeff. You're on mute. There. Good morning, David.
Good morning.
Hello, David. Thanks for joining us from Nashville, I'm sure.
Yes, happy to be here. Really enjoy this program each year, and I've been looking forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We'll leave you in the hands of the great Jeff Hammond.
Well, I tell you right now, somebody is really spinning the line this early in the morning for me. How you doing, David?
Hey, doing well, Jeff. You're here in Nashville with the rest of the circus, getting ready to tie a bow around another NASCAR season.
Yeah, well, it's part of the job, they like to say, part of the job. Let's look back at 2023 and let's talk about what you think about the season. Obviously, no championships as far as the big three are concerned, but definitely some bright moments what do you, I mean, you're the guy that has to do the assessment at the end of the season. So kind of like give us an overview, please.
Yeah, happy to, Jeff. Certainly 2023 was a big year for the sport, just stepping away from just Toyota. But this was the second year now with this next generation car, as we call it, the next gen. And, I think the on-track product was better than it was in 2022, the year that we debuted it, and by and large, I think the racing was quite good. NASCAR, of course, is ever determined to improve upon it because there's also some areas where the racing could be better. The short tracks, the road courses. I don't think we were as satisfied as we'd like to be, but looking at Toyota's performance, yes, you tend to focus on the box score, and you pointed out, we did not win either of the three big championships, but really when you look at this format, the playoffs, the goal at the beginning of the year is to make it to the championship weekend in Phoenix. This is NASCAR's Super Bowl, and really it's hard to be too critical when you consider that we had drivers in each of the three championship races there in Phoenix. The trucks with Corey Heim, John Hunter Nemechek in the Xfinity Series, and of course Christopher Bell in the Cup Series. And I tell you, one of the things I'm proudest of is in the Cup Series. This is 2023 was the 10th year of this new format, and Toyota remains the only manufacturer in the sport to send at least one driver to play in their Super Bowl, if you will, every single year. Unfortunately, mechanical issue, brake failure with Christopher kind of took him out of the contention fairly early on in the race. But there was a lot that we liked in 2023. 16 poles. Speed was not an issue in 2023 for Team Toyota. We seem to show up week in and week out with fast race cars. I think, looking forward and looking where we need to improve our game is in the execution area, in pit lane execution and minimizing mistakes. And I think it just underscores how difficult it is to win championships at this level of sport. And it should be difficult. It should be something truly special. And it is.
No, and I think with, going back and looking at, this past season, interesting note I think I brought up was the fact in the last 2 years of this new season, new car and everything, you guys had 18 wins and 25 poles, as a manufacturer. So, that shows consistency and the fact that, you're building fast race cars, and you're putting yourself in a position to contend for championships. And as you've already pointed out, that's the goal for every team. I mean, that's the thing, is if you feel like, okay, we need to make it into the championship playoffs, as far as that's concerned, number one. And then, like I say, the end goal, when you complete that task, is being end up at Phoenix or wherever they, decide we're going to settle this. And as you've already said, that's a major accomplishment, because again, your competition is playing in the same game, and they're using the same illustrations, and that's what they're trying to do to motivate, their people to be able to do this. I mean, this thing is it's a battle each and every year. We try to kind of push it down a little bit, but the manufacturer battle and titles are just equally as important to you as championships and wins to teams. I mean, it all goes hand in hand, but there is a certain amount of throw your chest out when you walk into the ballroom that on that night, as far as the championship is concerned. If you won the championship, or if you're the manufactured champion, there's a certain amount of satisfaction.
No, for sure. There's all kinds of ways that you measure success, and this is why I love motorsports, because I get a report card, my team gets a report card, every single week, and you're never finished. You can never just kick your feet up and say, okay, we can cruise the rest of the way. Because we know that Monday after Phoenix, everybody goes back to work, and well and truly, the off season is just pure chaos, because we're all scrambling to make sure that we show up at the beach in Daytona, ready for the biggest race of the year, the Daytona 500, and that's what our focus is right now. And of course, Jeff, we've got made a big announcement this past week with the launch of our brand new Camry for 2024.
Now, the car is beautiful. I mean, it looks awesome. I mean, you guys are always great about bringing something to the racetrack that looks fast before every rolls out there on the track. I mean, the car is awesome looking, and reading about the areas that you kind of focused in on, and I think folks need to understand that didn't happen overnight. I mean, that's been a work in progress for how long? I mean, maybe 2 years ago it was probably on the drawing board, and then you got to go through getting the drawings like you want them, then you got to make that into a real product. I mean, and the testing that goes into that is second to none.
No, it's a major endeavor, and I have to say, for us, for one of the three OEMs, I think one of the best things that NASCAR and our OEM consortium did was back in 2020 or 2013, 10 years ago, is when the advent of what we refer to as the Gen 6 philosophy, and that is we want to race what we sell in the showrooms, because Jeff, if you remember, 10-15 years ago, the cars had kind of devolved into this amorphous shape that was principally decal engineered into Camrys and Fords and Chevrolets, and that it was disingenuous. So I love the fact that Toyota, Ford, and Chevrolet, Rushbrook, Campbell, and I, we could all sit down and say, listen, let's agree, let's figure out how we do it and serve up the solution to NASCAR. And that's exactly what we did. We said we want to incorporate real design elements into our race cars. Let's create a box, performance parameters that we have to stay within for the purposes of parity, but do it in such a way that we can incorporate real design elements. So the agreement that we have with NASCAR and the commitment that NASCAR has with us is as we update and evolve the cars that we sell and build in our factory in Georgetown, Kentucky, the Camry, that the race cars will follow. And I tell you, it's to the point where, I mean, NASCAR take it seriously. We, left to our own devices, Jeff, we would focus purely on performance, and we throw a little bit of styling in there, right? Because we our measure is the wind tunnel. But again, it has to be true to the spirit of what we agreed to. And literally we have we had this confidential session with NASCAR where we fly them out to, Ann Arbor, Michigan, to our design studio, and they look at a pre-production, prototype of what we're going to be selling and compare that to what we have in the wind tunnel, and they have to sign off on it. So that, again, that process started, a year plus ago. And I tell you, we have a really special partner in Kelty Design. Kelty Design is the in-house design studio for Toyota. They have a Southern California office, just a stone's throw away from TRD's headquarters in Newport Beach. And we work with their stylists hand in hand in making sure that we build a car that's representative of the Camry XSE that's going to be sold, and it's going to show up in dealerships next spring, but that also performs and that we have the confidence that it performs on the racetrack. And it's this dance, almost a negotiation we do with the stylist to make sure that both objectives are achieved. And what I'm super proud of and excited about is this Camry that we're going to take to the racetrack in Daytona is one of the best cars we've ever had in the wind tunnel. And of course the styling of it mirrors what our fans and the consumers are going to see in the Toyota dealerships next spring.
Well, and I think again, that's going back to the old philosophy that's always been around since the inception of racing and manufacturers working together. What wins on Sunday or Saturday, sells on Monday. And going through the showroom now, and I think that's one thing that we've learned the hard way, is how many times we got into battles between Ford and Chevrolet before Toyota was even around, and even Chrysler. Trying to build something that go through the showroom, but necessarily the stylish over at Chevrolet, they went this direction, Ford went this way. One of them looked like a sleek airplane, but the other one looked like a football, and the football was kicking the fool out of the airplane. So it's funny what we've had to do, but I applaud, and I think we've discussed this before, but the willingness and the understanding how you all can win. All three manufacturers coming together, because NASCAR was going to make the playing field level, and if we could work together, then we can not only be competitive on the racetrack, but we'll also be competitive in the showroom. And I think that I applaud y'all for that. And is anything else going to change as far as coming up? I know you got the Supra and the Xfinity Series still racing, the old reliable Tundra right at the moment. But anything going on in those series that you want to talk about as far as you're concerned? Because I really want to get into some of your teams here in a minute also.
Yeah. Well, again, you mentioned the GR Supra that will continue racing in the Xfinity Series, and our Tundra that started 20 years ago. It's hard to believe, Jeff, but it was 2000. You remember 2004 when we first turned a wheel on the racetrack and got that first win, that first National Series win in Michigan with Travis Quapple in our Tundra in 2004. So we're super proud to have, and I think we're the only OEM that have three different makes of vehicle across the three different national series in NASCAR. So yeah, no changes on the truck or the Xfinity side for 2024.
like I said, I wanted to touch on your team situation. Since I've talked with you, the addition of Legacy this upcoming season, you're adding 2 more teams to the Toyota camp, drivers Eric Jones and John Hunter Nemechek. And I gotta at least ask, I mean, how does it feel to have Jimmy Johnson associated with your organization now? Because there again, everybody looks at him as you think he's branded. It kind of like the old Yellowstone deal. You open his shirt up, you're going to see a bow tie, branded on him somewhere. But you got him. So I mean, how is that working out?
Well, I tell you first, Jeff, it's extremely humbling to imagine that Jimmy Johnson is joining our team, and it I was just looking at the calendar. It was less than a year ago. It was literally December of last year when pretty much out of the blue, Jimmy reached out to me and said he wanted to come out to Southern California and have dinner. I knew Jimmy, but I didn't have a relationship with him. It was very casual, garage, you nod your head and like you have with everyone there. Right. But he flew out to our headquarters, and we had a quiet dinner one night, the first week of December. And Jeff, I tell you what, by the end of that dinner, I said to myself and the small team that we had there, that this is somebody that we want to go racing with. Jimmy, there's, in terms of character, integrity, he's a special person. Forget about everything he's done in the world of motorsport. He's just a good person. And I say all the time that, it might sound like an obvious statement, but you like to do business with people that you like. You like to do business with people that share your values. And so, Jimmy painted a picture very quickly that suggested we wanted to consider how we might add his organization to our lineup. Because Jeff, December, last December, we weren't planning, we were, again, we're always open to growing and looking for the right partners. But you've heard me say time and time again that our mantra is quality over quantity, right? Since the time we've been in the sport, we've never had, quote unquote, market share in terms of the numbers of cars. And I used to think that we needed to have it, but then I came to understand that actually the reverse works pretty well. As long as you have quality organizations, having fewer teams, fewer cars allows us as a manufacturer to kind of mass our resources across fewer cars. And there are years where every one of our teams have won multiple races. Now that's hard to do. This year, I think we had 5 of 6 of our drivers win multiple races. So looking at Legacy Motor Club, looking at and hearing his partner Maury Gallagher, their vision of growing that organization from what was a championship caliber truck team, because it really evolved from GMS racing, right? And listen to the commitment that they made to us in terms of recruiting and building and investing to race at the highest levels. We agreed that this would be a good fit for Team Toyota. And you mentioned their drivers. Of course, Eric Jones was a truck series champion with us back in the day. Eric drove for Joe Gibbs Racing, had a lot of success, and we look forward to having him and his family back in a Toyota. And of course, John Hunter Nemechek, we've been working with him for a few years, absolutely love him and his family, and love the fact that, we have now a seat in the Cup Series to provide one of the drivers that we've invested in back when he was racing trucks with Kyle Busch Motorsports, and of course Xfinity with Joe Gibbs Racing. Because when it comes to, as the investment we make in a lot of these young drivers, it's a slippery slope, because if you don't have seats to keep them in, you can lose them. So love the fact again that we've got a seat for John Hunter, and having him on board, having his experience with Toyota will help that transition to 2024.
Let me ask you one other question, and as it pertains, and you talk about seats, and I know again that chess game is played at a very high level, year in and year out. But in looking at your owner's points and understanding that normally, I said a normal field is like 36 in the Cup Series currently. Now, obviously Daytona and certain other racetracks, there will be full fields. But with that being said, I know that 2311 and along with Legacy, they have run some one-offs out of their camps. Is that something that you're going to continue to embrace, and is that a avenue for for drivers from outside the United States, as well as maybe potential up and coming people that is it kind of like a test seat, and have y'all got that kind of like factored into the program here?
We absolutely do, Jeff. We actually, our agreements and our relationships with both 2311 and Legacy provide for their ability on a intentional basis, planned out ahead, to run a third car here or there. And one, part of the attraction that we have with both those organizations is they still have room to grow. Underneath the current rules, of course, they could run as many as 4 cars under roof if they choose to. So that's not lost on any of us. We have the mutual commitment to only do that, only add to those organizations when all of the parts and pieces are there of sponsorship and people, drivers, right? But 100%, it gives us an opportunity to run some drivers, to create some interest. We had a terrific experience twice last year. 2311, in both cases, the 500, they ran Travis Pastrana, and Travis wasn't locked into the race. He had to qualify his way in, so there was a lot of excitement around that. And then during the course of the race as well, he acquitted himself quite well. And of course, he is a global personality. Exactly. And certainly that, him participating put more eyeballs on our sport, and that was a great thing. Later on in the year, I actually flew to France and attended the 100th anniversary of Le Mans, and while I was there, announced that Kamui Kobayashi, our world champion endurance driver, would be driving a Toyota Camry at the Indianapolis road course for 2311. Mm-hmm. And while Kamui isn't very well known in the U.S., in Japan and in other Asian countries, in Europe, he's a very popular driver. And so we had a great time with Kamui, having him run there in Indianapolis, and stay tuned for next year. We've got a couple 3 drivers that we're
you
talking
got cards
to.
up your sleeve, don't you? I
Well,
see all that big
what?
smile right there. Yeah,
you have to plan in advance, and I
yeah.
teased this out. I teased this out earlier, but there will be a time. There will be a time where you are going to see 7-time champion, Chevrolet icon, Jimmy Johnson racing a Toyota Camry. And
I wouldn't have believed you to put that deal together if you didn't get him to commit at least running a race, if not more races than just one. But no, that right there would be something that would be not very, how would you say, tactically smart.
Well, I appreciate and certainly respect that there'll be some fans not too thrilled about that, but as well as I do that, in the end, a lot of the fans' opinion are shaped around those drivers and those personalities. And the fact is that we know as well that being associated with somebody like Jimmy and the caliber of person that he is, that reflects on our brand. And I'm proud. I'll be extremely proud. You won't be able to wipe the grin off my face when I see him in a Toyota Camry, because back in the day, Jeff, I was chasing Ivan Stewart down the Baja Peninsula when Jimmy Johnson, this little snot-nosed teenager, was racing off-road trucks in Southern California, right? And there were Chevrolets. I'll never forget.
I know. But I think that's the beauty of what is happening right now, is that we're seeing another page being turned in the history book. And I think last year's 75th, celebration of NASCAR as a whole. Let's start the next 75 with this announcement that Jimmy's going to be in a Toyota after, an illustrious career in Chevrolet. But Dave, it's always great to speak with you, because again, you're the man on the know, and I love the way you keep us updated. And right now I see Judy and Francis is here, and they're telling the kids we got to come in. It's time for dinner.
Hey, I appreciate it, Jeff.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David. Have a wonderful celebration this week at the banquet. And then we're going to move into our next session with Mark Rushbrook from Ford. Thank you very much.
Terrific.
We'll be right back.
Amen.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you and welcome back. to the program. I hope I don't sound like an old broken record, but please share the links with your industry friends. If you're watching us on Zoom, on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on Speedsport One. I mean, we make this program available for everyone in the industry, free of charge. A big thank you to our sponsors for allowing us to do that. So, if you have friends not in, just invite them and share those links. Thank you very much. Mark Rushbrook is with us. Jeff, we're going to continue with our big OEM this morning. We're going to wait for Mark to start it.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to hear from Ford Performance.
Yeah, they've got a lot to be proud of, and they're really, I'm sure, enjoying Nashville like nobody else is. Let's put it that way. I guarantee you that.
I think Mark is with us, but we can't see him. So we're going to wait for him to start his video. And we had a very busy morning. Now it's Ford, and we're going to have Jim Campbell after with GM and, some really big names after that. Right, Judy?
Oh, absolutely. Every day's been powerful. Today, we have streamlined all the OEMs, and they're all out in Nashville, and I'm just grateful they're giving us the time.
Good morning, Mark. We can see you on, but it looks like your video is not working. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, but we can't see you, Mark.
Yep. I keep saying allow the camera to work, but it's not doing that.
Maybe back out and then come back in.
Okay.
Let's do this, Mark. We're going to bring our IT genius on. This happens when we are live. So we're going to move you back to an attendee very quickly. And, Reed is going to connect with you and then maybe just log out and log back in. This is happening sometimes. And we want to make sure Mark can be with us for this session. And so, Jeff, any thoughts so far on the first few days?
I think Judy kind of summed it up. I mean, this thing has been very powerful. Each day, it's like you're wondering, okay, you've got to run out of these A-listers, and we're not. I mean, that's the thing that's so impressive. We just got through having Dave on and representing TRD, and then now we're bringing Mark Rushbrook on. And guess what? I mean, later on today, I'm really excited. If you didn't realize this, by checking the upcoming interviews or guests on our week-long industry week, Rick Hendrick. I can't wait to get a chance to talk to my old boss. And then, hey, I understand that the King's going to stop by. I'm talking about Richard Petty, and we'll get a chance to pick his brain. I mean, there's a guy that, we talk about 75 years of NASCAR. He's seated off. Hey,
we
there
got
you
Mark.
are.
Okay, we got a little technical problem, Mark, but it's let's get started.
Happy to. Sorry about that. I switched devices, and now it seems to be working fine.
Well, I'm glad we're able to get with you, sir. Good to see you, and hopefully you're having a enjoyable time in Nashville. I guess you're in Nashville, right?
Not just yet. I'm actually back in Dearborn today and flying down middle of the afternoon, so I'll be down there this evening.
Okay, well, good. I might as well go ahead and get this off my head, off of my chest, whatever. Congratulations to Ford. I mean, you guys, all three series and major series championships. And let's be realistic. Some of them, you were holding your breath for the last lap or the last few hundred feet to know that you were able to get it done. I mean, how does that feel overall when you're sitting there and that, I guess you might say, that pressure cooker of Phoenix, realizing it all comes down to this and being that tight?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much on the line in every single race and championship. And when we were going to Phoenix and knowing the four drivers that we had in each of the National Series championships, I knew that they all had a good shot at it. Great teams, great drivers, great support for them. And as it played out through the weekend, the truck race for sure on Friday, there was a lot going on there. We weren't sure who was going to come out on top for the championship or even the race win. But so exciting to see Ben get it done, and you get excited with one championship, and then as the weekend plays out and what Cole and Stuart Haas was able to do on Saturday, winning the race and the championship, and then the big one on Sunday going to the Cup race, we're thinking, okay, fantastic. We've got drivers winning the truck and Xfinity Series championship, but the way Team Penske prepared the car, executed the race, Ryan's driving through a lot of adversity, right? He kept falling back in the pack, but kept going back to the front or near the front and finished exactly where he needed to secure the championship. And so happy for Ryan and Team Penske and Doug Yates and everybody at Roush Yates and all of the Ford performance engineers that work so hard for it. But yeah, they're fantastic races and such high drama and anxiety until that checker flag.
Yeah, that's the thing is that you just never know. The last 100 feet of any race could be settled by mere inches. And the good thing was, like, with Cole Custer, he definitely came to play right here in the latter part of the season. I was just I've been blown away with how impressive Stuart Haas got with those race cars. And I don't want to leave Riley Herbst out of the situation either, because I mean, you got 4 wins out of a, you don't have a lot of, I guess you might say, bullets in your gun when it comes to the Xfinity Series, and they performed, unimaginably good in a situation that could very easily have gotten away from them, and you wouldn't have had nobody to represent Ford and the way it turned out. But then once he got there, the race on Saturday, I mean, it's like, wow, these guys are serious. I mean, they've got a great race car, and I think the number one thing has to be, he was asked to go back down to try to get more experience, and that experience led him to a championship. And I think that right there is a tribute to everybody at Stuart Haas and Ford, because y'all worked very hard to make this come together. I think that's the one that's been a surprise, but a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, we have a lot of confidence in Cole Custer and what he was able to do through the season. And I know it must have been hard for him to drop from Cup back to Xfinity. Great opportunity for him to reprove himself, and certainly went out and did that. And especially the strength at the end of the season and in Phoenix when it mattered most.
Yeah. I don't want to do a whole lot of time rehashing a great season for Ford. I want to get a little bit more focused on what's coming around the corner. We know that you've got the new Ford Mustang getting ready to do battle in 2024. How excited are you about that? Because, I'm just going to be dead honest with you. You guys have not been the competitor that, we always expect you to be when, what I'm saying, when you guys show up at the racetrack, you have not been that powerhouse that we're used to seeing from Ford.
Yeah, it's as you look at the different seasons and the feeling of success in different seasons. I remember in 2020 when we won 20 races, but did not win the championship. And we won the manufacturers championship, but not the drivers championship. And that was, even though it was great to win a lot of races through the year, but to not get the drivers championship, that's the big prize for us. So even though it was a strong, successful year, we were left kind of wanting a little bit at the end. And compared to these last 2 seasons where we haven't won as many races as we would like through the season, but in Cup with Penske coming on strong, with Joey and winning in 22 and with Penske again and winning with Brian in 23, it is very satisfying to get that drivers championship at the end of the year. But we do want to be winning races week in and week out, and it does take every single element of the program to be successful, to be able to do that, whether it's engine or chassis, simulation, aero, driver, pit crew, everything. The new body for 2024, we are, well, first of all, we're very excited that we have the new 7th generation Mustang as a road car and the opportunity to make a great looking race car in NASCAR Cup, as well as many other series around the world. But we've made performance improvements with it as well. So certainly still within the parity box or within the submission rules of what NASCAR lays out. And it's very detailed and focused, but we've been able to reposition within that box, and we know we'll be more competitive because of that. But we don't stop working on any other element of the program. We're still advancing that. And I was in North Carolina yesterday, Doug Yates at his shop, and we're always looking at be as successful as possible.
Well, when you're dealing with Doug Yates right there, you got a guy that's going to find you something no matter where. I mean, every time you say, well, we've gone as far as we can go, they find a way to go a little bit further. And I love Doug and his whole organization. And he just kind of, I think, he represents Ford. And I think they're, the way y'all have done business since then, since, you know, the original Henry Ford came into and ran that, you know, car and started racing, you know, with Ford. You guys have always persevered and looked for things, I mean, that nobody else does, I think. And I love Doug Yates. I'll put it that way. I'm a very big fan of Doug Yates and the way he does business. And I'm excited for y'all because of that. I mean, I'd hate to have him as an enemy, you know what I'm saying? And be a competitor against him.
We're glad that he's on our side, that he's part of our family. And as you know, right, we are a family company still, and it definitely goes back to the beginning, or before our company was formed, with Henry Ford racing sweepstakes and winning a race, and all the way through today with the Ford family still involved in our business. And Will Ford just joined the company, and he's part of Ford Performance and part of our team. So we literally are still a family company, and we go racing with great partners, and especially, as you mentioned, Doug Yates. Roush Yates is a family company, and he is part of our Ford family and part of our commitment to NASCAR and commitment to Doug to give them all the resources to keep winning races and championships alongside our great teams that we have.
Well, we have a comment and a question kind of all rolled into one. And David Morton said, hey, Mark, congratulations on winning the championship. And he wants to know what your thoughts are about RFK Racing bringing back the number 60 in 2024. But I also want to add on to that, how excited are you to see the resurgence with the RFK? I mean, you know, they won they won some races this year, are definitely a factor in the playoffs, and it looks like they're on the right track.
Yeah, we're very excited to see RFK at the level that they are. And again, in North Carolina, we were there in their shop and going through with Brad and Josh and Jeremy and Steve. They're a review of 2023, but also looking forward to 2024. And it is a big testament to Brad coming in and the leadership inside of the team and the vision and reinventing everything, and great history with Jack and what Roush and they have accomplished across so many years. But now combine that in there with Jack and advancing that program to be ready for the future, and to have the success that they did, winning race, getting in as far as he did in the playoffs, was great to see.
Yeah,
they're not resting on those laurels, right? That's not enough, and that's exactly what we want to see is that smile on their face, recognizing what they did this year, but knowing that they're committed to giving more. And I think adding the 60 car is a testament to that. Is what else can they do to be more competitive on a super speedway, getting a third RFK car out there, and more is as much as we have our Ford Plus approach with all the Ford cars. It will certainly help RFK to have 3 RFK cars there for that race, but also building the capability or potential to add a car full-time in the future as well. When the time is right is important.
Right. Well, that being said, when you look back or look down through your 3 series right now, you're going to have to make some additions and make some changes. And how are y'all working as far as the teams that you currently have? You know, you got Josh Berry coming on, Stuart Haas, you got some other adjustments coming there. How do the lineups work, or are they working currently in your mind as far as 2024 is concerned?
Yeah, part of racing is within a manufacturer or within a team, there are peaks of performance and sometimes droughts. or where the performance is lacking. And that is one of the benefits with what we have with the team lineup that we have with Penske, Wood Brothers, Stewart Haas, RFK front row, Rick Ware. We've got a number of different cars and teams, and you'll see performance come and go across those teams. And certainly have seen that across these last couple of years. But we're still there as a manufacturer, committed to helping them be as successful as they can be, knowing that sometimes those teams need to go through those different periods of time where they need to find what is missing and get that spark again. And part of that is a driver lineup as well. So there's certainly been changes in all of our teams across the years, and this one though is a big change for Stewart Haas with a champion like Kevin Harvick retiring. We're so thankful he was able to drive the latter part of his career in a Ford and won a lot of races with us, and really proud of being able to partner with him. And Eric Almirola has been a big part of the Ford program, back to Richard Petty Motorsport and coming across to Stewart Haas. And to see those two exiting Stewart Haas, it's hard to see them go because we love having them race Fords, but welcoming in new drivers is part of the evolution of the sport as well, and seeing those drivers develop and become race winners and champions themselves.
Yeah, you talk about Kevin. I want to ask you about, now his new endeavor into the Cars Tour. And if I saw correctly, is he going to be associated with Ford as far as, moving forward in that direction also?
Yeah, there'll be some projects that we continue working with Kevin. He's a great thing with Kevin is he's been a fantastic driver. Obviously winning races and championships, but he's also much bigger than that and is truly invested in the sport and an ambassador for the sport. And we're going to see a lot of them and love to be part of it with him.
No, you got that right. He is such a great ambassador, and no matter who he's representing, whether it's Ford or any of his sponsors that he's had in the past, he's always been very loyal. And I think, genuine. I think that's something that, that I really believe. When Kevin tells me something, you can take it to the bank, and you can always read him, because he's not putting on a pretense. If he likes what he's doing, you'll get see a side of him that's really powerful.
Yes.
Well, what about, as you get ready and start looking into the future, talking to David Wilson, you guys, this new Mustang that's coming out, it didn't come out yesterday. I mean, you guys have worked very hard, and you've had to go through that learning curve. It's been very challenging with the new car that we're racing right now. And the new car is taking some different things compared to what I think a lot of people thought it would, not to mention some of the racetracks and some of the combination of tires. I mean, all that stuff is factored in. So not only the new Mustang here, what about how it's going to affect you in the Xfinity Series? And is there anything on the horizon as far as the Truck Series is concerned?
Yeah, learning the next gen car across these last 2 years has been tougher, I think, than even we imagined. And we certainly knew that the notebooks had to be thrown out from the Gen 6 car, but the sensitivities or more specifically finding the sweet spots has been tougher. And we've had now with the body, we had obviously the new body for 22. We had the opportunity for the cooling changes and a change to the nose for 23, but now having raced across those 2 years and allowing that input to be used for developing the 2024 body, we're a lot more comfortable with what we have for sure, because there's the testing parameters that you need to meet as part of the submission, but then there's how the car is really being raced on track and making sure we're optimized for that. And we really believe that we are. So that's been a good learning, and to have, again, the relevance of the next gen car, and we love the look of the new Mustang on the street, but also the relevance that we have now with our 2024 body to match that 7th generation. So looking forward to seeing that on coming very soon at the Clash and then Daytona in February. For Xfinity, we have not done a new car shape yet to align to the new body. So in 2024, we'll be racing the same shape. It'll have new decals on it to make it look more like the new car, but that will be an opportunity in the future as well as truck to advance those bodies, but also with the teams as well and the programs in Xfinity. Like you said, I love what Stuart Haas has done and the success for Cole and Riley winning in Las Vegas, and really happy that they're both coming back in Xfinity for next year, but also AM Racing stepping up their program and the commitment there for Haley, but also other partners like Sieg and what they're able to do in Xfinity. And trucks have become increasingly important for us again, especially to help with young drivers and to have ThorSport back and not just winning the championship, but just the great partner that Duke is and ThorSport is, as well as what Front Row is doing. Bob Jenkins loves his truck racing. He certainly loves cup racing, but it's been fun watching Bob and Jerry build a truck program and the success that they've had with Zane across the last 2 years, and really seeing them embrace and enjoy the truck program has been fun for us as well.
Since you're speaking about the trucks, are you anticipating any changes there in the near future? I know there's a lot of rumblings about, that they're going to maybe come out with a composite body here in the near future. Is any truth to that? And will that change, whether you race a F-150 or come with a new model?
Yeah, I mean, no immediate changes, and we would likely do a new truck, potentially do a new truck for 2025. We haven't committed to doing that yet. Mm-hmm. We are happy with our team lineup with ThorSport and Front Row and the success that they've had on the track.
So let's talk a little bit about maybe an international deal, because I mean, we got a lot of people here asking questions about, you're racing here in the United States, but what can we expect internationally from Ford? Do they have any plans? Because we see these drivers coming over and getting wins here and being competitive, from the European or rally racing, whatever. Even a lot of people talking about Formula One possibly popping into NASCAR with some of their drivers. How's that going to affect Ford overall?
Yeah, we've got some pretty big commitments and ambitions globally. A lot of it is centered around Mustang. So bringing the new Mustang in NASCAR like we did, but we were already racing the new Mustang in Australia Supercars this entire season. That was all based on the 7th generation, and had some early struggles there in the season, but finished up really strong with 4 wins across the last 4 races and success across our teams there. But next year we have also our new Mustang GT3 will debut at Daytona in January, in the 24 hours of Daytona. Nothing like the biggest race in IMSA to start the season with an all-new car. We've got the all-new Mustang GT4 that will also debut in IMSA. Those 2 cars are going to be sold globally. So that's a great thing with customer racing and the convergence in the GT world of the GT3 rules, the GT4 rules. We can race those 2 cars around the world, including entering the World Endurance Championship with Proton, which includes Le Mans, which will be fantastic to have a Mustang GT3 racing there at Le Mans. But that car can race; those 2 cars can race around the world. We have our Mustang Dark Horse R and the spec series that's available for that, and Mustang Challenge here in North America initially, but we'll look for global expansion of that. The new Mustang in NHRA and drag racing, not just in Funny Car with Bob Tasca, but also their new Factory X. So what we can do just with Mustang alone all around the world, it's a best-selling sports car as a road car, but now we can race it globally, many different series. We're doing a lot more globally with off-road racing. So literally, on their way to Dakar. So Dakar doesn't start until January 5th, but the whole logistics, literally the trucks just left the race shop yesterday to get down there, to make their way into Europe, to then go across the water to get to Saudi Arabia for Dakar starting January 5th. that is a big effort for us, and we're going there with M Sport. Our effort in January of 24 is a finish and learn effort, but we're going to, based upon that, do an all new truck for 2025, which will be intended to be in contention for the overall win there. About that. And then the big one that's coming for us globally is Formula One. And we've partnered with Red Bull, and Red Bull Ford Powertrains is up and running. And we are so excited to be partnered with them. They've shown the success that they're capable of this year. Not racing a Ford Power unit yet, but we know we've chosen the right team, and we're working so hard with them on the new power unit that doesn't race until 2026, but the amount of hours and dyno runs and everything that have already been finished, and great to see our Ford engineers working with the passionate engineers there. Looking forward to racing that in 2026.
Yeah, we got one question here, and it pertains to the electric Mustang, the Mach-E. How is that coming along? And also Don Taylor asked about, is there any thought about, Pikes Peak and all the stuff that you're taking on right now? It seems, for whatever reason, it seems like the world has exploded in racing. It's like, Le Mans has now got a breath of fresh air, and everybody talks about Le Mans, they talk about Dakar, they got so much stuff going on, and everybody knows about it. I mean, Formula One, rally racing, it's to me, Mark, I just feel like it's a revolution. It really is.
I agree. We're seeing it. So many series have just taken off. All of them, really. And we're so excited to be a part of so many of them. What you mentioned with the electric demonstrators, those have worked great for us because we haven't found yet the right series, the right place to race full electric. There's a few options out there, but we like these demonstrators because there's no rules. We can do whatever we want with the Mach-E 1400, the Cobra Jet 1400. You'll see the Super Cobra Jet 1800 later this year, or in 2024. We had in 23, we had our Super Van 4.2 at Pikes Peak. That worked so great for us because it's a fantastic event, and electric powertrain technology is perfect for going up a mountain like that with the altitude change. It allowed us to tell the story that we wanted to about who's going to take a van and race it up Pikes Peak. We did with an electric one, and it just told a great story about what the performance potential is for that. So we got a lot of value out of that, a lot of learning out of that. So look for more of those electric demonstrators and showing up in surprising places, doing some surprising things.
Well, let's turn a little bit of attention. You told us earlier that this afternoon you're headed to Nashville. Excuse me. Got a busy time down there. Anything you can share with us as far as is it going to be a long night come Thursday night when all this stuff right here kind of comes together?
Well, we are so excited to be heading to Nashville, and it's a great time for NASCAR, for all the great partners and people. So to have all of those people together, not racing, it's great that we're together racing almost every other weekend of the year, but to be together in Nashville, it's great to enjoy that time together. Whether it's partners that we're racing with or competitors that we're racing against, to have that opportunity to spend time together and reflect on the season for 2023, but also to be looking and celebrating about the future that we have together and the racing that's yet to come.
Well, congratulations one more time. Enjoy and have happy holidays, and we'll see you in Daytona.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jeff. See you soon.
Thank you, Mark, and glad you made the technical challenge work on your end. That's what happened. We make all these session lives, and so thank you, Mark, and great session, Jeff. And we're going to be transitioning next with Jim Campbell. We are right on time, so no little breaks, no videos. We'll just go directly with Jim Campbell. So we've got David back with us. David should be here any second. And great interview this morning with Chip Ganassi. David, I mean, that was like bringing the history of his first win ever. That was that was a great moment as well. So David should be with us any second.
I am here, but I don't know why I'm not actually appearing in the vacant.
Oh, we've got another little technical challenge.
This is the first. This is the
going
first.
to get our technical expert, IT. That was just two little challenge back to back. So we're going to move you back as an attendee, and radar producer, we're going to coordinate with you. So in the meantime, we're just going to bring Jim Campbell and have a little chat with Jim before we get this little technical challenge resolved. So Jim Campbell should be with us any second, and while Jim is connecting, would like to say just a big thank you to him as well as Mark. Good afternoon, Jim.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on
Sure
mute.
can. We can hear you and see you, and I like your backdrop.
Okay, great. Somehow I got this backdrop up here. I don't know how I got it up there, but I think we're going to share some pictures. Great to see you all. Francis, good to see you. Yeah. And Judy, great to see you as well. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for joining us.
Well, we're having a little...
Are you down in Nashville?
No, I'm heading there. This afternoon. So I'm in Detroit right now. So I'm heading there tonight.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Apologies for this little technical challenge, but David is back on with us now. And my understanding, Jim, is you have slides to to show, and David is right there. So you give us the signal, Jim, and then we'll let David run the interview, and we'll follow your lead as far as the slides you would like us to share.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think somebody there has the slides. Hey, David, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you, Jim. How are you?
Good. Well, I'm actually at one of our garage locations here in the Detroit area, and behind me I've got actually our new Corvette Z06 GT3. But for some reason I've got this background on there. I don't know how to get it off, so we'll just keep rolling here. I do have a picture of it here, but great to see you, and thanks for having me on. This is kind of become a year-end tradition in the racing world, and thanks for having us.
It's absolutely our pleasure. Let's talk about very recent success. Chevrolet sweeping all three manufacturers' championships in NASCAR. There's certain branches of racing where the manufacturer's title is seen as some kind of consolation prize, but that's not the case in NASCAR, is it? I mean, you won half the races against some terribly fierce opposition in Cup, and more than half across the three series. How proud are you of that particular achievement?
Yeah, it's always a goal at the beginning of the season for a couple of objectives, and one is a manufacturer's championship in every series in which we compete, and then side by side with that is to really work with our teams and drivers to give them all the tools they need to win races and opportunity to win a championship. And so the last 2 years have been unique. We've won, half the races or more in the Cup, Xfinity, and Truck, and did not win the Drivers' Championship. I think you had Mark on here just a moment ago, and obviously they swept all three of the drivers. So racing is a passionate sport. It's one where it feels like you're never done. And so while we won the three manufacturers' championships, we're so proud of. Obviously, the goal is to win manufacturers and drivers, and so work ahead in the coming season. But super proud of everybody on the Cup side. The teams won 18 of 36 races, and Xfinity 17 of the 33 races they run, and Truck 14 of the 23. And so that's really a tribute to the work we're doing with all of our race teams. So proud of them all. And then we had in all three of the series, when it came down to the Drivers' Championship, we had anywhere from 1 to 2 drivers in every one of the three championship races. So didn't get it this year. The goal is to get it, in the future.
And of course, Mr. Stenhouse won the Daytona 500 as well. That's
right.
special trophy.
If I'm not sure if somebody there's got the slides, they could put up the NASCAR slide. But obviously that was a great way to start the season there with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Phenomenal end of the race, gets a Daytona 500 win, starts us off in a great fashion. It was just awesome. And then obviously throughout the season, Other Chevy drivers, put up a total of 18 wins. William Byron had 6. That was kind of a leading number in the Cup Series in terms of wins for Chevy and across all the drivers, which was awesome. And Grant Enfinger down there in the bottom right, who made it to the finals, put some wins on the board, and I think that's Allgaier on the top right with Xfinity wins, and Allgaier and others put 17 wins on the board. So exciting stuff, and to win the Daytona 500 is such a special thing. So happy for Ricky and JTG Dougherty.
Yeah, wonderful way to start the season. Of course, that wasn't the only huge iconic race you won this year. You also took the Indy 500 in another breathtaking finish that seems to have become something of a habit at the Speedway. And then Manufacturers Championship in this final year of the purely 2.2 litre twin turbo without hybrid era. And so that's now 8 titles that you won in this era. How special was that for you?
Yeah, it was special. And, Joseph, obviously all the IndyCar drivers, the goal obviously on the top of their list is to win the Indy 500. Joseph did it. It was an amazing race. Came right down to the end. You can see him, at the Yard of Bricks where he stopped the car, didn't drive it over to the, kind of the winners area and the platform. And he did that slide into the grandstands, which was iconic. I loved it. And, so that was awesome. And then obviously, for him, he won 4 of the ovals between Indy, 2 races at Iowa and Texas. And then with that, he has become the winningest Chevy driver kind of in this modern era since we came back into the series in 2012 with 29 wins. So with Chevy, all with Chevy. And so really proud of that. And then obviously the Manufacturers Championship was terrific as well. And that the way they calculate the points in the series, we came right down to the last race as usual, and the Chevy drivers and teams put enough points on the board to lock that championship up, and that was a nice way to end the season. In addition to the 500 win.
How difficult has it been to balance that with the testing of the hybrid unit? First you end up with the 2.4 litre one being shelved, and then you have to focus and actually cooperate with your chief rival to make the hybrid work for 2024. Has that been a difficult balancing act, just in terms of personnel?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one thing that the auto industry, whether you're talking about production vehicles or race cars and propulsion systems, it's what we do is we work on the current and what we're building and engineering for the showroom today. At the same time, we've got a group of people who are working on the future, and so it's also true in racing. So it does put a strain on the system, there's no doubt, and it's been kind of an industry-wide effort between our team, HPD, IndyCar, and some of the key suppliers. And so the testing has been going on, and obviously we're now at the point of understanding supply chain dynamics and so on. But yeah, it's a dynamic of working on today and tomorrow at the same time puts a stress in the system, but candidly in our industry, it's something that we do.
Right. God, you have such a massive portfolio in motorsport at the moment, but there's a lot to cover here. But V8 supercars, champion manufacturer, 1, 2, 3 in the championship. I don't want to gloss over that, but looking at jumping 2 years ahead, obviously the Camara's going out of production next year. So what are GM's plans for the Supercars Championship in 2025? I'm not expecting a massive scoop here, but there are plans.
That's a good question. Well, first, before I get to that, super proud of the whole effort of all of the Chevrolet teams. AAA was a key partner in developing the Camaro for Camaro Z01 for Supercars. Debuted it we just got out to a really fast start, won 22 of the 28 races, so 79% of the races Chevy drivers and teams won the manufacturers championship. You can see the team, it's our team on the top right there, along with Shane Howard, who runs the series, presenting the Manufacturers Cup, if you will. And then obviously Brody Kostecki wins the championship in the 1-2-3 with Chevy drivers. So it was a terrific year there, and so super proud of that. We got to keep momentum going next year. Obviously, you had Mark on there, and Ford picked up the pace, obviously, and near the end of the season and won a bunch of races. So it's going to be an amazing, season ahead, and a lot of tight competition between us and Ford. In terms of what's going to happen in the future, obviously the Camaro does continue for another model year, and so that's our focus now. When we made the announcement that we will ramp the Camaro down, we did say that it's not the last chapter in the story of Camaro. So more to come, but for now we will be racing the Camaro here in this coming year, and then more to come.
Right. And in terms of, I always thought Camaro was ideal for the Supercars Championship because, in my personal opinion, it's always been the best handling of the new breed of muscle cars. But do you see, a electric future? How much? I suppose the easier question would be, how much influence do you feel that GM has with supercars in terms of the way the regulations are formulated for the future?
Yeah, I would say, and if you want to go ahead and pull that slide down now for just a moment here, and we can just talk here. Yeah, I would just say that on every series, including supercars, we meet with Shane Howard and the team there about kind of the current state of the series and what could be next. Obviously, we work very closely with our key race team partners, including 888 and others. And so we work with them on all those things, like what could be next. So there's nothing to announce here, but we do stay in tight contact with all the series, including supercars. So we'll continue to work that. And in the meantime, I think the next season set up for amazing competition between the Camaro and the Mustang, kind of a classic competition. And we're gonna try to create some excitement. I have to say we're going from Holden, which obviously had a long history in Australia, to the Camaro. Those are big moments, and you're trying to understand how the race fans are going to respond. And it's been since we debuted the car, which looks phenomenal. The race fans have been absolutely terrific, and so many of the Holden fans, came with us on the transition to the Camaro. And in Australia and New Zealand, we do have a group that does sell especially vehicles from our entire GM portfolio in those two markets. And so the race series helps us keep the enthusiasm high for everything going on with GM there.
Right. Now, before we get on to discussions about Le Mans, obviously we must tackle IMSA because obviously, the GTP formula has just been like an adrenaline shot to the prototype class, and I know it wasn't seamless, but the way Cadillac moved from the DPI VR into the the GTP era, it looked like you were ready to take on all comers, not only your old rivals Acura, but also Porsche and BMW. The success of Cadillac in IMSA this year, is that something that you expected?
Well, obviously, Cadillac does have a history in racing, and we obviously were there, fully committed on DPI, setting up for what became GTP. And actually, why don't you go ahead and pull that slide down there? I don't know, Judy or somebody can just pull that down so Dave and I can talk for just a moment here. But I would just say that, hey, we, like everybody else, we prepared immensely and deeply, and obviously that's got a hybrid application, and so we did a lot of learning early on in that. The team really prepared well. You never know where you're going to be until you get to literally the first race. Even the Roar is a little tough. It's a little tough to tell at the Roar, to tell you the truth. So it's really got to get to qualifying at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. And it was a great season. It was great to see the progress of the teams over our Cadillac teams over the course of the season, and obviously Action Express and the Whelen Cadillac B Series, .R, our GTP entry came out with the Drivers' Championship, Team Championship, and Manufacturers. So it was fantastic, and so proud of the team, and it came down obviously to the last race as usual.
Yes.
And so it was great, and the competition was intense. Acura, Porsche, BMW, and they all kind of had their moments during the year. But I'm super proud of the 31 team and what they did and how they represented Cadillac so great, and also the Ganassi team as well. It was a team effort, and you heard from Chip earlier, and I didn't catch his entire interview, but one thing we do across all of our series when we have multiple teams is you as a manufacturer, we can accelerate the learning cycles if we work together as one team, and that's what we did in NASCAR. It's what we've done in IndyCar. It's what we do obviously in the IMSA series. And so those two teams working together with Mark Stilo and Laura Klauser and the whole team, Dr. Eric Warren, they did a great job working together.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. Obviously, the work between Whelen Engineering and Ganassi. How hard is it to, they're both working for Cadillac, but they're also dead set rivals in themselves as a team. How is that just as tough as persuading Chevrolet powered teams and IndyCar to kind of like remember who's in the back of their car?
It's a great question, because really the teams and a lot of the crew chiefs and the engineers grew up in a time frame where they were rewarded for keeping information tight and getting results on the track, and they progressed. And what's happening now is because over the last, I'll call it, I don't know, 5-6 years, maybe longer, the amount of testing that you get in these series is very minimal, minimal. So your ability and using every dollar of resource and human resource as well to the best effect requires us to work together. Otherwise, if we don't do it, somebody else does it, they'll get an edge on you. So it has been it's been a journey for sure, but I will tell you, in NASCAR, we worked probably more independently, years ago, and today our key partners, we work, between Hendrick Motorsports, Rich Hills Racing, Trackhouse, and also linking in our other teams. We work really well together. It's not easy. It's never perfect, but we don't have a choice. We've got to have fast learning cycles, limited resource, limited testing. It really requires a collaboration. Now, once you get on the track, you gotta go run your race, and that's what they do.
Right. Moving across the Atlantic to Le Mans and the WEC in general. Before we get onto the Corvette, the Cadillac prototype there, do you feel satisfied that Cadillac has done everything they can to make the car competitive, and it's now just going to take a BOP adjustment to turn them from podium finishers into victory contenders?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say that first of all, the job of a race team and a manufacturer working together is never done, never ever. You can never rest a minute. You always have to be progressing. The competition is that intense, as you know well. I think that between the LMDH and the LMH, or I'll call it the GTP and the hypercar, there are multiple meetings during the year around getting together and understanding the BOP piece of that. I think there's more work to be done. BOP seems like a never-ending kind of to-do list. There's a to-do list that continues to be there. I think there's more work that has to be done on both sides. We have to be better as a team and really find even more performance. A lot of the teams really did gain a lot of performance during the year, and then there's a broader kind of hypercar versus GTP BOP that continues to be refined. The good news is there is a forum in which all that gets talked about, and we're making progress. I'm not sure I would say we wouldn't declare that to do being done, more to do there, but super proud of what the Cadillac teams. It had been over 20 years since we had raced at Le Mans, and so with Cadillac, and so coming back and having 3 Cadillacs represented, you can see there between Action Express and the 2 Chip Ganassi Cadillacs. It was great to have 3 kind of in the race, and we were honored to have 3 invitations, and super proud of how we performed. And certainly the goal is to hit to the top of the podium. Didn't get there, got on the podium after 20 years of not being there. That was a debut that we were super proud of, but always hungry for more. And you can see in the bottom right there is Mike O'Gara and the Cadillac team. Basically, taking a moment to celebrate first year back for Cadillac after almost 2 decades, and really, outrunning a lot of tough competition, but we got 2 more steps to go on the podium. So work continues there. And then obviously, Corvette has a long history at Le Mans in the GT class. Obviously, they run now the GT-AM class. If you can just go back one there, and super proud of the 33 Corvette C8R the last year for the C8R. And Ben Keating and his co-drivers had an unbelievable, challenging start, got a couple laps down, worked for 22 more hours, and climbed back to the top, won their class, went to the top of the podium. It was just an amazing moment, and the 9th time that Corvette's won in its class. So a lot of experience at Le Mans. It's one of those races, it's binary. It's either you win or you don't. Everything, you want to get to the top step. That's the one that feels the best, and super proud of the team.
And amazing redemption after what happened to Corvette at Le Mans.
Oh yes, don't remind me, David. Don't remind me of the previous year.
That was too cruel.
That was such a tough moment. I can remember like it was like yesterday.
Yeah.
And just watching, we had such good speed a year ago, and get taken out the way it happened. And I don't think it was you always wonder, is it intentional or not? I deemed it not intentional. It was a mistake. And so that's part of racing. And we've been on the other side of it where we've made, we've had a mistake or what have you, and had an issue. And so anyways, that's racing, and it just motivates you more for the next year.
And obviously, the Corvette's performance in general on both sides of the pond is a tremendous advertisement for what we hope we're going to see from the GT3R model in 2024. I understand AWA have already taken delivery of their new car.
Yeah, and Judy or whoever's got just kind of go forward one here for me, or a couple. I think it's, if we go back, and I've got one. I'm standing like 5 feet from one here. I wish I could show it to you, but I'm having an issue with the computer here. Right. If you keep going deeper into the file there for me, that'd be great. One more. Right there it goes. Yeah, there's the AWA team. They came up to Michigan, Pontiac, Michigan. This is at our propulsion and powertrain racing center that Russell Blanis leads, from our team. And I think you see Laura Clauser's there, and Todd Christensen, and Christy Bagney, and that's the AWA team taking delivery of their GT3 Corvette. I got Andrew, who's the owner of the team, and then Anthony and Ori are the drivers of each of the cars, and they'll obviously team up with a couple more drivers and make their debut. They'll run in the GTD AM class here in North America in IMSA. And then Pratt Miller, as you know, will be factory supported, and they'll run 2 cars in the GTD Pro. So it's going to be great to be debuting the GT3 end of the C8R era. And now we're on the Z06 GT3R era. It's going to be great. I
mean, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but how frustrating is it that you come up with this tremendous C8R and it gets, pensioned off after just a couple of seasons, when, it didn't get the chance to kind of like replicate all the amazing performances from the C7, C6, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Well, I was fortunate, along with many other people, including our partners at Pratt Miller and inside the company, many people who were there in 1999. We made our debut at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona with the C5R. It was a big moment. We didn't know if the program was going to go 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Our hope was it was going to go 3 or more. And here we are, over 20 years later, still rolling with Corvette racing. Amazing track record with the car. And so many wins, over 127 victories worldwide with that whole platform. And so, the C8R, I wish we'd had a little more time with it, but there's been discussion around a kind of a GT convergence for years and years, and it never happened. Nobody could ever get it organized, and it finally did happen. And so I think that we obviously, when that decision was made, our focus was to get a GT3 going, and that's what we did here. And so we're going to get after it here in the coming seasons. We'll be able to race this car obviously in the series around the world, but we'll start here in North America, and it's going to be exciting.
Obviously, the Garage 56 project was, I mean, I just found it absolutely fascinating that you would wish to do this, and secondly, I was also massively impressed at how the car ran and at the amount of support it seemed to get from the fans. Like, it became a really hot topic of conversation. What did you take from that? What looked like you were doing it, you know, it might be interpreted that you're doing it for fun, but obviously that's not how racing goes. So what did you take from it commercially?
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, as we mentioned a moment ago, Chevy's had, particularly Chevrolet's had a, you know, long, deep, decades-long experience racing at Le Mans. It is such a special race. If you win Le Mans, it's like the gold standard. It's like, you know, that gives the sports car you have, you know, amazing credentials. So
yeah,
we love the race for that, and obviously the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, 12 Hours of Sebring, Road America, Watkins Glen, they have their own special place as well in sports car racing. But to be able to collaborate with, you know, Jim France had kind of the vision. What if we did this? And as you recall, in the 70s, Jim's father did it with 2 or 3 cars. The cars didn't actually go that long. They didn't race that long in the 24-hour race. And so we said, working with Jim and John Doonan and obviously, you know, Rick Hendrick was in, and Jack Knaus and Jeff Gordon, along with all the folks from Goodyear and everybody at NASCAR, along with Chevrolet. We decided if we're going to do it, we've got to do it right. And we used our experience at Le Mans combined with just obviously tremendous talents from the Hendrick organization, and John Doonan, you know, is like our project leader and did a great job. And everyone in Goodyear, we all came together and we really prepared the car properly. We tested it deeply in simulation, and then obviously I did a lot of on-track testing. Jim was eager to have drivers from all different series, all different parts of the world. He assembled an amazing driver lineup, and the car ran great. It ran in the GT3 categories of time. It really did. Lap times. It was fabulous. And so there was learnings that we actually shared with the other 2 manufacturers. Every test, the other manufacturers were enabled to come to the race. So they got all the data and the information and results from the testing. And there's things that we obviously all learned about, you know, things that can be done with this car potentially in the future. We'll see where it goes. But super proud of the team. They finished the race. They won the pit stop competition using traditional manual jacks. It was just a great thing. And there wasn't an article that was written or a TV story that was broadcast about the race that didn't include a sub story about this car. Super proud of it.
Exactly. Absolutely. No, it was great fun. Obviously, when we speak about partnerships with Hendrick, we turn our attentions to what's going to happen next year with the Kyle Larson competing at the Indy 500 and the Charlotte 600. And he's already tested for you know, at the Speedway. Again, this is more than just a commercial opportunity. This is something that could have major repercussions, and that he feasibly, it's Kyle Larson, goddammit, he could actually win both events, right?
This is going to be an exciting time to see a double. It's been a little while. Last time was Kurt Busch, and Kurt ran with Andretti and Honda, and then he flew to Charlotte and ran with Chevy in the NASCAR race. So that was the last time it happened. Obviously, you think about the people who've done it, Robbie Gordon, Tony, others. But it happens so rarely now, based on schedules and all that. Really exciting. And what we know about Kyle is he can race. He loves to race anything and everything. And so for this moment to happen, and for Rick and the folks at McLaren to pull together, Zach Brown, Gavin, and the team, it's going to be super exciting. And it was fun to watch him get in and do this first test.
Yeah.
And he I think he got up into I can't remember what the final speeds were, but let's say it was in the high 218s, 219s. Can't remember if he pushed over 220 or not. Maybe it was low 220s. But he really got a chance to get initial feel of the car, and so he passed the rookie test. I think he's energized for it to the positive. So is Rick. So is Zach. So are we. So it's gonna be a great way to show kind of the talents of a driver to switch series like that. And you know, Kurt, when he ran, he ran really well. He ran super well, and
Absolutely.
it can be done. And listen, it's hard to do, right? Winning the 500 for even the full timers is hard. So is it possible? Yes. It takes a special talent. I think Kyle certainly has the talent to drive just about any race car. So there's obviously a lot more learning to do, but very excited about it. Those are cool pictures too.
I hate to interrupt because we need to keep everything on schedule. There is 2 other topics. We want to cover quickly with Jim. Is NHRA ready? So you want to go, David, quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. How important to you is the NHRA? Obviously, we have Erica Enders, who I think should be every aspiring young female race car driver's hero. But also you won the Manufacturers Cup in NHRA this year.
Yeah, it was a great year. Another 7th year in a row for Manufacturers Championship, and then to see Erica win her 6th championship in Pro Stock's incredible. And I remember in 2012, I was sitting in a meeting on a Monday. We're going through all the race results, and somebody said a woman named Erica Enders won the Pro Stock race. First female to ever do it. I'm like, okay, that's history right there.
Yeah,
we brought her to SEMA in 2012, the Chevy exhibit. We had a big media event. We honored her, and here she is. 46, 47 race wins later, 6 championships. So she's amazing. And then Aaron Stansfield in the factory stock showdown championship on the bottom right, and then obviously you got the John Force Racing team. I think that's Robert Height's vehicle on the top right there. And so super proud to partner there. Obviously, our role in NHRA ebbs and flows over the years. We'll still be, you'll see Chevrolets and Camaros running for a long time there in the series, and looking forward to next year.
Formula One. Let's wrap it with Formula One. Oops.
Cadillac, if it wasn't recognized as a huge potentially global brand before, this is going to, I assume that the partnership with Andretti is tied in with Cadillac, becoming a heavy hitter in European markets once more. Is this correct, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Cadillac is, re-entering many global markets. And so when you look at what are the global platforms to kind of get the word out, there's things like Olympics, music, soccer, Formula One. Okay, those are the ones you typically look at. And so the time we've looked at Formula One off and on over the years, the timing is never right. When the FIA opened up the expression of interest, we submitted with Andretti a joint submission. Super proud that the FIA, after looking at 5 or 6 other applicants, did give us support to go on to the next step in this journey to get into F1. So it's exciting. We also then announced here a couple weeks ago that Cadillac has registered, and General Motors rather, has registered as a power unit manufacturer for 2028 would be our intention. And so it's very exciting. A lot of steps to go yet. We still have some evaluations that the FOM is doing right now. We'll see what happens, but it's super exciting to consider the possibilities of F1, and had a chance to go to both Miami and Las Vegas, and very exciting. And obviously the global popularity and in North America continues to rise very swiftly. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, Judy. Great to see you.
Good to see you. You have a lot going on.
I'm so sorry I had to interrupt you. I hate doing that, but I have to keep the program running. So thank you, Jim. Have a wonderful celebration this week at the NASCAR banquet. We're going to transition next to our next session. We're running a few minutes late, but we're just going to give extra time to our next session, our next panelist. So I'm getting a signal from our producer that Ricardo Juncos and Marshall Pritt should be with us any second. I see Marshall. Good afternoon, Marshall. Welcome back to the program. And we have the one and only Ricardo Juncos with us. That's terrific. Sorry for being late. Let's carry on.
Thanks so much, Francisque. Ricky, great to see you. We got
Good
a lot
to
to
see you,
cover
Marshall.
here, brother. We got a lot to cover among the 10 full-time NTT IndyCar Series teams. Juncos Hauling or Racing has been among the busiest during the off season. Before we get to a lot of what's been happening and what's taking place looking forward, why don't we cover off this past season? Best finish ever for your team at the final race of the season, 5th place, Callum Ilott. Also big move for the team. 2 Leader Circle, almost $1 million worth each of those contracts earned between the finish, helped with Callum, that number 77 Chevy, Agustin Canapino, and that number 78 Chevy. Big stuff, big moves. Not the happiest of times throughout the year, Ricky. Long Beach, bit of a blow up on social media. Another one again after Monterey. Decided it was time to part ways with Callum Ilott. I know because I've asked that you can't really speak or say much in how the two of you have come to an agreement to part ways, but of the things that might be interesting to learn to get out of the way first, what are the takeaways for you? What are the takeaways for Brad Hollinger about the positives, but also the negatives from last season to make sure, at least on the negative side, they don't happen again with this new lineup?
Well, first of all, Marshall, it's a pleasure to meet you again and be here with you guys today. It was a big year for us. We knew that coming from one car team from 2022 to 23 with 2 cars, double the team in personnel will be challenging, right? So we knew that, but it was clearly more challenging than we thought at the beginning. So we got to deal with the situation through the year. You know, everybody knows how difficult it is in the car, how demanding it is. It's very intense as well, because from March to September, a lot of things happen in a very short time. So we deal with the situation the best we can. Clearly, we make a lot of mistakes in many different areas that we need to learn from, of course, as part of the process, and that's totally fine. But I think we did also good things. I mean, for different situations here there, we couldn't actually grab the probably some of the results that we were about to get, like in the 500, for example, maybe with both cars on the top 10. It didn't happen because situation on the last part of the race or other circumstances that for whatever reason we couldn't. Even the last weekend, you mentioned the best result with Callum Ilott on 5th. That was great. But also with Agustin at the same race, we were able to we were really close to finish with both cars, potentially in the top 5, top 3, who knows. So we clearly show a big improvement on the second half of the year, considering all the issues that we have. And yeah, you mentioned Callum Ilott. Obviously, we have him for a little bit more than 2 years. Great guy, super talented, very young guy that everybody knows. We choose him. That was a big question mark that we have when Brad Hollinger and we put the team together. Who's going to be our driver? We did the last 3 races on 21, and here we go with Callum Ilott all in, and we did great things together. I think we're always going to appreciate the chances he took, right? Leaving Formula One, leaving Ferrari. He was a reserve driver for Alfa Romeo, and coming to IndyCar with the smallest team, right? One car team. So that was big for him, and I always going to be appreciated for that. And clearly, look, we make many mistakes, and probably his expectation for the second year was big, like it should be, because remember that we were almost on pole position with him on the last race of 22. So I don't blame him for that, you know, like, but unfortunately we are very new, very small. We make a lot of mistakes, myself as a team owner as well, learning as we go, growing for the first time, you know, with two car teams, 2 drivers, a lot of situations that we were not ready to deal with because it was our very first time for many people in the team, including me as a team owner and Brad as well. So we deal with the situation the best we can, but I can tell you that, you know, we wish Callum Ilott the best, and I think he will make it because he's super talented guy, he's very young, so bright future, you know, for him in ahead, you know, for sure. So we're going to continue our way. We're going to try to continue learning. Obviously, it's going to try to apply on 24 the mistakes that we made, which are a lot, and we try to obviously learn from this, and it's part of life, right? So you make mistakes and you try to not make it again, and that's how we grow. So that's what we believe, and we're just gonna continue doing what we're doing as a team, right?
Let's talk about this revised lineup. Callum Ilott, wonderful job that he did for you, helped propel the team forward in the paddock. We now have Romain Grosjean coming in. Bit of a rebirth for him as well. Today, by chance, 3rd anniversary of that insane crash and fire that he survived in Formula One. We have Romain, who just visited Juncos Hollinger Racing for the very first time. The shop itself got to meet all of your staff. Going to partner with the breakout stars, one of the greatest stories of this past season, Agustin Canapino. Tell me about this lineup, Ricardo. You could have gone for another young driver, could have gone for a IndyCar champion or Indy 500 winner like a Ryan Hunter-Reay. You had a lot of options. Why did you choose Romain as the perfect one to partner with Agustin in his 2nd year?
I think it's just things were happening, right? So we started talking to him as an option a while before, like other drivers approached me through the second half of the year. And you see, even 3 races before the end of the season, driver like Conor Daly were, getting out of rides, and Jack Harvey, unfortunately for those drivers, they don't even were able to complete the season. So that's obviously never good to see, but we were talking to many people, right? Many drivers, like you said. But Romain Grosjean, I think, like you said today, is like the anniversary of the mega crash that he has. And I see him, to be honest, like a real poor race car driver. Like, he's going to go for whatever it takes. And it's a little bit of what Agustin is as well. The way I feel and I live motor racing myself as well, and Brad as well. So it's kind of matching everything, right? So when you have this list of things, but that goes more than just the driver itself, on the outside of the personality, of the experience. And so when you put together the whole package, for us makes a lot of sense. We bring someone now with experience. Before we have 2 young drivers. I mean, Agustin is not young, but he's new, completely new, and not only in IndyCar, in open wheel, right? Just is crazy what he actually did this year, because he's very amazing. The performance at Texas, first time in the ovals, like he did many things that can show the potential and the talent he has, even when he's 33 years old, but he's very new for open wheel and IndyCar. Same as Callum Ilott. So now with Romain Grosjean, we bring someone with mega experience that went through everything in life, went through everything in racing, and still young enough to compete at the high level of IndyCar. I believe that you can see other examples of, Elio, Tony, Scott Dixon are the kind of the oldest and they still performing. Never mind Scott Dixon, right? But for many different components, the marketing aspect as well. That's why we choose him, and I think so far it's been great. So far it's been a lot of good chemistry, connections. Like you said, first time ever at the shop yesterday. He meet everybody here. At least the guys were here, because some of the guys are out of town, and Agustin is in Argentina racing this weekend. But obviously they know each other from the championship. But so far it's been great. He's been great in corporation. I think he's happy. And I think he's, to be honest, coming from a difficult season as well. For him, as a driver, the last 2 seasons, I think he needs results. He's looking for finally get it. IndyCar is difficult, right? I always said that Joseph Newgarden, I think he won the championship with Penske after 6 seasons of IndyCar, and he's one of the top drivers. You can see Herta, Pato, Rinus VeeKay. I mean, how many years already they have in IndyCar, and how difficult it is to win a championship, right? So I think when we put together our mindset and the level and the reality of our team today, compared to what he can bring and where he is as well, we believe that makes perfect sense, and combination to get the results that he needs as a driver and we need as a team.
Got to admit, though, Ricky, there's one major flaw in your decision to hire Grosjean. I texted him just before we went on here and said, hey, I know you're at the shop. You should pop your head in and say hello. And he said, I can't. I'm at lunch. I said, where? He said he's getting lunch at Chipotle. And I'm like, Oh man, there's no bigger dishonor than that. I'm like, I gotta believe Ricardo can point you towards better Latin American food than frickin' Chipotle, Grosjean. He's like, I welcome that. I welcome the information. So we're gonna have to tune that up on your guy, Chipotle. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the team side, the operations side, Ricky. So Dave Morgan, I think I saw Dave was he on Canapino's car this past year? Dave's been around the sport for a long time, team manager at times, but a while ago, someone that a lot of people know, but I think also came as a surprise. I know I got a lot of questions from folks in the paddock when you announced Dave was going to be taking over for the great Vince Kramer as your team manager. Tell us about that decision and what was it about Dave that you thought this is the right guy to help us in year 2 of being a 2-car team?
Yeah, so basically, we hired obviously a lot of people starting 23 and late 22, and David was one of those guys, and was in the 78 car, kind of oversee everything, has a lot of experience. We knew that when we coming in, he did not have a specific role on anything really. He was just an oversees everything, but became a good part of the team with the people, right? From the floor, from the bottom, right? Like, let's say the mechanics, the truck drivers, the loading, unloading, and be led by like you mentioned, the great Vince Kramer, which, we're good friends. I always gonna be really appreciative for what he did for us when I really need him. He never doubted and coming to us, no question, right? So he's been great, and I learned a lot from Vince, to be honest. So then I think the advantage with David was he was able to work and be led by me and Vince and the engineers and go through things right and wrong that we did clearly through 23. So he has a clear understanding by going back to kind of the lower level after being a team manager and team owner in a point of his life. And like you said, being in racing for many years, that he was a translator to me on things that can be right or better or wrong, or why was wrong, or why it should be this way and this and that. And the relationship he built with the guys, it was really good. Actually, when I named him as a team manager, I saw the faces on the floor, and everybody was really happy for him to be the one. And I thought that was obviously not many other options anyway. It's not like, okay, there is actually 10 options, and never mind that way. So I felt that was the right decision because he already knew the team versus bringing someone new and start over again. And I think it was the right move. We'll see. Time will say. So far, he's been great. He's been a good help. Clearly has a lot of experience and communication. I think he's a great communicator, which was one of the areas that we need to fix in all areas of the team, from the team itself, crew chief, managers, and myself, the marketing side, commercial. It was a lot of miscommunication in the team was, I think, one of the biggest problem we have through the last year and the year before as we grow, right? One of the components that we need to fix. And I think with David now is getting much better, which is very important because as we grow, and I just keep growing as a company, not just only for the IndyCar team itself here, myself is being divided by many different areas, and it's been tough. So I kind of need a really more than one right hands and assistants and a lot of things, a lot of communication with Argentina in Spanish as well. And the potential racing IndyCar over there that we can talk in minutes, but it's been a lot in my plate. So I think David so far has been great, and I think was a great acquisition of the team.
Let's talk a little bit more about building out the team, Ricky, because I know you have done more hiring, whether it's mechanics, engineers, you name it. Team took a big step forward last season, but as you know, you can hire great drivers, you can build great cars, but the true differentiator between team by team by team is the quality of people, sometimes also the quantity of people, and finding great people is hard. Tell us about the additions you've made to Juncos Hollinger Racing as well.
Yeah, so I think we were looking obviously to improve the people. It's not like we just fire anybody, we just need more people. So we clearly were very much under built on the people side, and we have a lot of interns and a lot of people that were there with zero experience. So maybe from the outside point of view, you see many people, but really maybe 50% of those are the one really knows about IndyCar. So it's a big disadvantage. we were looking for these guys through the last year and 2 years, and some of them became available. Some of them came from Europe. There is a couple good mechanics that came from Europe as well, with a great experience, high level of mechanics, new engineers, very high level of engineers as well. So just to give an example, last year from 10 engineer group were 3 full-time and 7 part-time. Now we keep the same 10, but now we are 9 full-times and just 1 full part-time, for example. So that alone makes a big difference. It's been hard to work like this with people part-time, and Agustin Canapino has, for example, 4 different engineers through the year, which is crazy to believe, but it was what it was, and we try to make the best. Obviously, at this level, it's a huge disadvantage. It's not the same to be an engineer for one of races and here, there, but not there, and just coming last minute is so hard for the engineers as well, because it's obviously not the full preparation and it's very difficult. So, but it's what it is, right? So it was our situation. So I think now we're gonna see a big step forward on that end, right? We're still looking to try to fill a little bit more positions, but we are almost full and really happy for what we have now compared to last year. I think it's mega change. And then the other thing is you mentioned the quality of the people. Look, it's a spare series, right, in a way, because it's the same car for everybody. And now you have the areas like dampers where it's no rules, which I love. I love because you can do something, right? But so what is the difference? The difference is the people. It's the people. It's always the people, right? And it's never just one person sacrifices. The whole team, the union make the forces. But if you just put people just to put people, and now you have the quantity, but you don't have the system in place, sometimes it's even worse, right? To have just less people and do what you can. So this is our limitations. We understand the limitations, and this is how much we can go. And we just keep it that way. It's like, you have a 10-place car, the best you can do is finish 10. If you push to finish 5th or 6th or 3rd, you're gonna maybe don't finish the race. So you need to level that all the way through. So now we add more quality people. Now we make sure we need to make sure the system and now is working to be able to work with more people, which that's what we are working now in the off-season. And that's how we go, right? So I'm very happy. I'm very pleased to where we are today now.
Getting down to the last couple minutes for this, Ricky, want to fire through a couple more questions. Agustin Canapino, year 2. I'm looking forward to that more than almost anything else next season, knowing what he did, having to learn every track, learn oval racing, learn everything, open wheel racing. What he was able to do as a rookie was mind-boggling. What do you think he's going to be capable of in year 2, Ricky, going back to St. Pete, knowing the track, going to Indy, knowing the speedway? What do you think we might see from him?
I think it's still the second year. We just talk about how difficult IndyCar is and how many years a champion driver takes to be a champion. But clearly, like I believe, like you, like he was amazing what he did this year. We all know how difficult is IndyCar itself. But like, again, you need to add the other components, the other condiments, ingredients that he did not speak English at the beginning. He never raced in an open wheel car. First time ever on the rain with the open wheel was at Toronto. And he was about to close a lap to be in the fast 6, and he made a mistake and went straight. So during the championship, it was like at least 5-6 mistakes that was easy fix that will put him in a huge result, being rookie for the first time. So I'm like you, I don't know what to expect because he's like a surprise box. You never know with him. But clearly, pressure is there always in motor racing for everybody. The expectation can be a little higher, but I think we should need to continue doing what we're doing with him. He needs to finish in the races, keep learning, keep doing what he's doing. And look, in the last race in Laguna, he was about in a position maybe to win the race as well on the last quarter of the race, no question. So the result is going to come. Sooner or later, it's going to come. But I think we need to keep doing what we're doing with him. And it's been great to see him because it was a big gambling as well for Brad and myself to choose him. But I think was the right move. And you guys can see that. And let's see what happens on this year. But like you, right? Like second year for him will be looking for something obviously better, but no pressure. We just need to keep doing what we're doing and the results for sure will come.
So on Monday, we had Penske Entertainment IndyCar CEO Mark Miles here on the Epartrade Racer and Speed Sport interview series. One of the questions posed to him was Argentina going racing there postseason in 2024. This has been your baby, Ricky. I mean, you've been trying to make this happen for a while. Mark said it seems like things continue to move in a good direction. What can you tell us from your end as someone trying to help promote and make this happen?
Yeah, so obviously, like, we working on this for many years. Mark and myself, I remember 2014, I think, or 15, we signed the first agreement for me to represent IndyCar and try to make a race in Argentina. We took the car last year in November. We did an exhibition and it was absolutely mega. People don't know what they don't know until they know it, right? So I keep saying how much passion we have for motor racing, and it's insane, it's crazy. It is crazy. So imagine when Agustin went there for the TC race, the first one, in the middle of the championship, 3 races before the end. It was over 100,000 people in Buenos Aires racetrack just to see Agustin with the TC car with our colors. And I know IndyCar was following him that weekend. So no question in my mind that if the race happened next year in Argentina, we will see a lot of people, a lot of good fans, a lot of history of motor racing in our country. Remember that IndyCar first time was there in 71 in the Rafaela Oval, 300 mileage. Alan Senior won the race and it was mega. And people just, I'm telling you, people just cry, literally cry, cannot stop crying when they saw Agustin and the race car in Argentina after 51 years. And they following us now even more because Agustin, obviously, participation here brings more eyes to the TV broadcast, and all the races was broadcast live in Latin America, but obviously in Argentina. So it's mega followers now. A lot of people now are following IndyCar even more and more as we go. So I think it makes sense for everybody. I think it's, keep branding IndyCar all around America as well. Why not, right? And now you go to a country that is been in motor racing from the beginning, from Juan Manuel Fangio, early 1930s, when we were having, even before Formula One was born. So I think it's going to be great. I hope we can make it happen. We're still going forward, like Mark said. We are still in the final negotiation part, presidential election in Argentina last weekend. So we will have a new president in a week from now, or 10 days. So very excited for the new times for Argentina as well, because as a country, we suffered a lot of economical and social problems. So I'm always trying to help my country. I always say that I'm who I am because I lived 26 years in Argentina and give me a lot of things, a lot of hope. But clearly, United States, I always say, welcome me with the open arms. I'm American now, became citizen in 2012. And for me, it will be a dream came true to make the race. And hopefully many people here see the same way that I'm seeing, and it's a good opportunity for everybody.
Amazing. All right, we're going to close on this, Ricky. We had Grace here watching a couple days this week. She wants to get in as a race car engineer into the sport. You have a lot of folks knocking on your door, calling and whatnot, who've wanted to do that, who've done that over the years, or mechanics or other positions through your junior open wheel activities, right? Great success, Juncos Racing, throughout the years on all levels. Won a race last season in Indy NXT. I don't know if you're ready to announce who's driving for you in 2024, but at least tell us some of the things you're working on, coming back, trying to become another championship winning team there and putting together more crew.
Yeah, so the Indy Next team, we have this team since 2015. We won 2 championships. Last year, we were able to win a really great race in Indianapolis with Matteo Nannini. And now this is the springboard, right? For not just drivers, but engineers, mechanics, marketing people, social media. So the team it will be our junior development team, but not just for drivers only. Remember that we partner as well with McLaren team. This is big for everybody. So I think people will have a good opportunity to get to know the racing in all the areas that, motor racing covers many different areas, not just the driver part, but many others: marketing, design, safety, the mechanic, the engineer, R&D, developments, and all that. So I think it's great opportunity for people to explore. They want to see motorsport. We have the agreement as well with the partnership with Purdue University. A lot of interns are coming through our program. We actually have 3 full guys from Purdue. 2 years ago, they came to the program. So there they are IndyCar full-time employees, and they've been having the time of their life. And I'm really appreciate what Purdue is doing with us as well. So doors are open on that program. We're looking to build a really good team going forward. like we used to be, and now we have some challenge with new people as well during this year in Indy Next. But looking forward to be a very team sport side, but also as well as a springboard, like I said, to have a really junior team in the whole Junco Hollinger operation.
Ricky, you'll continue to live the American dream and make that American dream possible for so many others. One of the great inspirations in American motor racing. Thanks for taking some time, brother.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Ricardo.
Marshall. It's
Absolutely
been a pleasure.
right.
Thank you, Frankie and Judith as well. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely right, Marshall. He's an inspiration for a lot of us. So thank you, Ricardo. And without any interruption, we are going to bring Jeff Hammond back on with us, who is going to be bringing our next guest, Mr. Rick Hendrick. So Jeff should be with us any second, and Rick Hendrick is with us already. So, Mr. Hammond, welcome back. You had a busy morning, and now we're on into something very special.
Yes, we are, Judy, and we've been talking about this, for a while, and it's really with great honor that we get an opportunity to have a gentleman I've worked for, and he's made such a huge impact on the motorsports world that it's, when you really start trying to quantify it, it's almost you can't. I mean, it's hard to believe that he's been able to accomplish all he's accomplished, and having known where he's come from, I'm really looking forward to getting some answers out of this man. Like I say, that I've worked for and that I have a lot of respect for.
And his journey along the way has been very inspirational. I mean, I've walked his museum a couple times, and to see all the different eras of his livelihood and where he is now. It's amazing.
It is. And I think right now, that if, it sounds almost a little bit silly when we say something like this, but here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Rick Hendrick. He really is. That's right. We're talking about you, Mr. H. We're talking about you already.
Well, I don't know about the amazing part, but I'm here. It's good to be.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, well, it's good to be with you.
Oh, I really don't know where to get started, Mr. H, because like I say, I've known you for so long. I saw you when you came to Charlotte with Jeffrey Bodine and that City Chevrolet car way back when, and people were saying he'll be another one of these guys that just comes in and makes a splash and then drowns. And you made the splash, and darn if you ain't darn just treading water like it's easy. So much has happened in your life and in your career. I got to go all the way back to where you were born. I've had the privilege to go up there one time, and that tobacco farming area up there in Virginia. What lessons did you learn in that little town that helped you, get started, really?
Well, I think growing up on the farm, the first thing, I guess, working on equipment with my dad, and then I took automotive mechanics in high school, and I built a 31 Chevrolet with my dad. I drag raced I bought the car when I was 14 and for $250, and on the way to Richmond to a drag race, and stopped at a station to get gas and saw this 31 Chevrolet. And I thought, man, I'm a Chevrolet guy, and I've seen all these 32 Fords, but here's a 31 Chevrolet. Looks like that. And so my dad and I built that, and I raced it. And but he was involved with Clayton Mitchell and Jack Tant and the 98 and the 11 modified car. So I got to go to races with them, and I was drag racing. But I guess the lesson I learned from my dad on the farm is that you have to count on other people, because you need a tractor, or your barn burns, and you have to work together. And I took that philosophy with me along the way in business and in racing, that people are your biggest assets, and take care of your people, they'll take care of you. And if you keep the group together and you learn over the years, and been very fortunate to have guys like yourself and Daryl that made an impact on our company. And we just your culture, you'd create a culture of wanting to win, but you take care of your people. And I walked down pit road, Jeff, I was the youngest guy on pit road. I know when I ended up at Daytona, and I walked down pit road and I saw Junior Johnson and Bud Moore and the Wood brothers. And I thought, man, I don't need to be here with this crowd. I got no business even being here. And now I'm the old guy on pit road. So 40 years is a long time to be doing anything.
No, that's the reason why we were talking about you and using the term amazing, because your run of 40 years, I guess if you could have started earlier, you'd have been right there with the Petty family, and you'd been here for 75 years if you could, because I don't know, it's like you're saying, once that speed bug or whatever you want to call it gets you bit, it's hard to get away from it, because you were not only into cars and drag racing, you did boats. It was just anything that went fast. You kind of like you wanted to touch it and you wanted to be a part of it, and you didn't want to buy it, you wanted to work on it, correct?
Yeah. Well, if you think about my beginning in cup racing, when I go back, Robert G was from the same little town I'm from. And when I got to Charlotte, he had a dirt car, and Robert was Dale Jr.'s, grandfather. And so he got me to get involved with him in his dirt car. And then one day he said, hey, let's do a Busch car. And I said, okay. Right. And the first race I was partners with him, we won in Charlotte. And I thought, this is pretty easy, you make a deal one day, you win a race the next. And but no, when I was boat racing, and Jimmy Wright got killed in one of the boats, and we had won national championships and we're doing really well. And I was driving, and I just couldn't go back and do it anymore. So I was storing the boats at Harry Hyde's shop, and Max Mulliman had been looking for sponsors for the boat. And he called me and he said, hey, would you be interested in having a cup team with Kenny Rogers and C.K. Spurlock, and have Richard Petty drive? And I thought, well, is that a trick question? Because I felt like, we're going to have the king of country music, and then Richard Petty, king of NASCAR, and they had a sponsor. And so I said, well, I'm over here at Harry's, and Harry was, said he could do it. And that's the way we were going to start. And then the deal kind of unraveled with Richard and CK and those guys. And I was left with 5 people, 2 of them volunteers, and Harry was making $500 a week. And if you think about how I started, I rented the shop. I was renting the equipment. I was renting the gears. We were running Chrysler transmissions and rear ends in that Monte Carlo.
Right.
And with 3 people. And you couldn't show up today. We built a couple of cars, and I decided, well, we got to go on now. We all start racing, hired Jeff Bodine. And man, the story. We came so close to shutting the doors, but I don't think you could get into NASCAR any cheaper than I did, because I had Harry sitting there wanting to do it so bad.
No, you definitely came into the sport, a little bit in an uncharacteristic manner, but at the same time, good choices. And again, you said it earlier about choosing the people that you surround yourself with. I mean, Harry Hyde had a ton of experience. He was a winner. Sometimes very difficult to work with or even work for, but he had a passion to win. I mean, he was he was pulling every trick he could out of his back pocket to get a car in victory lane.
Yeah, Harry was. I think the one thing I saw with Harry is he wanted to finish the race, and he had a helicopter coolers, and I mean, the cars were heavy, but
Right.
but they didn't break.
With that being said, and again, this is not a trick question, and I hopefully it's not doesn't sound redundant, but working in the car industry like you did, and you're extremely successful there, and you talk about the teamwork and everything. Which business do you feel like you have gained more out of that helps you with other business? I mean, did the car business give you the experience and the savvy that you've incorporated in racing, or did working within the racing and give you more to go and benefit your car business?
Well, I think if you ask me what drove me to do multi-car team, once we won a race, and we got a sponsor for the second year. Well, actually, we picked up a sponsor for the half of the first year, and then we got a sponsor for a full-time, Levi Garrett, and then Folgers approached us, and I had Tim Richmond sitting there that I wanted to begin with. I think what I learned in the automobile business was if you've got great people, you can, and in that time I had probably 6 deals, maybe 6, 7 deals. And I would learn you work together and you get that many smart people. If everybody's on the same page, you can do good things and you share information. So I thought, well, in racing, if here's a guy I wanted, Tim Richmond, and here's a sponsor, which was hard to get a sponsor. I could, if I get the two to work together, which that was something I found pretty hard to get done. But you have multiple people, you'll be able to grow faster, and you'll learn more, and you should be able to do better. Well, I didn't realize how hard getting people working together and racing was. You know how that goes. Everybody doesn't want to share. I think it's me 40 years to get that done, Jeff. But no,
I was getting ready to say, I've having worked for you, I saw some of those moments in some of the meetings, and how sometimes you were trying to, we'll go back to the Chad and Jimmy Cookie situation. You were trying to do that with people, like Harry Hyde and all those guys that were older than me and more experienced than me at that time. They protected secrets like their life depended on. And you said, you want me to give them what? I'm not giving them nothing. I wouldn't give them the time of day. It was a dog eat dog world. Even though we would enjoy each other's camaraderie, when it came down to drop the green flag, all bets were off. And I understand your dilemma, but the personalities of the crew chiefs, team managers, but more crew chiefs, and the drivers. Did you figure out a secret way to do that? Because you did it. I mean, look at the number of championships you have won. Look at the number of races, over 300 wins. You've done something right. What have you figured out? And is it a situation? Do you cut it off? Like you see something starting to go wrong, do you cut it off, or do you let it run its course and then you basically put the train back on the track afterwards?
Well, I'm going to tell you a funny story that you'll like. Excuse me. So Gary Nelson is running one car and with Bodine, and then we have Tim Richmond and Harry together. I moved Harry and Bodine didn't work, so I had to separate them. And so we were running front steer, rear steer cars, right? And so Gary Nelson had come up with something pretty trick on the front end of his car. And so I wanted Harry to try it, but I knew Harry wouldn't. So I went to Harry and I said, "Hey, Harry, listen, I want you to help Gary Nelson figure out how to get his car to work. And so I want you to go over and look at it. I want you to tell him what he needs to do to make it right." And so I told Gary, I said, now look, I know once he sees this, he's going to go back and do it, but he's not going to do it unless I'm bringing him over there to tell you what's wrong with your car. And you got to go along with me. Okay. You have to ask Gary about it. So,
Yeah.
So I took Harry over there, and he was critiquing Gary's car, everything that was wrong with it. And then went right back to his shop, and I didn't say a word. And he started putting the front end under his car the same way, and really picked them up a bunch. But no, as time has gone on, and I put them all in one place, and all the crew chiefs together, it's kind of been like, hey, you go from having to play politics and do what you need to do as much as you can. And you remember when we were running for championships, and it was going to come down between our two cars back in the points when you already had it locked in. It was going to be one of those two cars. I would go to the guys and say, look, at the end of this race, one of us is going to be a champion. Now, I want you to know this. I'm going to the guy that finishes second first and tell them a good job. Then I'm coming over to see you guys that have won it, because I wanted them to know I wasn't playing favorite. So it was a lot of hard work to make it work. But in today's world, everybody's doing it that way now. But it was a struggle to make it work. And at some point in time, you have to put your foot down and say, this is the way we're going to do it. If you can't do it this way, then you got to go somewhere else, because this is the way we're going to do it. And, but it's not easy, because at the end of the day, you got 4 teams and you go to the track and each team wants to win, but you got to convince them, how many times is it going to come down between the 2 of you? Well, with me, it's come down a lot between the 2 of them, but, or the 3 of them. But, and probably the most unbelievable deal was when we ran 1, 2, 3, 4 at Dover, and they were shifting spots because of pit stops and everything. But you don't have that happen very often. And so anyway, long story short, it's not easy when they have to race against each other, but you learn that makes you stronger. And if that's the way it works out, then you're better off knowing that you just got to beat one of your teammates.
Well, it's like you're pointing out for the people who don't really get it. You got to look big picture sometimes. Sometimes, you've got to sacrifice, and I think you understand that. And I've experienced one of those talks that you had with us one time when we all had a little attitude, and we're saying, well, I'm going to listen to what you got to say. And then one of the team members, and I won't bring his name up, but he said something that didn't exactly go the way you thought it should have been put. And you pretty much told us, now look, damn it, I own this race team. I'm giving you an opportunity to express yourself, but if you're going to be like this, there's the door. And it's like, you could have heard a pin drop, because that, we stepped over the line. Okay. And I know we did. And it was good for me to hear you say that. And I think it was good for all involved that day. And when we left out of there, I think we all had a better attitude about, we're missing the big picture here. I mean, you were trying to do big picture racing. And I think it's really important that people are watching here today understand the success that you have had didn't come without the roller coaster going to the bottom of the hill, just like it was as great as the view was when you got to the top. And so it's always those life lessons, I think, that are more important than any numbers you put on the board. It's how you got those numbers and how people worked together and how kind of sacrifices that they made. And like I said, in 40 years, I'm pretty sure you've experienced more than anybody else, with the exception of maybe the Petties, the Wood Brothers, and they've been there longer, or Roger Penske. But, I think that's one of the things incredible. But I want to talk about this season, before we run out of time, because I think it's been one of those kind of seasons that's, again, it's amazing. And starting off with touching on one of your young drivers, because I like the combination, and I know you got Chad Ganassi and Jeff Gordon that are helping run these teams, but to me, William Byron and Rudy Fugle have to be a bright spot in 2023 when it comes to Hendrick Motorsports.
Absolutely. When you look at William, I've always been amazed at William to learn how to race on a computer and not have any more seat time than he has in the cars. But such a unbelievable, puts more effort into simulation, studying tapes, but he just works his butt off. He and Rudy are a combination of people that believe in each other, and you know how that works. It's they have total confidence in each other, and that's hard to do. They race together in the trucks, and if I should have brought him on earlier and just didn't think he didn't do it, but that combination, that's going to be a good combination for a long time, because Williams just going to get better and better and better. Young guy, still amazes me. Great qualifier. But he goes back, he and Rudy, and I'll tell you something about Rudy. We get on the plane together. I always like to bring the crew chiefs home with me so they can debrief, or I get to spend time with them, especially if it's Phoenix or somewhere. And when Rudy hadn't won the race, he's not going to talk to you very much. He's going to be on that. He's going to be in that computer digging. But what a great combination, and his confidence. It's confidence in each other. He gives William confidence. William gives Rudy confidence that he's going to drive what Rudy wants him to. I'm going to tell you what I think the car needs, but Rudy, you tell me, and I'm going to go drive it. So it's probably one of the best relationships, car driver and crew chief, that I've seen in a long, long time.
And I'll agree with you, because I had some experience working with Rudy over at KBM when he was there and leading that organization. And I come to find out real quick that the passion he has for winning, no matter who's behind the wheel of whatever vehicle he's working on, he gives over 100%. And he tries to get in not only the engineering part to where he's accurate on adjustments, but he also knows how to work and pick up the psyche of the driver, as you already pointed out, getting that confidence in a driver, making him understand that. And confidence is not just, you can do it. This is why you can do it. Go on down in there and trust what we've done to the race car. It will be there for you when you need to lean on it. And once you can do that, convince them that that'll happen, you got a major battle solved right there. And again, they've been fun to watch. And like I say, they've got to be a high point in the 2023 season so far.
Yeah.
The other thing is, let's talk about Le Mans. I don't know how you feel about it after you looking in the rearview mirror, but I don't think that there was a lot of people in the country that were not Rick Hendrick and Team Chevrolet fans for you guys going across the pond over there and representing, all of us. And what did you get out of that? What did you take away?
I think that's one of the coolest things I've ever done. I had no idea how much work it was going to be, and to develop a car that when we started was 5 seconds slower at Sebring than the cars we needed to be in the class with, and headlights and 24. I mean, I'm holding my breath to run 600 miles with valve springs and valve trains and say, okay, we're going to run, 3,000 miles. So all of those things were like just an unbelievable task. And I think when Jim France talked to me about it, and said, hey, I want to do this. And I said, okay, let's go do it. I had no idea what I was getting into, but a tremendous amount of work and effort from everybody from NASCAR, from our organization. And I was concerned, okay, we're going to go over here with this car and we're going to jump into the middle of this 24-hour Le Mans with all the prototypes and the Porsches and the Ferraris, and how's the crowd going to react? How are people going to react to this car being in this event, this world famous event? And I never felt more proud to be an American or a NASCAR member than I was over there, because the fans went crazy over that car. You just watched you know, 300,000 people. And when that car would come by, of course, you could hear it before it got there, compared to the other cars. But you just watched the cameras as it went down the straightaway, and the way the crowd reacted. And when we got there and our guys entered the pit crew competition against Air Jacks with a jack and beat them, and everybody went nuts over that. That just kind of launched the weekend. And then the car ran the race, and we hadn't broke the gear, we weren't really racing in the GT class, but we were leading it. And the class we were supposed to be able to run with, we were faster than, and qualified them. And so just a lot of pride. I loved working with the drivers. We had Formula One guys that were famous. To see fans come up with 48 die-cast cars for Jimmy to sign. And when Jimmy crossed the finish line, he had as big ovation as the Ferrari that won the overall deal. And so people chanting USA, USA, USA. I think it was, Jesse said, I don't know how many thousands of articles written, the beast, and everything was positive. So for me, that was a bucket list deal. I had no idea how it was going to turn out, but you know, it was phenomenal, and so much pride. And I'll tell you what really made us all feel good. While we were over there doing it, I think we were running Sears Point. The race was going on. Jeff Andrews was walking down pit road and had pit crew members come up and stop him and say, from other teams, "Hey man, thank you guys. You made us proud. Pit crew guys won that deal, and you made us proud." And so that meant so much. And I mean, again, when you're in a foreign country and people are chanting USA, and you got the car there with the flag on it, and you're representing our country, it was cool.
I had somebody tell me that an announcer, a reporter someplace, said the Americans have come over to Le Mans with a mule at a thoroughbred race. And the laugh was on us when they unveiled it. We kind of find out they had secretariat in the car, in the truck, or something like that, that you snuck in there, and everybody was thinking you were going to be in the way, and you had something that really, you know, kind of surprised everybody. And again, all the comments and all the feedback, again, I know what it's like when you're at a racetrack and you hear and you see this stuff, and that's, to me, is what's important. I can tell right now you're grinning and beaming just like you were at Le Mans, I guess, you know, when all this was going on, saying, you know, it's been hard work, but this is what we've accomplished. And I know you're a man of accomplishments. That leads me to my next potential accomplishment you're getting ready to get into. Tell us a little bit about now going to Indy. How about that? I mean, you got Kyle Larson, which he is, you know, arguably just talent upon talent upon talent. And he's already gone to Indy and passed his rookie test and shown that, hey, you better look out. You know, this guy's a real deal, and this is getting serious. So are you excited about that?
I'm really excited. I think I'm going to feel a little bit like I did when I went to Daytona the first time. I'm going to walk down pit road that day and say, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here or not, but here we are. But I think we're in good shape. It was so cool. Roger, when I got to the for the rookie test, Roger had put my name on the pylon. He and I are good buddies, and we race each other, but we're great friends, and I think it's going to be unbelievable to be there on the day of that race and have a car in that race. And, just to be there, I told Kyle, I said, well, the first thing we got to do is qualify, and we just got to get in the race, and then hopefully we'll have a good day. But it's going to be fun working with the McLaren folks. It's been great. I want to own a big deal for me to own the car and be able to bring it home, whatever's left of it when it's over. But it's one of those bucket list deals. I will say this: I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't Larson pushing, and Jeff Gordon saying, "Hey, we ought to do this," and then I get fired up about it. But I don't think I would journey into that if Kyle hadn't been constantly from the first day we talked, "Hey, I want to run Indy. I want to go to Indy." So I think it's going to be a great experience. And there again, at the end of the day, in the museum, I'll be able to walk through there and I'll see Garage 56, and I'll see the original, all-star racing car. And if you go through our museum or my car collection, I love history, and I keep everything. When you grow up on a farm, you keep everything. So I've got everything I've every picture, every trophy, every whatever. So it'll be cool.
Well, Mr. H, thank you very much for taking some time out for us here with our Epartrade Race Industry Week. It's been an honor. And again, it's pleasure working for you, and it's good to always see you, boss.
Well, you did a great job with us, and I tell you had a tough job handling Darrell Waltrip. So I sure earned your money, brother.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Great honor to have you on. What a delight. Okay. Well, thank you, Jeff, for making this happen. That was, absolutely a delight. And we are going to be transitioning next to our next session. I hate to be the timekeeper, but we have to keep moving. So we're bringing Paul Fanner with us.
And boy, do we have a lot of comments coming in through the chat button. They really enjoyed that webinar, that interview.
Absolutely. Mr. Fanner, welcome back. And
great to be back. That was fascinating, by the way. Two legends talking about something legendary. Fantastic.
Thank you, Paul. And we should be bringing Mike Cobb any second from the SCCA, and we're going to do 3 back-to-back series sessions with you, Paul. So Michael is with us. Let's carry on as soon as Michael is on. Perfect. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Mike.
Hello. How are you, Mr. Fanner?
I'm good. Like your background.
I thought you would, sir. I built a custom one just for you.
Oh, that's fantastic. A little brilliant Paul Leggett cover art from Sports Car. Fantastic.
Absolutely. I love his illustration style. And obviously, I'm a little biased, but it looks fabulous on the cover of Sports Car, sir.
Yes, it does.
There you go. I love it.
I'm going to hold it in front of me. So it does, there it is. Yep, it looks great.
That looks great.
Well, good to see you and catch up here.
Absolutely. I have to tell you, I'm pretty humbled, to be on the Epartrade panel, period. But to follow Mr. H, I'm just like, I feel I am not worthy to be in this time slot, but so I'll try my best not to let anybody down. But man, oh man, I could listen to him all day. He's got so many great stories.
Yeah, and as Chip Ganassi is fond of saying, I like winners, and he is absolutely a winner. So is Jeff Hammond.
I started my day with Mr. Ganassi this morning. Yes, sir.
Yes. But I like winners too, and you've been winning with the FCCA since we met.
Well, thank you.
I've been fortunate to work with a number of SCCA presidents during the since 1977 when I first started work with the SCCA directly, and you had the unenviable task of guiding this company, your company, through the pandemic, and getting to watch you, work what was a heroic mission to do that really earned my respect, Mike, and your teams did a fabulous job of coping with an impossible situation. And here we are on the other side of the pandemic, and this was an epic year for the club.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about 2023. You got to the future, which was job one in 2020.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, 23 has been a good year. It's been from a membership standpoint, we're in a really good place. We've got over 50,000 full-time members as we close 23. We've had about 20,000 weekend members join the ranks as well. So membership side the heartbeat is strong in the club. So that is a great place to start. We've had, goodness gracious, over the last several months, we had 5 or 6 SCCA championships, starting with the 50th running of the Tire Rack Solo Nationals in Lincoln, where we had over 1,500 crazed cone dodging enthusiasts on 100 acres of Lincoln sublime concrete, one of the few places in North America where you can find 100 acres of concrete to do solo events on. So really appreciate the city of Lincoln and the air park there inviting us back. It was a big event. We actually got to induct 7 of our Golden Circle. Believe it or not, Paul, there's 7 folks in the SCCA have been to all 50 solo national events. So we got to celebrate them along with all the other folks who made it up there. We had 1,500 folks across 7 days of racing, starting with the pro finale and then the Tire Rack National Championships, Solo National Championships as well. Blessed with 7 great days of Nebraska weather. So, man, that was a great way to start championship season. Headed into, as you know, that's a sprint uphill for us starting first week of September. Then we ran into ran to VIR for the SCCA National Championship runoffs. Good news for us this year is we didn't have to contend with a hurricane. So that was a big plus right out of the gate. As you know, there's very few road courses that are as beautiful as VIR, as Mr. Newman used to call it, heaven on earth. Great racing there. In fact, we had one of I don't know if this is the first time in the history, it's the first time since I've been here, but we actually had we had 20, I think we crowned 23 champions at the runoffs, but we actually crowned 24 because, believe it or not, in Spec Miata, one of the most highly competitive classes in SCCA road racing, we actually had a dead heat at the end of the sprint race. Nicholas Bruni and Preston Pardis actually tied for the top spot on the podium. I mean, it was talk about crazy. I've never seen something like that after, duking it out that whole session to end up in a tie. It was phenomenal. So actually crowned 24 champions this year at the runoffs. And that was fabulous. Had our time trials nationals event at NCM, and that was a fabulous event as well. USRM and just the whole bookend of championships for us in 23 have been absolutely executed by the rank and file in a top-notch fashion, and pretty much blessed with great weather for all the events. So I think that's, as we kind of lead into 24, that's a great way to build some momentum as we roll into 24. One of the things I was watching you and John yesterday, John Doonan from IMSA, and he mentioned the worker program that we're working together on. And I've got a few more thoughts on this in a second, but one of the highlights of 23 was, as you know, we now have 3 FIA F1 championships in North America, most recent being the debut of the Vegas event. And Paul, we had over 450 SCCA marshals at that event. And over 100 of those had just gone through our learning management system flagging communications module, which is, our online training portal. And so they got their certification to basically go out there and support, an F1 World Championship. And so we're going to continue that partnership as we roll in IMSA and SCCA, as we roll into 24 and do some even bigger things with IMSA and some other pro partners around the table. So I think it's been a good year, a very busy year. Of course, we still executed almost 2,000 events across 115 plus regions, and so we've been busy.
Yes, you have, and yeah, I think what you touched on here about the SCCA volunteers who make it all go. Basically, they power American racing, and having been an SCCA volunteer myself and served at a number of levels of incompetently served at a number of levels as a volunteer.
I resemble that remark, sir.
Yes, but it's really how I entered the sport and how I met everyone that would lead to my life in the sport. And
right.
I think that in an era of community, SCCA is one of the core communities in motorsport. And I think that when I go down the list of things you're doing, I think what you've created is a number of communities that power the core of something. Obviously, the worker base is one.
Right.
One thing that you touched on at the beginning here was you had 7 people who had been entered and competed in every solo nationals.
That's crazy.
That's a sure sign of addictive behavior to me.
Well, I think several of them.
Yes, I do.
And not the least of which is Mr. Rocky Intrican. Yes, he's definitely addicted to the sport of SCCA solo.
Thank God he is, because he's powered our coverage for.
Yes.
But I, wanted to come back to this. What do you think it is that brings people into the club and makes them stay? Because it's been my life, and as you know, many of our staff are SCCA members or lifelong involvement in SCCA. But what's your take on what makes people?
Yeah, it's a great.
Once they get involved with our club.
Great question. I mean, I think I'm going to steal a line I heard from Chris Stewart from Grid Life as I was listening to him yesterday, and he was talking about, hey, at the end of the day, what is it that Grid Life provides to folks? They're on a tremendous growth curve right now, and what my takeaway from his comments was really around, we provide community, right? And you think about the Grid Life community, and it's very vibrant, it's very robust. And to answer your question, I think that's something that SCCA historically has been pretty good at, is building community, inviting people to become engaged, giving them the best experience we can. And then, the old adage, I came for the car and stayed for the people, right? Yeah. And there's a lot of people who, you're one of them, Rocky, obviously. I mean, there's a lot of folks who bleed SCCA and who are the power behind all of those national championships that I mentioned. Certainly power a lot of the pro events in North America as well. And I think, to borrow that line from Chris, I think what we're really focusing on to really continue to grow the club is not only the community, but the experience that we can deliver to volunteers, drivers, workers, anybody and everybody that we can kind of bring into the family and get exposed to the SCCA. Because what I truly believe is, if we can provide you a good experience in a welcoming environment, and if it's something that accesses your passion zone, like motorsports, right? Then if we can connect, then I think we can keep those folks in the family, not a year or two, but like you just said, over 40 or 50 years. And so that's really what we're striving to do. And at the end of the day, it's hitting a lot of singles to get around the bases, and that's how we win championships. And it's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of sweat equity involved, but I think that's what keeps bringing people back. Is at the core is the access, the community, and the relationships that stand the test of time.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I will say that when I walk the paddock of a race anywhere in the world, I've run into people I've met at
Right.
SCCA events in my younger days, or as I've
Right.
grown up in the SCCA, which I did. And they when you stand back and look at it, the club has been the origin source for, I think, kind of enthusiast performance culture for almost 80 years
Right.
in North America, and on the international stage, many of the people in top leadership and stewarding have come from our club. So, as the world is changing, you're going into 24 with some exciting new programs. Let's talk about those.
Absolutely.
And some of the changes are obviously going to involve your content and media strategy, but we'll get to that later. But talk about, you've been talking about focusing on experience as long as I've known you. Tell me what the experience of the SCCA is going to be like going forward, and how are you going to bring forward these new programs this coming year?
That's a great setup. I mean, I think one of the things, if I left Grid Life with the keyword of community, a keyword that I would like to live with any of our listeners is the concept of access. I mean, that's really our job. We are I like to think that we strive to be the premier grassroots enthusiast point of access for motorsports in North America. I mean, that's really our BHAG, our big, hairy, audacious goal, right? Is to be that access point for folks and to provide an experience that is easy for them to access, where we can deliver on a great experience and get them fully baptized by submersion in that experience, so that they come back and participate in multiple programs with us and stay the test of time. One of the things that we're doing with a great partner to really help create more access is the Spec MX-5 program with Mazda that debuted at the runoffs most recently at VIR, and that will be a national championship runoff class beginning in 24. So really excited to work with Mazda Motorsports using the platform that oftentimes is seen as the if I may, the bastard child of the Miata clan, the NC platform. I can say that because I own one and I love my boat, lovingly called the boat, the NC platform. But working with Josh Smith and the Mazda Motorsports team to really ramp that up. That's an accessible platform. It's the specifications in terms of modification are a little bit simpler than maybe some of the other road racing cars and classes and stuff like that. So we think that's a pretty good formula to get more people engaged, and we're excited to partner with Mazda to really make that happen across 24. So that's a big push for us. Under that same banner, in terms of providing greater access, you probably heard about the club spec concept, which is really designed. The thought was, I will screw this up. Mr. Wagner won't be happy with me, but it was like, what if we created? Would it be possible to have a couple of cars where you could do all the SCCA things with them, right? Yeah. Meaning, you can do autocross, you can do solo, you can do time trials, you can do track days, you can do road rally. If you're brave enough, you could even try rallycross in one of these, right? We landed on based on a lot of research and a lot of survey feedback from the family, from the SCCA membership team. We came down to the S197 Mustang platform and the Mazda Miata NC platform. So we're working on rule sets for both of those. We're going to try to make it as simple as possible so that they don't require a ton of modifications. Make it something that maybe even someone with the lack of mechanical aptitude like Mike has, make it a car that maybe Mike could modify in his garage and go take to and do all the SCCA things. So really excited about that. And continuing on kind of the worker volunteer piece, one thing that I'm really excited about is kind of taking our current FNC training module to the next level. We're going to partner with IMSA. Hope I don't get in trouble with John for sharing this, but we're working to partner with IMSA and John Doonan and his team to kind of develop an IMSA certification module inside our flagging and communications training piece that really allows you, just like we have kind of ladder series inside racing, where it's almost creating a ladder series inside of the volunteer and worker training piece, if you will, so that you become For example, I have my regional FNC license. I can then grow into getting my divisional and my national license. And one day very soon, I'll be able to take my IMSA certification so that I can go stand on the corner of turn 5 at the Rolex 24 and be fully certified to work and support IMSA programs going forward. So, to your point earlier, access means a lot of different things to a lot of different people based on where they are in the motorsports continuum, right? I mean, some folks like to access motorsports by being a volunteer. Some like to access it by being behind the wheel. Our goal is to serve as many of those enthusiasts as possible to get them in the family and get them in motorsports in general.
That's a great goal. And I think that one of the things I think people who have not experienced the SCCA may not realize is that you go to an event like the Runoffs or the Solo Nationals, and it's fun beyond the racetrack. There's a community, there's a culture there that is just downright fun, and you're with people that are kind of going the same direction you are in life. They love cars, they love being around people who love competition, and it's pure, and there's just a joy to it that I can't find in many other places. And with the changes to society and overall culture going forward, how do you communicate that to younger audiences and younger potential members? What programs do you currently have in place that are attracting?
Yeah, I think one of the programs that we've seen a lot of growth in is our Women on Track initiative. As you know, that started out primarily focused on the solo side of things, and that family has grown significantly and has expanded to multiple SCCA programs, including road racing, including our volunteer efforts. Certainly is strong in the solo community and has expanded to the time trials community and even the club racing community. So, that is another definition of access, if you will, in terms of providing ladies who are interested in getting involved in motorsports. Sometimes it is a little, the hurdle is a little bit high because it has been historically dominated by men, and allowing that community to build where you've got women leading the next generation of women coming into motorsports. It has just worked out to be fabulous. You kind of have this mentorship piece going on inside the club that is attracting women inside the club to be more engaged. And it's also attracting women who are currently not engaged in the club to come in because they find a home for them where they can grow and learn. And so that's one of the outreach initiatives that's worked out really, really well. I'm really proud of that team and what they've done. And I think there's a lot more room for that to grow in the near future as well.
That's great. And, I can share firsthand that most of the people that mentored me early on were women in leadership positions in the SCCA. And first off, they saw how hapless I was and gave me things to do that I learned about the club. I learned about the people. I learned about the structure because they were in charge and they were organized. And
right.
And then when I started a race, I learned about racing because my very first race, I got solidly beat by a female driver who was considerably better at what it took to drive a racing car than I was. And
that's right. I'm a proud member of that club as well, Mr.
Yes,
Finn.
and I think that one of the things I like about this club and about the environment is that our club has had nationally competitive, top-level competitive women for decades.
Absolutely.
And the perhaps some of the women that changed motorsport came from our club.
Absolutely.
Some of them long before the current kind of dynamic revolution of female racers in motorsports. Thankfully, the SCCA membership is diverse in other ways, but this it's now an older program, but it's still relatively new in terms of the idea is Track Night in America. I want to touch back on that. We've talked about it previously, but for people who are not familiar with it, just give the headlines about what that does and what the reasoning was behind it.
Yeah, no, that might be the ultimate case study for what happens when you lower the barrier of entry and provide greater access to folks, right? So that was really the core of the idea was, what if we allowed people, what if we created a product and a service and an experience where folks could bring their daily drive perspective, right? And so that's grown. Track Night just had its 10-year anniversary. And it's grown to now where we have probably around 150 events per annum, and around 10,000 plus going through that experience every 12 months. And we see folks coming in to the Track Night in America program, again, because of the ease of entry and sampling kind of that experience. And then we see them going on into solo. We see them going on into enduro. We see them going into club racing. We see them going into track events and time trials. Or we have folks who just are habitual track nighters, and we don't mind that either. We've got folks who run 5-10 track nights a year, and that's how they choose to execute their passion for motorsports, right? That's their access point. So that's been a great program in terms of really kind of attracting a little bit different profile to the SCCA, giving them some exposure, giving them a taste of motorsports. And then once they kind of once the bug bites them, then kind of taking them into other areas inside the SCCA and outside the club too. So that's been a phenomenal program for us and continues to be strong.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody who did that because it impressed me in concept, and anything that opens the door to motorsport for audiences that may have not considered formal engagement with our club is a great thing in my mind. And
absolutely. And
speaking of formal engagements, our formal engagement that's run 40 years is just about up. So as well as the time for this session. But I want to thank you, Mike, for being a great partner to our company.
Absolutely. And Paul, I don't know if I have, do I have 60 seconds left?
Yes.
Because I do want to do something that's a little off script, if I may. And that is this right here. Paul, do you know who Wolf Bernardo is?
Yes, I do.
Well, for Judy and Francisco, the Wolf Bernardo Award in the SCCA is our highest honor. And it's presented annually to the member who's made the most outstanding long-term contribution to the club. And the recipient in 2023 is none other than Paul Frederick Fanner of SCCA's Cal Club region, because Paul has been spreading the SCCA gospel as a member, as a publisher, as a CEO, as a motorsports enthusiast for over 40 years. The amount of visibility, enthusiasm, exposure, and expertise that he's contributed to this club over that time period is just phenomenal. This is not new news to Paul. Unfortunately, I got beaten to the punch on this, but I didn't want to lose this platform, this opportunity to commemorate you, Paul, and all the many, many contributions you've made to the SCCA, not only as the CEO of Racer Media and Marketing and the publisher of Sports Car, but as a mentor for me and previous generations of many members inside the club. So congratulations, sir. It's quite an honor, and you certainly deserve it.
Thank you, Mike.
Deserving.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mike. Great pleasure to have you on, and great honor. So we'll run a short video, and we will be right back for our next session.
Thank you for the kind words.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Congratulations, Paul. Very nice word from Michael at the SCCA. Very well deserved. You are on mute, Mr. Fanner. So.
No longer on mute. Yeah, I just had received a congratulations call. Sorry about that. That was kept a secret up until that point on our end. So. Yeah, and I do want to say that award should be to the entire team I work with at my company. They did all the work. They actually made up for my continuing inability to manage a magazine. They're all really good at it. So,
Well, we got John Claggett with us. We're going to be transitioning to our next session. We're going to be talking Trans Am and why John is coming on. There we go. So, Paul, we'll let you take over.
Great. Thank you, Francis, and thank you, Judy. Well, John.
Congrats on the Wolf Bernardo. Well deserved.
Well, thank you, John. As someone who was part of the SCCA journey with me for so long, it means a lot. I think you're one of the great people I've met at the SCCA and developed a lifelong friendship with and deep respect for.
Yeah, you beat me by a few years, but 84 was my launch point for the club.
Right, that was the year we started to publish Sports Car. But I first encountered the SCCA firsthand at an event, at a Trans Am event in 1969 at Riverside International Raceway, which began a lifelong love affair with the Trans Am series. It's one of my favorite racing series of all time. And, I want to say that your singular passion for the Trans Am saved it from oblivion. And it's one of the rare times I've seen that during my 50 years working professionally in the sport. I don't think I've seen anybody successfully resuscitate a racing series.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. When I joined the club in 84 as a PR guy. It's a little bit now like the McDonald's CEO who started at the drive-up window.
Yeah.
Once you start to learn all the aspects of what's involved in running something, starting from PR, then to marketing, broadcast, administration, it gives you the background to understand all the little pieces that are important. And so ultimately all of that came into play when I was given the opportunity to, in 2010, give a consulting project to SCCA Pro Racing to try to figure out, could the Trans Am be saved? And it was a 3-month job for me to interview all the stakeholders involved in SCCA Trans Am at that point, from racers to team owners to part sponsors to broadcast to venues. And it gave me the luck at that point in time. It was just a job to give SCCA Pro some guidance.
Yeah.
Little did I know that in about another 12 months, there would be a group of Trans Am racers that had bought the rights to manage the series going forward, and that I would be able to implement my 78-page plan. So it was, when you're given something, an opportunity, you're always 3 days behind on the first day that you're on the job. And had I not have that opportunity to do the 3 months of groundwork to understand the formidable challenges in front of me. There were 4 pages of things that I had found that needed to be fixed for the series to become relevant again. 4 single-spaced pages. And I was like, I wouldn't have been given that opportunity to figure that out once I had the job. You would have been doing it completely fly by the pants because you didn't have 3 months. You know, within 3 months of forming the company, we were racing. So, you know, it was kind of a interesting opportunity back in 2010 that led to the launch of 2012, and you know, 10 years later, here we are.
Yeah, and here you really are. You know, I watched almost every race this year, and it is just so raw, authentic, and dynamic. If you wonder what racing was in the heyday when there was a purity to it, there was an intensity to it. Look no further than the Trans Am. It is the embodiment of the original spirit of racing, and I can't take my eyes off of it once one of these races starts. And you know, I think people may not understand the class structure of Trans Am, but you have the crown jewel, which I think is one of the most awesome racing platforms on the planet. It's like a low flying fighter jet, which is a Trans Am, top level Trans Am car. Tell us a little bit about that race car.
Well, you know, Tommy Kendall grabbed me one time, and he's been a great champion of Trans Am in back in the day. And he said, Trans Am needs to be different. They can't follow all this international balance of power and downsizing of engines and this and that. Trans Am needs to be bold. It needs to be different. It needs to be the Godzilla of racing. And, you know, basically that's the Trans Am class, 850 to 870 horsepower beasts that, you know, you get great racers in them, like Chris Dyson, our champion, 3-time champion, and Tommy Dreese and Justin Marks and Boris said, the class comes to life, and it is truly no driver aids, no traction control, nothing to save you but your own foot on the pedal and your hand on the gearbox. And so that's the Trans Am class. And you know, it's a little light in entries right now, but what's great about it is there's immense interest at the chassis building level. And you got to have chassis builders interested in building it. And once they're building it, there'll be people that say, I want that one. And by the time you have 6 or 7 chassis builders with 2 or 3 customers each, you have 20 cars on the grid again. And I think we're on the cusp of that.
I do believe that to be true, and just based upon what I've seen in the way the racing and the quality of the driving and just the visceral experience of watching these cars on circuit. You know, this is not to disparage any other form of racing, but the cars are so under control and competent that you barely see any side slip many times. You see the cars track around a corner. Trans Am cars are moving around. They're coming off of corners like rocket sleds. They have so much power and they're unrestricted. And when they're moving through the slower classes in a combined race, it's like, I think I told you, it's like watching a starfighter through an asteroid field. But when I, you know, I also want to congratulate my partner in racer, Chris Dyson, on his 3rd championship. You know, we have a home team. I get to root for somebody in this series. But I also got to see across the spectrum of what you're doing, young driving talent, amazing young driving talent, the future of the sport coming through the Trans Am during these past few seasons, particularly this season.
Yeah, it's you know, kind of welcome to the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Cooler TA2 series when you talk about the youth movement. And it's very similar to what existed in the 1980s. When the Scott Pruitt, Scott Sharps, Ron Fellows, and all those guys were in Trans Am to be seen whether they were planning to go open wheel racing or whether they were going to go to NASCAR, Trans Am was that launch point. And TA2 with the sponsorship from Big Machine is now a formidable development series that is launching careers. When you think about Brent Cruz, as a 15-year-old, he probably doesn't even have a driver's permit yet, beating 80 drivers in the championship to win his championship to become the youngest champion in series history that goes back to 1966. It's crazy that he's that talented. I mean, he came to us as a 14-year-old, honestly, 13 years and 11 months. And as a rookie, 14-year-old was rookie of the year, 15-year-old champion. And he's not alone. I mean, there's 26 drivers that were in TA2 in the young gun competition, which means they were 25 years or younger. And there were 39 rookies in the category that not all of them are young. Some of them are just introduced to the series and have less than 5 career starts. But that's how much influx of up and coming racers are in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler TA2.
Yes, and you talk about your TA2 champion, but we had another Connor Zilich was a revelation at the end of the season this year when he stepped very competitive and race winner in TA2, but we watched him in MX5 Cup in prior season, and then he stepped up to Trans Am
as a 17-year-old and became the first driver ever to do a double win in the 2 categories. And he's a Chevrolet development driver signed to a contract to go on. Brent Cruz is in the Toyota development program. There's another wave of them coming, which is exciting to see that the Trans Am series has returned to its place as the development series that is giving people, what's great about it is NASCAR owners, drivers, and team crew are recognizing the value of spending time in our series to hone their skill set. 10 of the Daytona 500 racers this year, as in Daytona 500, there were 10 of them that had set foot in a TA2 car and had spent some time there. So, that it's great that we're providing that opportunity, that it's recognized as the opportunity they need to take.
Yes, and it goes both ways. You're seeing drivers who have gone through the full arc of career that still have competitive, fire and ability, that have won championships or run at the very top levels of motorsport. They're coming back to Trans Am.
So now you're talking like Boris said, and
yes,
and the latest example of that is Gar Robinson, who took to the COTA circuit and won.
Yes, he
did. I think when he's done with his aspirations at the highest of pro level, which involved Le Mans and doing, I listened to the speakers before me about how special Le Mans is, and absolutely it is. Why would you not want to do that? But when you've done all of that, where will Gar go back to? The Trans Am. And part of that is the community that we have. I mean, it's kind of the same as the SCCA situation, where once you get to the Trans Am paddock, it's a family of racers that support each other, that it's fun. It's not frown pressure so horrible that you're just not enjoying yourself. That's the opposite of what we are.
Yeah, that's again one of the things I love about it. I know a lot of people in that paddock, and they are having fun, but in a very competitive way. And the level of competition when one looks at Brent Cruz and who he had to beat this year, he had to beat some absolutely top level world-class racing drivers at that very young age to do what he did. And the energy of the Trans Am and the quality of the Trans Am has now earned an actual live television deal. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, going backwards, I'd say, one of the things that we had to overcome from 2010 and baby steps to get there was an improved marketing platform that was good enough to give teams an opportunity to put car sponsors into the program so that they could afford to come race with us. And the steps before where we are now was just simply live streaming and having some cut down shows on CBS Sports. And once we had felt that that experiment had run its course, MAV TV has come into the pipeline and is essentially the latest, what Speed Vision Speed Channel was 10, 15 years ago. MAV TV is taking and moving motorsports in a great way. And they have found the Trans Am is a great live product. So we started to test the bringing Trans Am to the network in June of this year at Detroit Grand Prix. And, the plan is to do a whole lot more live racing on the network in addition to our live streaming, in addition to our cut down shows that air on Trans Am Thursday on MAV TV, along with some shoulder programming that is kind of paddock orientation based storylines. So I'd say the marketing platform and the distribution of those shows, as well as the international distribution that Greenlight has made for us as the production company, has put us in a position that we've never been before.
And I think, as a preview of my next session, all of this wouldn't have happened without the commitment and business acumen of the leader of Pirella Motorsport Holdings, Tony Pirella. Tell me about how that came about and how you two have worked together to build this series.
Well, there's no question about that. Let me go back to 2010 when I was doing my evaluations of what was missing. One of the things that was missing was bucket list racetracks.
Yes.
And that was not possible in what I started with. And one of the very first phone calls I made upon being named the president and CEO of Trans Am was to this guy named Tony Pirella, who had just bought the SVRA. Yep. And I threw out hey, Tony, you run vintage Trans Am historic cars. I got the modern version of those. Do you see anything that we could do together? And the answer was, yeah, let's try it out. And he had the bucket list racetracks. And so I give that the full credit for what our drivers want is to be able to race at places that are meaningful to motorsports overall, or were a historical racetrack in the scope of Trans Am racing. And the track rental fees that are involved in that, Trans Am was not in a position to do that without being with a partner like Tony. So, our true growth cycle happened when Tony became a partner to the other owners, and then ultimately, bought them out and is now sole
owner. And I've watched that, as it's progressed, and as that's progressed, so has the overall package that goes to a racetrack now, where Trans Am is a centerpiece of this package. But there's entry volume, there's a backgate model there that works very well, but there's also a spectator and audience facing model that provides a real event that's a headliner event now. And the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock Park, we're proud to have as a agency client, it's great to see one of the great venues for Trans Am restored with a headliner event like that. And do you see any other changes coming in the schedule in the years ahead? Where would you want to be, and where do you want to go with this series? Do you want to go international? Do you want to? How far can this go? Because it's a great.
Well, something like the Spike Coolers TA2 could definitely go international. There are TA2 cars in various pockets of the world, and the challenge there is that they're in various development technical specs packages that don't marry what we do exactly. So we'd like to get everybody to be more in line with what we're doing, and then you could do something using the phrase World Cup. I apologize for that, it's trademarked, but you could take all of these cars around the world and have a true international TA2 race fest, if you will. And yeah, that's possible. The thing that you had said about events, they're coming through the SCCA system. Many times it was, let's get onto an IndyCar or kart race weekend. That's where the value is for Trans Am, because we can count the spectators that are there for the lead series as our own. And you get a little sloppy and a little lazy when that's your model.
Yep.
And then when it's taken away from you and you're looking at a empty race venue, then you go, wow, this is not good. But where Tony's made the difference is he's genuinely a Barnum and Bailey's promoter that loves to promote events. And he has brought so many different aspects of an event to be something that is really, to a fan engagement, is incredible. You have the Optima Batteries Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, you have car corrals, you have a marketing zone where you can look at kiosks from many different companies, and you can see historic cars, you can see modern day open wheel cars, you can see Trans Am. It is such a incredibly varied weekend that there's something there for everybody. And just more of that is great. And as we continue to build those into being even more special, great. And there'll be certain cherry-picked events like that will be presented to us, and we'll do them when we can fit them into our schedule. So I see it, pretty much where we are now, just taking advantage of special opportunities when they are, but doing the SVRA Trans Am lead shows as the baseline.
Yeah, they work. And I think with your embrace of a television package now, it's some real progress here. And I have one last set of questions. I mean, you've done what you've done by not necessarily having a lot of direct manufacturer support, as once elevated the Trans Am, and in most cases destroyed the Trans Am when the manufacturers withdrew and went on to do other things. What's your philosophy going forward in relationship to manufacturer involvement in the series?
Well, I think you've said it. Back in the 80s when I first started, these were the Jack Roush days, Protofab days, Buzz McCall, factory involvement days. And there's 2 or 3 teams that have all the resources in the world, and then your independents are fighting for 10th on the grid. And then it eventually ends. And then, you're in a 5 or 6 year rebuild. So our philosophy, we're not an anti-manufacturer, but what we'd love is for the manufacturers to support drivers with driver contracts and a marketing platform, whether it's in the series or whether it's at the events. That's where we see the value of what a manufacturer partnership is all about, instead of true factory works teams.
Yeah, and that's worked so far here. And, just witness TA2, and it's just awesome growth and energy. And as we wrap up here, one final thought. What, you've seen so much during your nearly, 40 years of direct involvement with the Trans Am. What are you most proud of as you look back on what you and your colleagues have accomplished? What's the thing that stands out?
Ultimately having some success in rebuilding it, because this was blood, sweat, and tears. As I said, there were 4 pages of things that had to be fixed, and we're not through the list yet, but it's a lot shorter now than it was.
Yes, it is.
And we probably started with 15 cars on the grid in 2012 in our first race. And now we have race weekends that through our various 5 classes or our Western Championship, which also has experienced tremendous growth, 40% gain in 2 years' time.
Yeah.
It's just that people found it, bought into it. And the philosophy was always those first 15 people that we have on the grid, if we do a good enough job with our customer relations, they're going to tell somebody that they had a good time, and you'll grow incrementally, little by little. And that's exactly what has happened. And ultimately, that's who we are. We are a competitor-based, customer-friendly series, and we will never lose that. And it will continue to grow just on those philosophies alone.
And I love your consistency in trying to do those things since I've known you. You've cared about this series so deeply, and it's, your friendship over all these years is one of the treasures of my life here. And thank you for saving this series I love so much. And
Paul, you were a component of that success too, because Racer Magazine and our relationship with you has put us on the map where people can see us every day by just going to racer.com and seeing what's going on in Trans Am. And it's been a part of why it's been found by the world at large.
Well, I think you do the best part is the content of Trans Am attracts audience. And I think if you haven't seen a Trans Am race, missing something.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Paul. And we are going to run a very short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back in our next session with SVRA.
Thanks, John.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you, and welcome back to the program. A big thank you to our sponsors and, of course, our partners, Racer and Speed Sport, for making this program available to each and every one out there. So again, we are live, on Zoom, on Racer.com, on Speedsport.com, on our different YouTube channel, and we are going to bring Mr. Tony Parella next on the panel. So Paul, I guess you're on mute.
Both Paul and everybody's been with us since the very first year, and I'm just so proud to have them on our 4th annual Race Industry Week. So it's a pleasure.
Absolutely.
And there's Tony.
Good afternoon, Tony.
Getting a little panic stricken because I wasn't sure if you were picking me up or what was going on, but I'm ready to go.
We see you and hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me on.
Great to see you, Tony. By the way, you're always ready to go for as long as I've met you.
I got to tell you, Paul, I was a little nervous. I thought I'm technically challenged when it comes to Zoom links. Unfortunately, I was panic stricken that I somehow messed this up. I've done it 3 years in a row. You think I'd have the process down by now, but we're
I'm
good.
going to learn about unmuting. I don't think I have that part down. So first off, wow, what a year you've had, Tony. You more than came back strong for the depths of the pandemic. And just talking to John here about the Trans Am, across the board, you've grown this business, especially since we met. And we'll talk about 23 in a moment, but just by way of background, I don't think many people that are in the racing community realize that you came from outside the racing business. You were a participant, but you're a business person with great success in turning companies around and dealing with what would be calamitous situations and turning them into something that has value for all involved: employees, shareholders, customers. So tell me, first off, why the hell did you think you could do that with SVRA as a starting point?
I have to admit, I'm entering my 12th year, which is hard to believe.
Yeah.
But I was incredibly naive on what it would take to make this work as a business and work well. But we used a lot of the fundamentals that I learned over my 30+ year career in telecommunications. Frankly, we applied them to racing. And I wish I could tell you in 2012 that I could see everything that we've become or knew exactly the course we were going to chart to get here. But in hindsight, honestly, we used the basic fundamentals that I've used everywhere in my career. And it starts with treating your employees and people the way they should be treated. It also, you need to be able to see your business in a way that most people don't really take the time to do. And one thing that I was adamant about when I made the decision to go into racing was to build the best back office in racing. And that, honestly, that one decision at the time, you could outsource your entry process, and that's still a viable way that people do it. It's just for where I wanted to go with sponsorship and some of the other things that we needed to do to grow the platform debt-free. I had to see the business at a level that I've not seen anybody in racing able to see their business quite the same way. And I think, good people, good systems, and I approached this as an enthusiast. Look, I came in thinking I was going to be a race car driver every weekend, and this was going to be semi-retirement. The racing side lasted about 2 years, and I wasn't very good at it because I was too busy trying to build the business. And I just finally waved the white flag and said, I'm going to build a company. And a lot of good things happened. Trans Am coming into the picture and adding that to building a national footprint for vintage racing with SVRA. the FR, F4. We've launched some new series as of late with PSSA, our prototype group. And all of that momentum has helped make this work. But if you look at what the starting point was, it's remarkable how far we've come. The company I started with was at 3 racetracks: Watkins Glen, Mid-Ohio, and Sebring. And it was vintage only, and there was 0 gate, and there was 0 sponsors. So this was built on the backs of amateur racers that were enthusiasts, much like is done every day in vintage racing. We just charted a little bit different path to try to emulate what some of the mainstream motorsports players were doing. Just we did it on our scale and our time. But it's been a fantastic journey. But what's interesting is, for the first time, I feel like now we're ready to really go. This hasn't even been announced yet, but a month ago in October, I closed on a transaction that brought in some major league investors into Pro Motorsports Holdings. And I've been at a crossroads. I probably, if it had not been for COVID, I would have done it sooner. But COVID scared the heck out of me. And I felt the best thing to do was go it alone, not take on debt, but take care of the team and take care of the customers that we could run races at, and just weather the storm. And we did that. We did it well. And the company, I had 2 basic principles. I was not willing to put that on the company, largely because of my age. I'm going to be 65 years old, and I don't want to have unnecessary debt or stress after all of what I've accomplished in business in my prior life. So my steadfast rule was, if we can pay for it with cash, then we can do it. And we've really built this at the grassroots level, block by block. And, this year, instead of 3 events in 24, we'll have as a company 26 events, I think. We're, in terms of entries, instead of about 300 race entries as a company, we'll do over 6,000. In terms of, we didn't even have a Facebook page or anything in place. So we've been a work in progress. But with these new investors, to give you perspective on who they are, they own part of the Washington Commanders, the NFL team. They own the New Jersey Devils. They own the Philadelphia 76ers. They own the X Games. This is a consortium of 3 private equity groups that I brought into the fold. I still Pro Motorsports Holding. I'm still the CEO. I still own a pretty hefty chunk of the business. But this enables us now to go to, frankly, any scale we want to go to, as long as it makes good business sense. And for where I was in my career, I had my objectives with the company have evolved, as you would expect. Job 1 was to make sure all the work we've done is preserved. I think we've changed the face of grassroots racing in America. I think we have a legitimate chance to be at the seat of the table, to be part of mainstream motorsports in America. But having the partners to do it with that are like-minded in the vision and really want to take it to the next step, it was the right time for me to do that. And as that was going on, I brought in 2 heavy hitters to the team. You just finished with John, but in addition to John, with Trans Am, who's done a great job, you got Scott Goodyear, who came and runs our F4 FR, and there's amazing development for these young kids. But then I hired Michael Printup, the former president of Watkins Glen International, to really take over the day-to-day operations so I can focus more on strategic. In addition, I brought in probably the best marketeer in motorsports. Kim McCullough was responsible for marketing with Jaguar and Land Rover. She's been a consultant to me. I know you have a history with Kim, and she's going to take us, between her and Michael and added to the team we have, they're going to take us to a level I could have never done on my own. The company's outgrown my ability to wear all the hats
Yeah.
and take it to the level that it's capable of. But it's been a blast. I had 30 years in telecom and had my fair share of successes taking two companies public, one company on best company in America to work for list 4 years in a row. But this is the first time I enjoyed and cared about what I was selling. It was always about the people, but nobody ever called me up and said, God, I love my phone. This is not, it's a little, this is a labor of love. There's no question.
Well, first off, congratulations to you and your team for having earned this capital, this capital partner in your business, and congratulations to them for seeing and understanding the value in what you've created. I've been witness to the growth and development of your business in a really turbulent and challenging time in motorsport. You've had some very interesting headwinds you've had to deal with on a couple of occasions here, and you've navigated this turbulence and basically shifting landscape really well. You've also held talent close to you. A lot of really good people work inside your team. I've gotten to know a number of them, and the continuity of the team has been a big part of that. What do you think it is that makes them, stay committed to you and hold this team together while you see sea change a lot of times in other teams?
Well, I think they believe in the direction. Number one, my employees, I came in and painted the best picture I could paint at the time of what we were going to become. And that was met with a fair amount of skepticism, to say the least, in the industry in general, because, people, because it hadn't been done before to this scale, they felt like, who's this idiot from outside racing that's going to do this? But I think we had a very good vision, and we were diligent in our spending. We were very focused to not overspend, but provide as much value as I can. I poured every dollar into the business that came in. I certainly didn't take out a whole lot out of the business for the last 12 years. It was constantly reinventing ourselves. But we built this debt-free. And I think what happened with this transaction that I did last month with my new partners, I think they were able to see, holy cow, this thing went from here to here with no debt. You did it all out of the cash register. And we didn't do it on the backs of the racers. We now have real gates. We have real partners. We've invested in streaming. As I listened to John's session, and he was spot on. We started with streaming and CBS Sports, and now Mav TV's come in, and we're actually broadcasting live. And CJ and Mark on the Mav team, they're changing that network. That's the real deal. And I think John's analogy of replace the Speed Channel days, I think they're going to take it to another level, and they got the right team over there. So that partnership is evolving. So we're really excited. I'm already looking at some interesting M&A opportunities, which I always do. But the difference is I can look at bigger ones now than I could when I was doing it out of the shell. And but my team, I think they've, we just had a big meeting at COTA, our year-end race, and we kicked off the season at Sebring with a big team meeting. And the picture I painted in February to the picture that we actually did in November, that through the season, everything came true. And when you say you're going to do something and then do it, you build credibility with your team, and you build credibility in the marketplace. And I think my team knows that we'll shoot straight, and we're going to figure it out. And so I'm really blessed with the employees we have. We've had very little, if any, turnover, but we stepped up during COVID. We try to do the right thing whenever possible. And there's a balance, in any business. You have to balance your employees, your customers, and the investors or owners. And if you at any given time, one of those things can get out of balance. But over a period of time, they all have to get their fair share. And a CEO's job is to make sure that happens. It's been true. I don't care what business you're in. That's going to be true.
Yeah, and I think the thing I've getting to know you over this past 10 or 11 years here, one of the things I will say, if you don't know Tony, Tony's good at learning faster than the competition. And that's what I like about racing people. The people who succeed in racing learn quickly, and they're learning from multiple inputs. Everything's a learning experience. A setback is a learning experience. And seeing you evolve and adapt your property and your business model as you've learned is, I've learned a lot from watching you do it. And the thing that strikes me about it, though, is that you're never satisfied. There's always another mountain to climb. You get one thing under control, and your eyes are up the horizon. There, you see something else. And
if you're not growing, Paul, if you ever are satisfied as a CEO, it's time to retire. Because my experience in business, if you're not growing, you're dying. And you don't make excuses. You find a way to grow the business profitably and intelligently. Sometimes you have to make mistakes to get to where you want to go. I mean, I've had some colossal failures along the way. Probably the funniest one, my first year, we were going to go to Rockingham because I had heard of Rockingham and I thought we would catch people on their way to the Midi. So I bought 200 jars of Junior Johnson moonshine, had a big pig roast, and I think we had 12 cars or some ridiculous turnout. It was so bad. I still got some moonshine if you need some.
Oh, good. Holiday gift list.
But that's part of it's part of it. You have to make mistakes to learn, and we've certainly made our fair share of them, but we've also, I think with the team we have, we've done a really good job for what this was and what it's become. But we're honestly, I can't stress this enough. You ain't seen nothing yet. Watch what happens to this company over the next several years. I think that it's unlimited to what we can become.
Well, it's great. You have a fantastic foundation to build on. You built the relationships. You built the partner relationships. You've got a group of people that's learned the business through the lens of how you do business, which is a different way than a lot of others do business. You do keep your commitments. I'm, someone that has benefited from that as a client partner working with you in the Trans Am series. But at the same time, the thing I think that, impressed me early on was that you looked at this differently. I think we met when you were doing your first Brickyard Invitational, which was an unthinkable thing for vintage racing at the time you did that. Yeah. Tell me how that came about.
Well, when I wrote the original business plan, two of the things that I had that I thought could change the game, so to speak, was getting an event at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for amateurs. Up until that time, it really was an exclusive club for IndyCar, Formula One, or NASCAR. But really no amateurs to scale race there prior to us cracking that code. And at the same time, Circuit of the Americas was being built. And I felt, given where it was located, if we could get a date there and have a, quote, vintage racing national championship. And that was, I will tell you, there was a fair amount of people that thought that was almost sacrilegious to say you're going to have a racing national championship for vintage cars. And that's, I get that. People are passionate about what they do. It just felt right for us. I'm a racer at heart. So a lot of the decisions I made were based on what I enjoy doing this, as simple as that sounds, but yet do it where it's financially viable. And the relationships they built at IMS, at Circuit of the Americas, and Laguna Seca, and Lime Rock, and everywhere in between, VIR, Sebring, etc. doing what you say you're going to do, they really got behind what we were trying to accomplish. And I don't hear now a whole lot of noise or negative noise. You know, we need more track time. We need this, we need that. You get the normal stuff that you always got to try to improve, which we constantly look at things to do. But we've really run this as well as you can. I think, you know, a lot of thing that goes untalked about, doesn't get talked about, is safety of amateur racing. You know, we invested in a flagtronic system. We're in the process now of taking these devices and putting them in every car. At some point, I'll make that mandatory, so I don't have to hear they missed the flag or didn't see the flag. It's safer,
My favorite
but
excuse.
it also, you know, and it also, honestly, probably will save somebody's life. And you can't. I think that the thing that I learned in vintage racing is they almost feel it's not going to happen to them being the racers. They think they're better than they are, quite frankly. And this is a tool. This is one of many things that we've done that when we first rolled it out, people scratched their heads. So why are you making us spend $200 for that? Well, if it saves your life, or the other thing that it does is I can notify a driver that's saying, hey, your car's oiling. Would you please get off the racing line? And that cost me an hour to clean it up. So those kind of things, we're constantly looking at giving back to the space and investing in safety and investing in our process, investing in the training of our people. Some of the tracks we race at, I was not happy with their dispatch for towing and safety and ambulance. I bring my own team in. And it's not cheap to do that, but it's necessary when you don't have a standard that you're accustomed to. You have to fix it. Not all tracks manage it the right way.
Yeah,
so you know, it's
you're
all of
managing
those
time
lessons
ultimately.
learned.
Yeah, you're managing time ultimately, aren't you?
Yeah.
I have to ask you a question now. You know, we're getting near the end of this, and you've been on a journey here. What's the most important lesson you've learned, and what's the big thing left to do in this business for you?
Oh my God, we can go. I don't know what's left. It seems like there's several things left to do. We do not have a highness level hospitality offering for our racers. That experience should be better. We're in the process of building what we call Speed Tour Marketplace, a zone for our sponsors and to sell their products at our races and really make it fan engaging. We gotta get better at marketing our gate. We're learning every day. We're learning on that and getting better and better. Our social media presence is improved. When you think about 45 million impressions, 3.5 million engagements is great, but I want to triple that or quadruple that. We're gonna go to another level there. We're taking our first shot internationally. We're going to Canada to do Continental Tire with a Trans Am race is our first step. But this pretty big globe that we got a chance to race in. I want to expand outside the U.S. You know, I did a deal with the SCCA Pro that we took over the operational rights of that, and I see a huge opportunity to do what I call wholesale weekends.
Yeah,
and where it's not necessarily all of SVRA or Trans Am PMH properties. I want to recruit other clubs, drivers, whatever, other series that we'll sanction it, standardize it, we'll own the track contract, we'll help blow up the gate and promote, but still make it where they can't do it on their own, but they could be part of it. So I see us doubling the size of our footprint over the next several years. So there's so much to work on. And then there's internal processes and growth. You know, bringing Kim in and Michael in, it frees me up. And, you know, I can really focus on the fundamentals and strategy of the business, which is very exciting to me.
Yes, and like I said earlier, you're a learning machine. So what's the big lesson out of this journey? This is the thing I want to hear out of you. You were a different person in some ways than you began this. You said you were naive, but you're only naive for so long. I saw you learn. What did you learn?
Well, I've tried to apply the lessons learned and be open-minded to continue to learn. You know, that in the early days I heard we've always done it this way, and that doesn't make me happy when I hear that. You can validate that with my team. It doesn't. If you've been stupid all these years, let's not continue it. Let's try to get smart if we can. But you know, this is a constant learning process, and I'm sure what I'm doing today, 5 years from now, I'll look back at this and go, God, what was I thinking? We should have been doing it this way. We're constantly evolving, but part of that is bringing in the team we have has fresh thoughts, fresh ideas, and frankly, we can learn from our people if we just listen. And I'm trying to do that the best I can. But I know I got to go, but I got to do something before I go. In honor of your next guest, this is an official Richard Petty hat that I did a fundraiser. And
that's fantastic.
He was my grand marshal. So for those of you on this call, look up Victory Junction. It's an amazing kids camp, and Mr. Petty's family has done an amazing job. So send him a check and put a kid to camp. It's not that expensive, and I'll let him go. I can't do anything to honor Linda Vaughn, because let's face it, I'm just not built properly to do that, but I can do a Petty impression. So thank you.
And that's a great message to end with. And it's you know, first of all, I want to thank you for your friendship and collaboration over these years. I've learned a lot from watching you and your team work, and you have an amazing team. And the additions to your team, I have great respect for. And I will mention that Kim McCullough was the first customer for Racer when she was the ad director at Mazda. So thank you, Kim.
And in closing, Paul, thank you for having me on. Racer and Racer.com has been a huge part of our exposure, growth, all of that. Vintage Motorsport Magazine, all of that is part of our story, of our success. Racer and a huge seat at the table, including naming my company. So
I know.
Thank you, Tony. We'll run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With ShopMonkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with ShopMonkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about ShopMonkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Epartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
Epartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
Epartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Our producer, Chip Ganassi, is in touch with Richard's team right now. They're trying to log him in. He's having a little technical challenge, but he should be with us any second. Mr. Hammond, what a great session.
Hey, Francis, I have somebody special right next to me, so let me get out of the way.
Ooh, who could that be?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Well, Francis, I was getting ready to say when Richard gets here, the king will be here, but I should bow to the queen of racing, Linda Bond.
Thank you, Jeff.
How you doing, Linda?
Bonjour, Francis. I'm doing
Bonjour, Linda.
Now, wait a cotton picking minute. You guys are not going to start doing that French deal between the two of you, are you?
Pitié peu en français, mon chéri. Je t'aime à toi ce soir.
This is not fair. This is not fair. I protest. We were set and we were supposed to be all English. It's supposed to be all English. Don't do this.
How y'all doing?
We're doing great. Yeah, that's better. How y'all doing? I like that. Oh, man.
Well, I can't do that, but I'll let you do it.
You can't do the y'all part, Francis? Come on now.
Come on, you can say bonjour and you can say hello.
Yeah, you know.
Hi, y'all.
No, thank you, Linda.
In Southern English. Hi, y'all.
Yeah, I can try. I'll try. But no, thank you for being with us today. You're the star of the week. We're going to have you twice. We're going to have you twice.
Yeah,
looking forward to it.
I know that.
The King's having a hard time getting through. I sure hope we get through because I can tell some stories on the King and I. That's a movie.
Wait a minute. Now there was a movie called The King and I. Let's leave the movie and let's don't be bringing this into real life, okay?
Jeff, I'm sorry I didn't get your address, but I have those pictures for you, so I make sure I get your address before I leave today. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. Francis, Linda and I were in Chattanooga a few weeks ago and had a chance to, talk and cut up a little bit. And it really turned out to be, once again, I could not believe how good the event got in 1 year.
It was lovely. It was a little cold, but you know what? The cars were beautiful. The people were great. And so many of our friends were there. And it's such a good cause because I go to a neuroscientist myself with some of my injuries that I've had, and I just love helping those doctors back there. So I hope we get to do it again next year.
I do too. And Ray Everingham, he helps me. He brings me along with him, and
absolutely,
I really enjoyed that. And Billy Ryan was up there with a lot of stock cars. And
wasn't that great?
the history of the stock cars, because you were actually signing right there with the 442 Oldsmobiles you had.
Oh, those were
Hearst.
2 Hearst Oldsmobiles.
Yeah.
And we got big blocks
Hey,
for
here is
Looky here.
Mr. Petty.
Okay, here's Richard.
Can you hear us okay, Richard?
A little bit.
All right. We'll talk loud then. How you doing, my friend?
Doing great, man. Kind of cold down here. Other than that, we're doing great.
Well, I know what you mean. It's a little chilly outside. That's the reason why you're wrapped up. That's the one thing I like about what you do is that scarf you wear regularly. You really turned that into an accessory that makes it good for me to wear, because I said, man, if the king can wear that, I can wear that. You know what I mean?
When it's this cold, you need it, man. That's for sure. I'm getting
Yeah.
ready for Christmas, so I'm getting my Christmas colors out.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a real good thing. Hey, Richard, let's just jump right on into this here, because both of you can speak to this. And that is, we just, we're celebrating 75 years of NASCAR. What has this year meant to you? Because I know that they played a lot of your highlights and showed your dad and your brothers and stuff like it, and a lot of stuff that I have seen when they've done kind of like a walk back through history. What is your feelings right now about that? Did you learn anything? Do you remember something that you'd forgotten?
If I could remember what I forgot, it'd be smart. But, yeah, the big deal was that I went to the very first Cup race they had in Charlotte in 1949, and the Petties has been going ever since. We grew up in NASCAR, and it's changed so much. It's just it's kind of hard to recognize what happened back then, and seeing all the years and all the changes and all the things that's come about over a period of years. So, everything has to change. So NASCAR had to keep up with the day's deal. They couldn't run just stock cars, because they found out right quick they wouldn't work. So then they started modifying, and they kept modifying it, changing it, trying to make a race car out of it. And finally, a year ago, they just give up on the original car and just designed a completely different race car. So our cars are more like sports cars, stuff like that. It's kind of a kit car now. So it's got a long way from. They can't call it stock car racing anymore. It has to be NASCAR racing.
I understand that right there. And Linda, what was your first remembrance of and your opportunity to really be around the sport of NASCAR? Did you start with NASCAR?
Yes,
or did you start with drag racing?
No, I started in NASCAR. I was Miss Atlanta 500 and met Richard in 1961. We have grown up together, literally our careers together. And I've enjoyed it all. But I started in NASCAR. I won Miss Atlanta International Raceway in 1961. And they took me down to Daytona to ride in the parade of the visiting pace cars. And I saw that Miss Firebird float. And so I tried out, and I ended up winning that the following 45 years. I was Miss Firebird for the Corolla Company. And then I met the Hearst Company, and then I entered that contest. So it just snowballed, and I'm still working. Believe it, at this age, Richard and me still work, don't we, Richard?
Right, we do.
Yeah, we do.
The big deal, I've never considered it work. It was love.
It is love, and that's why I love you so much. It is love. It really is.
So that's just part of your being. That's part of your DNA, I guess.
Yeah, I think it is. It's in my blood for sure.
Let me ask you something, Linda. 1959, you was at Columbia, South Carolina. What was you doing there? You remember?
My stepdaddy and my mother lived in Swansea, South Carolina. And I slipped off and went up and met your daddy and walked in the middle of the racetrack. I was a youngin' then. I was real young. And we walked across, went over there and watched y'all race. And that was fantastic. I got stars in my eyes and dirt in my hair, and I loved every minute of it.
I remember that's the first time I remember Linda.
Yeah, thank you for refreshing my memory.
It was a convertible race.
Yeah, it was a convertible race.
Sometime in July or something. Anyhow, I wound up winning the race.
Yeah, he did.
Somehow she got in the winner's circle. Okay.
Because they asked me to.
You know, I don't know how she done it, but she was there. I do remember that.
Yeah, well, I'm
Now,
so
see,
happy that you remember that.
You're,
Thank you.
you're already lying to me, Richard, because you say you can't remember stuff like that, and you remember the date and the place and the moment.
It was the kiss.
Is it selective memories? Is it just certain things like that are just etched in your head?
Probably selective memory,
Yeah.
But if it's real serious, I can't remember.
That's not what I.
You're talking and about something, the history of this sport. I mean, we got a chance, like I say, to see a lot of history of the sport this past year. NASCAR did a really good job of, and our television partners and the racetracks of bringing back moments, which you were including because you were so successful. Do you think that we need to conscientiously do this on a regular basis? Because there's a lot of people that said, I didn't know that. I didn't know
History.
that. It's almost like NASCAR was rediscovered by a lot of families this year who have children because they didn't remember the history, because we don't talk about the history. It's almost like, okay, it's history. Don't worry about it. Move on. But when we brought it back in front of them, they like what they saw.
You got to figure, NASCAR started, Cup stuff started in 49. And Wilkesboro was one of the first races. So we came back on their 75th anniversary, NASCAR went back to Wilkesboro. And I think that was a good thing to do because you can't have 75 years without some history, but you got to tell the history because everybody knows what's happened the last year or two, but they don't understand what happened in 1950 or 55 or any of that stuff. So bringing back something like that, I think they tried to do that by running dirt at Bristol, but that's not the way to do it. If it come back to Concord or somewhere and run one of the original dirt tracks, it would have been great, but they didn't. But coming back to Wilkesboro, I think that was great, and I think that would be good for them to pursue things like that. Some of the racetracks that we don't run on now is go run an exhibition race or something like that, just to remind everybody that we've been here 75 years.
Well, I was straight A's in history, Richard, and I love the history. And I was the first girl in the shop class, and I learned all about NASCAR, everything I could before I even went to my first race. And I think it was wonderful watching that 75th anniversary there, because the kids today need that, because you got these young guys in college and just getting out of school that wants to take their trade and come into the motorsports, like our Spark program. And history is valuably important for our future. You teach the history, then you go into the future. So we'll have a future for the young generation.
To have a future, you had to have a history.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, and I'm glad you brought that up when you mentioned North Wilkesboro. Another racetrack, it's not that far from where you reside, Rockingham. A racetrack like that, I mean, does it not hold value in the history of the sport? And they're always talking about some of these cookie cutter tracks we go to. We got too many of them, and so they try to fix them or change them so they're not quote unquote cookie cutter. But you got a track like Rockingham sitting right there that's basically going to waste.
It really is. They modernized the racetrack. They've been trying to get NASCAR to come back, and
they do.
It would be a nice place to run an exhibition race, even if we didn't run. But you got to figure places like Wilkesboro and Rockingham went away because we had to go to Texas or California or Illinois with the race dates. So they lost the dates. And so there again, NASCAR was trying to spread the word, I guess. And some of the guys just had to bid to dust. And it would be nice to be able to see some of those come back, just to tell us where we come from, so that we could go to California, Texas, or somewhere.
Well, I read something where you made the comment about how you felt about Nashville fairgrounds.
Yeah.
And share with us how you kind of feel about that. I mean, that's a racetrack you're kind of high on.
Right. Yeah, and you got to figure Nashville. There was a bunch of Cup drivers that come through there. Allison used to run there all the time. That's where Darrell got his start, more or less. Cuckoo and that crowd, they all came. They run some races, and they come and run Cup stuff. So it's got so much history. The racetrack's been there since 1904 in some way, shape, or form. They've changed the track a bunch of times, and but still, yet the history of it. I just hate to see the history of anything that's been here that long go away. If it's not been here for 20 or 30 years, yeah, okay, that's not got no history. But something that's been here 100 years,
yes,
I think it ought to be preserved.
Yeah.
Well, if we keep
Speaking of-
going, Richard, we're going to be here 100 years.
I hope both of you are. I hope
I'm
both of
working
you
on
are,
it.
and I'm here doing the interview. I'm here doing the interview. Yeah.
I'm going to stay around just long enough to aggravate people. I think that's
I'll be with you.
Okay, we're giving you this much in racing. Now go out and aggravate a bunch of people. So
Yeah.
I'm having a good time doing that.
Well, I was going to say this, talking about history, I still go to the racetrack every now and then. I'll be going a lot more next year. But when I go to the racetrack, and then at the same time, I've run across you at the shop the other day, you and Dale Lemon, but you guys go to the racetrack still a lot. I mean, you're seen around the racetrack. Why? I mean, what is Richard Petty getting out of it today? I mean,
some of the racing deals and the way they run things, maybe I don't like. Okay. But I knew things had to be changed. But I still got my DNA is Petty Blue. Okay. I guess I can't get it out of me. And Dale's the same way. It gives us entertainment. It gives us stuff to talk about during the week, because again, we look at history. This is where we came from, guys. We don't know any better. So we got to go and sort of find out what's going on today or, tomorrow. And, we're looking forward to getting this season started off, I guess, in February, and, looking at maybe going some more races this year than what we did last year. See what happened? We went to all the races, and then COVID come along, and they wouldn't let us go to the races.
Yeah.
And so we kind of got out of the habit. But once I started back, I think I went to more races this year than I did last year, because I'm getting back in the groove, I guess.
Yeah, I hear you.
I know where I came from. I just don't know where I'm going, because I'm going to be doing the same thing, Richard. I will see you at Daytona for sure.
The main thing is keep going, okay?
Yeah, you got to keep going, and there's no doubt about that. And you've referenced this a couple times as far as the DNA, Petty Blue. I had the privilege of just about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I was at an event you had at your museum in Randleman. Great function. Had a golf court, had a golf tournament go along with it. But the museum, I mean, it's a number one, it's one of the top 10 attractions in the state of North Carolina to begin with. But I also want to talk about the Petty Garage. It's not just the history. It's what's happening today and being done today under, once again, the Petty banner.
Yeah, what happened, my dad started everything here in 1949. So if you go to a museum, you usually go to a new museum, and they, got chandeliers, they got everything all fancy, and they move the stuff. Well, we just didn't move anything. Everything is still here, the original shop, original floor, all that kind of stuff. But, we was going along with Petty Enterprises, and then we kind of sold a little bit of it and got out of that part of it. And So we had some boys here that worked for us for 15, 20, 30 years, and they didn't want to have to get another job or travel anywhere. So I had 3 or 4 race cars that I wanted to fix back up so we could put them in the museum. So the first thing you know, we were back there working around. Here comes somebody and says, "Hey man, can you modify my car? Can you do something to it?" So the first thing you know, we rebuild T models here. Anything that you got, they bring them in baskets, and our boys back there take them and make cars back out of. And we do a lot of new car stuff where people want a bigger engine, more horsepower, they want bigger brakes, different mufflers, whatever they want to do. We've got a paint shop here. We do fancy paint jobs. Anything you want done to your car that you can think about, then Petty's Garage can do it. And, we're trying to expand that deal. We got 3 or 4 old race cars back there that people's dug out of the bank somewhere, and they bring them in here, and we refurbish them. We make them back as stock as we can, because we can go look at some of our race cars and go back to the 1950s, 1970s, or 60s, whatever, and make the cars pretty authentic. And the basic big deal, if they bring in the majority of the pieces, no matter where they're rested or whatever, we can make new pieces and make it look like it's an original set.
I stockpiled a bunch of original old stock. I've got a whole bunch of shifters that I saved in my garage. And every once in a while, one of my friends is rebuilding something like that Plymouth he wanted. I had that slapstick shifter for it, original old stock, still in a box. So I would go into a lot of these speed shops and pick up the things that they still have left that they haven't sold. And I think that was a very wise move, and especially the younger kids want to know all about it, Richard. I think that's wonderful. You got that restoration shop.
Yeah, it works. It works really good. I mean,
Yeah.
we still got a bunch of parts. We know people that's got different parts for Fords or Chevrolets or Pontiacs, whatever it may be. So it might take a while to get everything together, but they usually can get it all together.
No, again, that's one of the things that I was impressed by, and then talking to your crew around there, that it's growing, and you're able to, you got some needs for some skilled labor. I mean, used to be in racing, if you wanted a welder, all you had to do is just turn and say, "Hey, come over here, Joe, and weld this for me." But now people are looking for skilled welders. They're not raised, you might say, on the farm like it was back in the good old days. I mean, you learn by trial and error, and somebody else who knew how to weld teaching you how to weld. And I've heard some stories about some of your welding. What was your view about it? Were you a good welder, or was everybody saying that chicken scratch you used to put on there wasn't very good?
I don't know how good a welder I was. Nothing ever fell off that I welded. So, might not look too pretty, but it stuck, and that was the main thing.
It worked.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say you trusted it enough to put yourself in amongst it, right?
Yeah, I might not have trusted anybody else, but I trusted myself. But we had good people here over the years that worked here 30, 40 years. That worked in the fab shop, and right now the way the race cars are, you really don't need a fab shop because you have to buy everything to put on the car. So, from that standpoint, it took a lot of ingenuity away from a bunch of talented people, and they got to find a different way to use their art. And I always felt like a fabricator was an artist. In other words, you just draw him up a picture and say, we not got a computer, we not got any of this planning and stuff. You just go do it. This is what I want it to look. This is what I want it to look like. This is what I want it to do. Figure out a way to make it work. And we've the racing part, from our standpoint, I think Saturday night stuff is still there. But the stuff on the cup stuff, it's gone away.
Yeah. With all that being said, your years around the sport, working in the sport, if I had to say, Richard Petty, what was your favorite part of working on a car? Were you a better mechanic? Would you rather be in the engine room? What did you like to do? And what do you feel like you were good at besides driving? We know you could drive the wheels off.
Absolutely.
I was a jack of all trades and really not that good at anything.
Yeah.
There was nothing on a race car that I couldn't do. I grew up working with my dad, so I had to learn to work on the car, whether it was the engine, whether it was rear end, transmission, brakes, everything you had to learn. So when I started driving, I still worked on my own car. And so in the wintertime back then, you just had one car. And at the end of the season, you'd trade it off somewhere and get enough money to buy you another car to make a race car out of it. So the guys in the shop always said, okay, you tell us, what you want us to do, but you do most of it. You do the figuring out whether you want this or that, because you got to drive the cotton picking thing. So, I did a lot of work, but I had a bunch of people to bounce it off of that told me whether it was right or wrong.
Hey,
I had to build all my outfits, Richard, and my mother, we'd cut them out of a newspaper and we'd save all of our material because you can't fit me. I mean, it's like fitting a race car. So she had to make my stuff for me, and she'd make me a pretty outfit for every race. But we did it by scrap and cutting out a newspaper and building it for ourselves. That's how I had those pretty outfits.
So you did a lot of your own sewing, Linda?
My mother did. I did some of it. I can use a sewing machine, but my mother was the seamstress, and she'd always make things that the guys liked.
Mother made my first racing uniforms, stuff like that. So.
Yeah. Well, my understanding is we only have a couple more minutes, and we need to wrap this up.
All right, we got to go.
Thank you.
We got to go.
Richard. Richard, I love you. I love you, Jeff.
Thank you, Linda.
And I'll always be there for y'all.
Every week, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Richard.
Happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow, what a great session. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you. And I think, there we are. So, okay, very good. So we'll, Judy's back on, and Linda will be back with us tomorrow, actually. So, Jeff, thank you very much. Great session. And we're going to run a short video, and we will be right back.
We needed that to be an hour, I'm telling you.
At least.
It could have been.
Yeah.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC?
WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Epartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
Epartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
Epartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Paul Fanner should be with us any second. And we're going to bring Melissa from Pikes Peak. And what a great session we just had. So Melissa is on with us. So Paul, we'll dive into it right away.
Well, great. Thank you, Francis. Hello, Melissa.
Hello.
So,
Here we are, a year later.
yeah. You're still working on making this race a success. It's only been around since 1916. It's one of the oldest motorsport events in the world.
I think it's keeping it a success is really, I think
It's never successful enough. You know that. You're in the promoter business.
pressure. Yeah.
But it's great to see you. And I know this is close to your heart and you love what you do. Share your enthusiasm here for why this place is so special and why this mountain has attracted some of the greatest racers in the world, and why it's different than anything else in the world.
So, I think, 12.42 miles and elevation. We know it's the finish line at 14,000 feet. You should start there as your baseline, and everything after that, it's changed over the years from dirt to asphalt, and it just became a new set of challenges. And I think what attracts racers year in and year out and keeps them coming back, they can't just check it off their bucket list. There's always something else. There's still another variable they need to conquer, and that it just never truly ends. And I think this year was a good example of that. A lot of records were broken because the last few years, nobody had a good, clean run. We'd had weather, we'd had more weather, whatever it was the last few years, but technology keeps pushing itself along. The racers get that much better. They're more prepared, but they hadn't had a good run at it. So then they get that opportunity. We had just beautiful weather on race day in 23. And so we just saw, I think we had a total of 7 records fell on race day this year. So everybody wants that perfect run, and I don't know if they ever truly get it, right? So it just keeps everybody coming back.
That's right. And Pikes Peak is synonymous with challenge and, the individual challenge of, a human being, machine, and the environment. It's competing in. Yeah, it is the Everest of motorsport, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And we don't make it easy on them either. We have to work with counties, the city, the Forest Service to put this race on. And to do that, that means we have to do practice or testing sessions before the tourists are allowed to go up this mountain. It's a public road during the day, a tollway, but so we're, making them start their runs with the crack of dawn at, 5:15 to 5:30, depending on where you are on the mountain. So that's another fun variable till 8:30, your last run. So, it's a fun schedule that way. So we add to the challenge just because of those parameters. And then one run, they only get one run during the whole month of June that they come out here. So they've got to put it all together. And so I think, that in and of itself is a challenge. No matter how you look at it.
And the fact that it has endured, what is the reason for that in your mind?
It sparks imagination and the storytelling, and there's so many components to this race that are valid through time. And that's like, it's always, whether it was always a marketing event, that's the way it was recreated.
Yeah.
To the Pikes Peak region, and we continue to do that. We continue to be a force in the community for the community, and that's part of the enduring part. And we bring that with everybody that attends. They all feel a part of a community. And then again, it's just that it's always been a marketing exercise with very relevant storytelling opportunities throughout the years. So I think it's that's a sustainable base for hopefully another 100 years.
I sure hope so. I've been to the event twice, and it was mind-blowing. And there's nothing quite like the moment you first see a car go by at 125, 135 miles an hour.
Right. Yeah. The turns and then the variety of cars all going at it. I mean, I just still, Ford super van to our grassroots open wheel racers that have modified the dirt cars, to run on asphalt. I mean, it's and everything in between. That's one of my favorite parts. It's like a parade, of cars on race day.
And, race day itself, having watched live stream and, experienced it as well, it goes by quickly. And it for those of us with short attention spans, it's perfect for you because
right.
There's always something moving, and there's consequence if you make a mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The blue, people can't see around the turn. There's nothing but blue sky in front of them. Yeah. We still get requests. You should add guardrails. I'm like, you're talking to the wrong people. That's up to the highway.
Right. Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah. And
also, go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, please keep going, because I'll finish up when you.
I was going to say, when it comes to the live stream, it's still quite a challenge, and that's because we're talking about a mountain with communications where you don't have connectivity or a real network up there. That we have to build it, and things get bounced off the mountain in 2 to 3 different places and up to satellites, and we're going around the port. We switch satellites on midway. It gets pretty interesting, but the live stream, it's so important. And I think, to keep capturing imaginations around the world. There's only so many people that can attend this race. That's something I really can't control. But the live stream's really been a lot of fun to bring that in-house this last year for the first time. We've always relied on partners to help us get it done. So that's a big growth area for us. And I'm excited to try to be able to share it. And as you're talking about, there's only so much going on. We can have 2 to 3 cars making a run at the same time, so that always gets pretty interesting.
It does. And I think too, if you've not been, first off, it's a great area. There's a lot to do. It's a nice place to be. And I guarantee you, if you go to Pikes Peak and experience this event, it is unlike anything else you've ever done in motorsports. And The competitors you'll see, though, some of them are very familiar from other forms of motorsport. It's attracted some of the greatest racers in the world. Obviously, you know, you can run down the list for me here, but one of my all-time, heroes is Michelle Bouton, and when she ran there, I had a chance to have dinner with her one night, and one of the things I asked her about was this, and her eyes lit up when she was talking about it. Tell me, run down some recent, heroes from other forms of motorsport that you've had here.
Yeah, Romain Dumas keeps coming back. He goes races at Le Mans. He's got quite a full docket in the month of June, between Le Mans and making it to Pikes Peak and back and forth. He keeps coming back. We've got, there are too many answers to name.
It's unsurmountable to some people, yes.
It is. It for sure is. And then, but it's been exciting to have Lonnie, Unser coming up, and she prioritizes Pikes Peak. She loves the challenge. She loves a lot of pressure again, for on that young lady to, with the Unser name, and run into Johnny Unser around town too. But and then we've got the Millens. Reese continues to come back. The Dallenbach name goes a long ways too. And then we have, more grassroots famous. We've got the Vaschholz. Those guys, they're specialists here. Maybe they're not known to the globe, but here in town, they're hometown heroes, and well deserved. And they can come in and honestly have crushed some of the bigger names, those global racers at times, because they know this so well. And then we've had our, 4-time King of the Mountain. Most recent one is Robin Shute, going up against the Ford Super Van this year. It was close, but again, more of a grassroots effort up against the factory efforts. And I think that's also one of the reasons people love this race, is that it's fair, it's a proving ground, and it's fair. It doesn't matter how much money you put into the car. It does, but it doesn't sometimes. If you know this mountain and you're ready for the mountain, that you've got a leg up more than maybe the technology that's underneath you.
Yeah, and I think that the mountain has changed over the years too, and the challenge has evolved. For the audience that's not familiar with Pikes Peak, can you share a little bit about what this has been and what it's become in recent years in terms of the challenge of going up Pikes Peak?
Yeah, absolutely. Paving asphalt at 14,000 feet was kind of an unproven sort of thing that happens. And so we deal with permafrost. So the bumps on the top are changed from day to day, minute to minute, to be honest. So you never know what you're going to experience at the top of the mountain. And then, working with the Forest Service, and they have their concerns, and trying to keep safety a top priority for spectators. It's a challenging world with insurance and motorsport events, a huge challenge. And I'm not the only one experiencing it, with so many people leaving the market and the things they want to see to make them feel comfortable. And then, not to ding rally or off-road, but that's where we get thrown in. And it's a tough challenge to educate people in a business sense, in an operational sense, what we've done and how far we've come as far as safety. We have 12 safety trucks. We've got a partnership with UC Health here in town, that rivals some of the stuff in the bigger series around the country. So we've worked really hard to make sure we're keeping up with what the marketplace wants to see, when it comes to the business side of racing. And everybody goes, well, what do you do all year? It's just a once a year event. Well, there you go. That's what I'm doing all year. And then it's also very political, just because there's Forest Service, counties, cities. And again, everybody's very, very supportive. But I just have to check a lot of boxes with those kinds of folks. And they all know the importance of the history and the heritage and how much it means to the region. The tourism, we spark imagination. We had a couple guests come in from Turkey. I think the son had done a deep dive on racing and found it. And this was one thing he wanted to do. And they came over and they loved it. It's so hard to explain this race until you've been here and seen it, but that's always the challenge with a lot of races like this.
Yes, but as a singular idea, this is pretty powerful. And you have this terrific marketing and communications background. So I think you're particularly well suited to communicate this. And the proposition of Pikes Peak to a manufacturer, let's say, you have, again, share with the audience who is recently and currently using this as a platform for the
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, in addition to the race, we also offer certified course times. So people are able to rent them out again just early mornings, and go for get multiple chances to get a good clean run and set a time. We've had Porsche up here do it last year. Lamborghini did it. Most recently, BMW did it when. I love, and the BMW is a good story. They came up, they did race, they went for it during the race, didn't quite work out. But they shared that in their documentary that they did about it. They showed the crash, they showed the reality and the challenges, all the best laid plans, and then race day. This mountain always has something in store for you. But they came back and met their goal. And they've been using that, in their marketing and their messaging. And it's working for them. And we love that. It is a proving ground. And that's what Ford's doing with their demonstrator EVs. They're coming up here with the super band, just because it's a great platform for EV. We know that's going to keep growing. And I can't, I have NDAs about other people looking at it the same way too. But yeah, we get regular inquiries about how can I be a part of this. I think that one of the best things, I was out at a race recently. I don't get turned away. Every manufacturer wants to be here. They want to figure it out. It's just, how does it make sense with their current marketing plan? And that's, those are a lot of the discussions that we have. And if it's not happening this year, they're going to try to make it happen in the coming years. So that was fun. How it's really easy to get meetings with Pikes Peak on the business card.
Yeah, it's an intuitive proposition, and it's absolutely a proving ground. And you talk about the EV side of this. When you're dealing with an internal combustion engine, there are incredible variances in performance at altitude.
Right.
Normally aspirated. The turbocharged vehicle is a bit different, but with an EV, this is literally the mountain to climb.
Yeah.
And an EV doesn't have a disadvantage in comparison to an internal combustion engine vehicle on this mountain.
Right. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. And with all those turns too, the way they deliver the power too it's fun to watch.
Absolutely, and it makes for some great storytelling. And we, again, global brands, global audience, and storytelling developed out of this. But the stories that matter most sometimes are the fans that can access the event live, be there present on site. For those who haven't been there, it's not what you would expect. Could you describe what that fan experience is and how to access it if you're interested, and things to think about if you're planning on coming?
Yeah, so tickets go on sale on Friday. We have sold out the last 2 years. Yeah. So we do 250 camping permits, and this is the only night you can actually spend on Pikes Peak. Otherwise, it's all day use sort of proposition. And they show up early on Saturday, and we get them up the mountain and settled in. And then spectators roll in. Well, in the past, it's always been around 6 p.m. the night before, and gates are like at 2:30 a.m. So this year we've changed it up. They can actually buy tickets based on what area they want to spectate. Because we hadn't really it had been more of an open process in the past. They would just get up early and keep it. But now we're clogging up the highways, and people are lining up earlier and earlier. It's one way in, and you don't get out till after the race. So
Yeah, right.
so that's all. You have to be prepared, pack it in, pack it out. You're going camping whether you're staying overnight or you're there for the day. You have to be prepared. We don't have many amenities. We do our best with food trucks and porta potties, but other than that, it's still a mountain. It's still pretty rough and tumble. And then, they're up there all night and they get to watch the race. try to tune in to the live stream. We also do a radio broadcast locally, but again, the connectivity. So a lot of them are really there just to cheer people on as they drive by really quickly and just get a glimpse of that. And their dedication to it is amazing. You know, but like I said, that's a lot of preparation and a lot of planning that goes into spectating this race. And they're in it for the long haul. You just can't jump off the mountain if, you know, you're in trouble. But we have, you know, people everywhere to help. We've got hundreds of volunteers. Again, like UC Help is there. We have all of our officials. We're well covered for anybody that might need help. And then people even hiking, you know, just let alone the gates. Seriously, yes. And that's a long hike.
Yeah,
So,
a very long hike.
I feel like this when I hear about hikers. I go, what? I don't know anything, but yeah.
Well,
But it's a very rewarding experience, though, I think, for all of them. You know, because again, it's exclusive. There is a high level exclusivity to spectating this race.
Yeah, it feels cultural. Feels like you're part of a very interesting and kind of adventuresome community when you're around this. Especially the competitor base is definitely a bunch of danger rangers. So.
Yeah. Well, and then I think one of my favorite comments back from the competitors this last year, it was just we had a lot of rookies, rookies to the mountain. Always want to, you know, they're not rookie racers. They were rookies to the mountain, and they all commented on the community and how everybody shares information. Yeah. And there's a lot of tips and pointers, and that people aren't that territorial or protective. You know, they all want everybody to have that chance at that clean run. And I love that part of our race. And we had a few challenges getting some people up the mountain, like our anthem singer this year. So we're up there doing our opening ceremonies, our drivers meeting, public drivers meeting in the pits. And I go, well, we don't have our anthem singer here, no fault of her own. But so, and then they all started thinking I should sing. Well, they don't know how I don't sing. So I just turned the mic. I said, you sing. And they did. And so They started the day with all the drivers and crew and whoever else was around singing the national anthem.
That's fantastic.
And then this year, yeah, it was great. It was such a cool moment. A lot of people saying that was one of their favorites, but as far as competitors, but then at the end of the day, we bookended it with Leah Block doing the tribute run up in the Hoona Pegasus. And part of that, and it was just, I was lucky enough that the race director and we followed her pretty close because we said we'll be there to support. She got up there and I saw people that, you know, probably never shed a tear shedding tears. Everybody in a group. It was a really moving moment. And those are the kinds of things that can only happen here, you know, and just that kind of community and that kind of camaraderie was amazing.
And again, it's special because it's an emotional event to begin with, and it does feel personal when you're there.
It does.
And I think that on, you know, one level here, you know, who competes defines the event as much as the mountain. And when will we know who's going to be competing in the 2024 edition of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb?
Yeah, so we opened up for, we're open for applications. It's an application process. So you apply until January 11th, and then we take about 2 weeks, compile everything. We go to committee, and we make our selection, and we announce at the end of January, around January 29th, we'll make an announcement. We're shooting for 70 in the field. That's our max number. We hit it the last couple of years. Well, fingers crossed we can do that again. Last year we had nearly right around 100 applications. So unfortunately we had to wait lists and turn a couple of people away. But it keeps the competition level high when we get at that, when we have to do that. You know, we can start to make sure the speeds and it's an entertaining race and we get the right kinds of vehicles and whatnot. It's always really important. And part of that is adding the GT4 division this next year. I really see it as a great entry point for all of these racers around the world. You know, I want to do Pikes Peak, but I wouldn't know how. Where do I start? Well, this is a great place to start. We've seen it work when it was Porsche only.
Yes.
A lot of those guys would come back in something else in a different division. And so we're just trying to open that up even more. And Porsche is once again on board. We've got Ford signed up as well. And we're waiting for a couple of other manufacturers to join in. But we've been working with SRO, you know, in licensing and managing the homologation and all of the BOP. One of my favorite things is like BOP is going to look a lot different, right? Here it's going to be extremely different. There's only so many things you can adjust that really matter. And then honestly, the mountain itself is its own sort of BOP. You know, it does truly level the playing field for a lot of people. But so it'll be interesting. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a fun experiment.
Yeah, but it's intriguing that it's evolved to this point, you know, and I first off, fantastic. I love this idea. And, you know, we have some Pikes Peak in our DNA as a company. The co-founder of Racer, Jeff Swart, has been a class championship winner, I believe, 8 times at Pikes Peak.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, huge proponent. I mean, talked to him earlier today. We're always talking Pikes Peak. He's near and dear to our hearts and a big supporter for us. Yes.
Indeed, and that's how I was exposed to it firsthand was Jeff. And I think that, you know, what is the date for this year's event, and how can people access
23rd.
it around the world? 23rd.
Yeah, June 23rd and 24th and 2024. It's so hard to schedule around everybody. I tried to not be on the last Sunday for a couple of reasons, trying to avoid some other races, and it didn't quite work out like I had hoped. But I'm really happy with that date. We'll see what climate change does to the month of June for us. We're not really sure.
Yeah.
It's quite. We had a great race day, but every other day was not that we're on the mountain. We actually called one of the qualifying practice days, had to cancel it. It was just too bad. It wasn't safe. So we're always dealing with that kind of stuff too. But yeah, June 23rd.
Great. And then accessing the event remotely, if you want to watch it, the live stream, will you be doing the live stream yourself this year? Will it be available on your website?
We'll be posting with that. We're working with some potential partners as to where where it'll be, but we'll know that here probably in the next month. We produce it internally, but we'll get it out there. It'll be on all the socials. Find us. Yep.
Absolutely. And remember, we'll do what we can to promote it because we're fans of Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. So thank you, Melissa, for all you do for the sport, and especially for this event. I'm a fan of yours, as you know. You bring the magic wherever you are, and I'm really glad you're here doing something important with one of the greatest motorsports events in America, if not the world.
Thanks. It's always fun, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Great to have you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul, thank you. I think it concludes your sessions, your being a host for today. Now we're going to bring our next host, Brad Gilly, and we have 2 more sessions on Rally and Super GT Japan. So stay with us. We'll be right back with you.
Epartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
Epartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
Epartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, two wheels or four, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023, brought to you by Epartrade, Racer and Speed Sport. Mr. Brad Gilly is back with us. You traveled this morning, right, Brad?
I am. I've gone from Fort Worth, Texas to downtown Nashville, Tennessee, right across the street from where the NASCAR awards are going to be held tomorrow night. So big week for sure in racing, obviously here with Race Industry Week and more specifically on the NASCAR side with Champions Week as well.
Excellent. But thank you for, you had a very busy schedule this week. So this will be your last two sessions because tomorrow and Friday you'll be hosting NASCAR. But let's dive into it. We've got Preston Osborne with us right now, and we're going to be talking rally. Preston, good afternoon.
Great to see you. Thank you for having me on again this year.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Francis, Judy, we'll see y'all here shortly. And Preston, we want to welcome you into Race Industry Week once again. Preston Osborne is the competition director for the American Rally Association. And this is awesome. Rally cars are just tremendous, and really looking forward to talking about where you guys are and what you have going on and everything. And I know you're about to wrap up a season here with a couple of different events this weekend as well, right?
Yeah, we actually have two events this weekend. Technically, our 2023 season's wrapped up, so these are actually our first two for the 2024 season. That way we can kind of make changes going into next year and give us some time to do our end-of-year awards as you're doing. So.
That's wonderful. Well, let's just talk about first of all what you guys do as far as putting on the races, and the association is actually a part of USAC as well, which is pretty special. So tell us about American Rally and everything that y'all have going on.
Of course, Rally is one of the largest motorsports in the world and still relatively unknown here in the US. So we have a very pleasant mix of professional teams and kind of high level teams along with grassroots teams. And, one of the great things that I love about Rally is your amateur racers are on the same course as your professionals all at the same time. And I think that's part of what makes the sport so unique, with it being kind of that time trial setup. For us, we have our national championship, which we do throughout the year all across the US. We'll kick off our 24 national championship season in Michigan for our snowdrift rally, which, talking to a lot of the world rallyists out there, we do our snow races without studs on bare rubber. And, it's a very unique event that terrifies some people for sure. But, in addition to our national championship, we have a few different regional championships as well. And I think we ended up at about 23 events this year. So busy season.
Wow, that's incredible. And it's great here on Race Industry Week. We're talking about everything from stock car to Indy car to Formula One to motorcycles. I mean, we've literally had it all, dirt racing, everything. Rally sort of, in a lot of ways, has elements of everything in it, but you guys also have very unique challenges because it's not like we're going to necessarily a closed course. The courses you have is all natural terrain, all public roads, a lot of different things like that. So tell us about the challenges and the differences that you guys have as compared to other sanctioning bodies.
Of course, the challenges, I think, are what really make Rally so unique is, the tagline for Rally for so long and still rings true in the US is real cars, real roads, real racing, because we are using what are typically open public roads. Of course, we shut them down for the races and work with different events around the US. It's a unique challenge for us as a sanctioning body because we're not going to those set tracks as you would for most motorsport events. But the other side of it is we really have the individual events put on the events and where there's sanctioning for them and certainly as support. And so what I really appreciate about that is each event has its own unique character within our series. Again, we talked about the event in February is a snow rally. so different than anything else we have out there. And the competitors, I think, really appreciate having each unique event have that character while still understanding the ARA brand and what we bring to the series.
Yeah. All right. So before I ask the next question, I do want to remind anyone who's viewing us live right now, you are more than welcome to jump in if you have a question for Preston about Rally, about the events they have going on, about the cars, whatever it might be. Feel free to type it into the chat because we'd love to talk about what you want to talk about as well. That's the whole idea behind Race Industry Week is effectively we're at a trade show, and this is our opportunity to sit there and chat with each other. But a snow rally. What if Mother Nature doesn't necessarily cooperate? You know, we don't always want any kind of inclement weather at a race, but it sounds like you guys are welcoming it in a large quantity.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's back to the unique challenges of rally, right? We race in all weather conditions, whether this race, sometimes it's snowy, sometimes it's icy. We've yet to have a gravel rally in February, but who knows what Mother Nature's up to this year. So, the competitors really have to be ready for all those unique conditions. And again, that's what makes it exciting is racing on roads that they only see once or twice before they're actually competing on them. And the conditions are somewhat unknown to them until they get onto the actual roads. And, and it presents the challenge for the organizers as well. And I have so much respect for our event organizers and the events that they put on in conjunction with us because they're the ones finding these roads and seeing the challenges that are going to be put in front of the competitors. But also planning for all those different conditions. Service areas, for example, you can't really have in the grass because if it rains, well, then it's a mud pit instead of a service area. So we don't always have the benefit of beautiful paved, flat, and level service areas.
Yeah, you know what though? Sometimes that's just a rough, miserable weekend, and sometimes that is one of the most memorables. And a lot of times it's actually both in positive ways as well. Preston, you mentioned racing against the clock. There are different forms of rally. So tell us about what ARA is doing, and tell us more specifically about stage rally and your style of it.
Of course, yeah. So primarily we do stage rally, and so that is a series of roads that are shut down for competition with open transits in between them. So the transits are actually open public roads where the cars have to obey speed limits and have turn signals and everything like that. But the actual stages are where the racing happens, and it's point A to point B. On average, about 7 to 8 miles at a time, and our national events will do about 120 race miles over the course of 1 or 2 days. So it's an interesting combination of endurance because you are covering a lot of mileage, but then the actual race portions are almost have that feeling of a sprint because, unlike desert racing where you're doing that amount of mileage, but racing for the entire time, for rallies, you really are foot to the floor, flat out every time you're on the stage.
Yeah, and it's thrilling to see for sure. I want to talk about the series and just really where we are today because you guys actually founded this and really enthusiast founded this back in 2016. But, let's look at more recent history, say in the last 5 years or so, how the sport of rally has evolved here in the U.S.
Yeah, so I've been in this position for going into my 4th season. So for about 3 years right now. And what's exciting for me is how much the sport has actually evolved over the last few years. Whether it's from safety requirements to tracking systems that we use. We've had quite an influx of technology here in the U.S. Into the rally program, which is really exciting for us. I listened to part of the interview with Melissa just before you for Pikes Peak, but we actually used our rally tracking and timing system to bring that to Pikes Peak and help with safety. And that's something we hadn't had in the US, at least to this capacity, and kind of bringing us up actually to the world standard. It's the same system used in the WRC and several other high-level national championships around the world. And for us, investing in technology like that helps safety, spectating. There's so few things out there where you're able to kind of check so many boxes with investment into one thing. So for me, the evolution is just bringing technology into our sport, and the next piece of it for us is figuring out things like live streaming and talking about challenges within our sport, because we're racing in the middle of nowhere over such an expanse of territory. We can't have just a couple of cameras set up in one location and catch some turns. So it becomes a logistical challenge, a technical challenge, hardware challenge, and obviously financial challenge to be able to cover our sport. And for me, that's going to be the next big jump and the next big investment that we see.
Yeah, and I can see that as well. And you guys, if you go to the website as well, American Rally Association.org, there's some great video, live stream links, and all of those other things. And if you have limited cameras, just keep them at like the water crossings and kind of the S's and all of that.
And the jumps. Sorry, but everyone loves the jumps.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun to watch. While we're talking about technology, Preston, we do have a question from the chat. It says, do you have any recommendations for a young aspiring engineer to get into motorsport engineering? And you mentioned you've got from amateurs, professionals, and everything in between running an American Rally right now.
Yeah, it's having that level of engineering in the sport is actually relatively new. We've only got a few teams creating cars to that level of engineering. And so with it, there's a lot of new opportunity there. For a young engineer or a new engineer getting involved with one of the smaller teams and maybe helping them elevate their presence within the series is definitely a good place. If not, we have teams like Vermont Sports Car, up in Vermont, who is backed by the Subaru factory team. And we do have a number of what are called Rally 2 teams, so using some of the European-based equipment here in the U.S. But the unique thing about Rally here in the U.S. is the FIA has really kind of fallen into very cookie-cutter molds when it comes to cars. And that's just not the American way for us. We welcome them and we like that competition for those types of vehicles, and it gives people the option to buy something off the shelf. But for us here in America, we love to have home-built cars and cars built by people here in the U.S. And that requires engineers such as the person asking the question there to get hooked up with some of these teams. And with us still being a relatively small series, social media is huge for that, to be able to connect with the team and engage with them, and then ultimately see if you can find opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. And really, it doesn't matter what you do. If you have a passion for it and you're willing to start wherever, it's going to take you to a lot of places. And I host shows every week with Todd Gordon, a former Cup championship winning crew chief. He was an engineer from Clemson University and an accomplished racer in his own right, and literally started sweeping floors at a small race team and very quickly worked his way up and, obviously got the ultimate prize. So you can do that in any sport, including American Rally, which is really cool. So I like that.
And those stories still happen today. Before I was in this position, I managed a team. We called ourselves the biggest little team or the smallest big team. And we had a couple of interns we had from a local college that ended up helping us design some cars and win some championships. So
that's incredible. That really is incredible. We mentioned being part of the USAC family and falling under that as well. Talk about the advantages of that from really any aspect. I would look at it as a competitor as that being a huge advantage as well.
Yeah, USAC bought our brand about 5 years ago. So originally ARA was created by a group of organizers who had a vision for a rally series and spun off and created their own series and had some success there, but understood that like any motorsport, the level of investment is big. And so they talked to Kevin Miller at USAC and ended up partnering with him, and ultimately USAC bought the series and now owns it. And for us to be able to partner with them, we talked about investment into technology, and that's where we get big advantages by working with USAC. And even just from a cost sharing standpoint, of course, it kind of spreads that load a little bit so that we can keep fees and things less expensive for competitors, because everyone has their budget, big team and small. And so being mindful of the budgets for the small teams is important. But, for them to be able to invest in projects for us to develop tracking systems or work with companies to build bespoke programs for our series goes a long way. And that's not something that would be possible without a company such as USAC, and they welcomed us with open arms. And the other side, the let's call it the less exciting side of motorsport, but necessary, is the insurance side, and they're one of the largest insurers, as far as sanctioning bodies goes within the U.S. And so it gives us some buying power there, and some flexibility, let's say, to be able to negotiate. And the people that they have on the team at USAC, Kevin included, also just are so great for giving insight and direction, and working with them just to carve out improvements to our series over the years, and continue to do so.
Yeah, I think I know you mentioned it's like the less sexy part of it, but one of the first things I thought of with the USAC Association literally was the insurance, for many reasons. Because if I'm a competitor, knowing that the events are insured, and I know you guys have events all across the country: Oregon, Washington, New Hampshire, Michigan, Minnesota, and so on. But also the fact that even if you're looking at doing new things, or if you're talking to the communities, because you have to get a lot of people involved in this, just to have that name, USAC, to be a part of that, and what that means to all of your events as a whole.
Yeah, it's incredible how many doors open for you when you say, "Oh, we're a part of USAC," and of course they're a sanctioning body that's been around for a long time for good reason, and very good reputation within the industry, and involved in so many different forms of racing. There's been, I think, a newfound focus with them in a lot of the off-road racing side of things, and rally's a big part of that. And again, they've really hung their hat on our series, and we've had success because of that. And a lot of the growth that we've seen is their investment into our sport, which eventually goes down to the competitors and gives them a platform to be able to race.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. All right, so tell us about the event itself, and maybe even, in some ways, I almost hate to ask about some of your bigger events. It always seems like everyone has some sort of premier events. I don't want to take away from any of them, but give us an example of an event weekend, whether I'm a competitor or maybe I just want to come check it out.
Yeah, it's from a competitor standpoint, it's a little bit intimidating getting started in rally, just as it is with any motorsport, because at the end of the day, you need a car. The great thing with rally and what we do with the ARA is they're all based on production cars, and we have a number of different classes, from something that is extremely grassroots, where you can buy a two-wheel drive car and get racing for, in some cases, under $10,000 for a race car in the series, all the way up, of course, to your factory-based efforts such as Subaru. And so I think just that flexibility in itself is very welcoming, and you end up with a huge diversity of cars that we see within our series. We're seeing a bit of everyone's putting V8s in something. So we have a V8 Sonic, if you can believe it or not, that races in our series. From Pat Morrow has been campaigning that the last few years. Swaps in RX-7s and Fiestas and Subarus, and that's what's really enjoyable to me is how many different types of cars there are. And so if you're a car enthusiast and you love Hondas, well, you can build a Honda rally car and come race. But once you have a car, it's entering the races, and so much of rally is about the experience and the journey. Especially at the grassroots level, where you're going out and you're going on recce, it's called, where you actually produce your pace notes that you use in the race. And that's done with only driving 1 or 2 times on the road. And so for all intents and purposes, the actual race is blind. All you have is those notes that you created with a co-driver next to you, and off you go into the woods to go do the racing. And the fun of that is obviously going fast and racing, and taking the blind crests and the blind corners, and then you throw night in the mix, and it's a whole nother animal. But the information about the individual events, typically a race weekend looks like 1 day of recce, and then if it's a 2-day event, one of our big national events, then it's 2 days of racing. So you're kind of committed to 3, sometimes 4 days with travel over the weekend, but you also get a lot of seat time for that investment.
Yeah, if I'm interested in this, look, everybody who's out there, they raced somewhere in something for the very first time. And a lot of people, it is daunting to go out there, and knowing professionals are out there, you don't ever want to get in the way. But grassroots racing is always really special too, Preston, when it comes to just the paddock and the competitors wanting to help each other. if I did want to get into this and I'm completely fresh and I'm completely new, where do I truly start?
Well, the great thing about the sport of rally is there's a huge sense of camaraderie within the sport, and so you can certainly reach out to us, and we can set you up and find local teams that you can meet with and form a relationship with. Social media is always a good option. There's a North American Rally page that gives a lot of guidance to new competitors and advice and direction, and that's usually the best course of action to go with. From there, you need a car. There's a few rental outfits around the US, depending on locations. That way, all you have to do is invest in a rental rather than invest in a full car, just to see if you like, the sport. Because, of course, my biased opinion is it's for everyone and everyone's going to love it. But the reality is that's not necessarily true. And so to be able to try the sport and get involved that way. The other side of it is, our organizations that put on the events are largely volunteer based. And so finding a local event, volunteering for it, you get to see the action up close, which is a huge benefit. But you also get to see what it looks like from the rally side. What does it mean to run a rally? What does the schedule look like? And so it gives you a little bit more hands-on experience before you take the dive to actually get in the driver's seat.
And I'm glad you mentioned the volunteer aspect of it, because I know if anyone goes to, the American Rally Association.org website right now, there is a great link to be able to do that. And it takes volunteers. It takes a lot of volunteers to put on a big event, and amazing how welcoming that could be. People want you there helping, right?
Yes. No, it's again, it's such a welcoming community, and even with the professional teams there, we're all in the same paddock, and as I said at the beginning, we're all on the same roads, and so it's not door-to-door racing where tempers can get high, as we've all seen. We want to beat the other person on the stages, not in some other way. So.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Preston, let's look ahead. If you could pull out your crystal ball and let's talk about the growth for ARA. Let's say in the next 5 years, what are the opportunities there?
Yeah, the big one I mentioned before was technology for things like live streaming. Innately, rally is a very difficult sport to spectate, and we're all aware of that. And we joke within the organization that rally is the best motorsport no one's heard of in the US. And part of that is because it's difficult to create media from. So there's been big technological changes, even things like Starlink, to be able to get connectivity for data connection just about anywhere, has unlocked a lot of opportunities for us. And we tried a couple of different startups and programs this year, and I think we found something that may work. And so we're excited to go into next year and start testing that equipment and being able to show it to the rest of the world. So for us, I think the competition is getting into a better place, and so we're able to focus more on the marketing side of the sport while still taking care of the competition. With that, there's some recognition now worldwide for rally in the US. There's conversations of a WRC event here, and we're supporting a WRC event, kind of getting off the ground and helping behind the scenes there. And so with that, we're getting interest from some people coming from overseas to come race here, which is great for us because it promotes better competition, and some of the FIA cars coming over here to race is something that we welcome. For me, I love, like I said, seeing the diversity of all the different cars out there. And if someone wants to bring a new Skoda and race here, I'm certainly not going to turn them away, as much as I'm not going to turn away the V8s on it.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, but that's great though, especially when you start looking at WRC and things like that, getting involved in and anything, number one, that's going to draw more attention to it. But obviously the growing sport, and to be able to grow the sport, you have to have great events like what you have right now. What type of opportunity is there for growth when it comes to that, as far as putting on more events per year, maybe even coming a little further south, whatever you might be interested in?
There's a couple of different things. So we rolled out a Rally Sprint program this year, and really the intention of the Rally Sprint program is to help people transition from the extreme grassroots sports like rallycross or those types of sports. Now they have a car that they want to race in rally, but again, it is a time commitment to do any form of racing, and especially rally. And so the Rally Sprints are meant to be hyper localized events. Really on one or two pieces of road, closed course, within a facility, just to make it much, much more approachable. A problem that we see that we're trying to tackle right now is if you own a track car, how many tracks are there around the U.S. and if you've got one in your backyard, in terms of close to you, you can be on that track probably every weekend. Rally, because of what it takes to organize an event and it's on public roads, you don't have that same opportunity. And so what we're working on are solutions for if one were to have a rally car, to give them more opportunity to use that rally car. And Rally Sprints, I think, is a piece of that puzzle. Because again, we're looking at closed venues, so they're not using public roads, and really everything contained in one day. You show up the morning of, your car gets teched, and then you're racing by the afternoon. So for us, that's a big opportunity for growth and a big opportunity that we're hoping to be able to provide to our competitors and our members to give them more ways to race their cars, because at the end of the day, that's all we want to do.
Yeah, you know what? And it's wonderful. And obviously, I also think about it in terms as well. There are so many different aspects to racing and motorsports and everything. And I even think about our platform here at Epartrade and so many different suppliers out there as you're describing what people are doing with their cars. And I promise you, I'm sure someone somewhere has probably LS swapped a baby stroller, sticking V8s into everything. But all the vendors and suppliers that we have here, all the technology, the things that you can go see what other people are doing with their cars as well, whether it is just to kind of go wow and look at, or say, hey, that's actually a pretty good idea that someone is doing. It seems like the possibilities are endless in what you have to offer with the American Rally Association.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. And that's where, there's, my opinion is there's not many motorsport left out there that really offer the creativity still to the car builders to be able to build the car of their dreams, whether that's, a Japanese little two-door car all the way up to a big SUV. We've got a way to fit them in just about any car in any class. So that's what makes our sport so unique in the US. And I think that's what is so exciting for us every race that we show up to, is to see the plethora of different cars and different people from different backgrounds all racing together.
Yeah, I love the idea of the innovation and being able to say, hey, I can build mine better, or I can build mine better than what I had last time, what you had last time, whatever it might be. So really looking forward to it. Wish you great success this weekend as well with some events. And, we'll definitely be keeping up with what's going on at the AmericanRallyAssociation.org. And Preston, thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Preston. And then tomorrow we have the WRC. So we'll keep talking about rally. I love rally. I grew up in France, those little roads, and that's a very, very popular racing series. So thank you very much, Preston. We'll run a little video from our partners, and we will be right back with you.
Epartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
Epartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on Request More Information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
Epartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Next, we're going to travel to Japan. My understanding, it's pretty early in Tokyo right now. I'm checking, and I think it's around 6:30 a.m. So we're very lucky to have people getting up early for us. We're going to have Mr. Bendo, the chairman of Super GT Japan. Super GT, I was fortunate enough to attend some of their races in my PRI days, and I used to go to Japan once a year, and it's a very, very popular series over there with drivers from around the world competing, and it's absolutely incredible. So we are very lucky to have Mr. Bendo with us. Now, Mr. Bendo does not speak English, so we're going to bring with him a translator, Yukiko, and my understanding is that Yukiko is sitting there with Mr. Bendo. So before we start, Brad, they sent us a wonderful video. It's about 4 minutes long, and it showcases everything about Super GT. So let's run the video, and then we'll dive right into the interview.
There is more than one story. There are as many stories as there are challengers and supporters. At the circuit, different drama spins within each heart. Super GT, Japan's most popular touring car racing series. A combined grid of over 40 GT racing machines composed of the two GT classes, the GT500 and the GT300. Extremely exciting battles never failed to put up breathtaking shows. The Super GT GT500 class is joined by the three major national manufacturers, Toyota, Honda, and Nissan. The world's fastest GT machines have been developed with the prestige of each manufacturer at stake, competing for supremacy. Toyota GR Supra GT500. Honda NSX GT. Nissan Z GT500. The Super GT Grid gathers the world's top-ranked drivers from both Japan and abroad to compete at the highest level. 2023 is the last year the machines compete under the 2020 technical regulations. These matured racing machines are ready for their ultimate battle. The highly anticipated GT300 class. Competitions are held between more than 10 different world-leading supercar models. Japanese original racing machines and originally developed mother chassis also join the high-end competition. The fact that the two different classes with different speed range race together add up to the always exciting and always unpredictable results. And the Super GT's unique regulations add even more thrill to the races. Success weight is determined according to the points earned. As weight is added to the cars, it creates further close competition and more heated and exciting battles between the racing drivers. Another unique feature of the Super GT series is the driver change rule. The required driver change pit stop makes room for further and unique race strategies. Tire performance is also critical. Therefore, the fierce competition among tire manufacturers becomes another major factor in the results of the races. 4 tire manufacturers compete head-on. Battles between the best of the best go on until the last moment. Climax beyond all imagination awaits at the end of each battle. Extraordinary performance never ceases to delight. The attractions in the Super GT consist not only of the racing. Super GT race queens surely add glamour to the events. A wide variety of off-track events. And spectacular exhibitions further enliven the race weekends. Super GT plans to adopt carbon-neutral fuel from 2023. The goal is to cut CO2 emissions by 2030. While environmentally friendly, all will be able to continue enjoying the powerful roaring sound of the racing machines. Super GT will continue to offer exciting races. In 2023, Super GT has a total of 8 races planned to be held at 6 different racing tracks. Many stories will continue to unfold. Let us witness and enjoy it all together.
Thank you very much for getting up very early, Mr. Bendo. Arigato gozaimasu, Bendo-san. Brad Gilly, on to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And Mr. Bando, I don't think we can hear you right now. I'm not sure if there's a microphone connection or not, but it did look like you were talking. So we'll give you a second to do that while I just say what an incredibly compelling video and just a great highlight of what Super GT is and all of that. I think we can hear you now, which is wonderful. So Mr. Bando, thank you so much for joining us here today.
はい。おはようございます。皆さん、こんにちは。GTA のチェアマンのバンドです。ご招待いただきありがとうございます。いろんな角度からモータースポーツ、日本のモータースポーツを作り上げたいと思っております。よろしくお願いします。
Good morning. My name is Bando Masaki. I'm the chairman for the Super GT in Japan. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm very happy to be here and meet you all. And I would like to talk about the Japanese motorsports, in particular Super GT. My name is Sonia, and I'll be translating for you for the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate this. I know we are already getting a couple of questions in from the chat. I would encourage you, if you do have a question, then certainly go ahead and ask it there, and we'll talk about it. But so many different things to talk about, especially after watching that video. But Super GT and the success that has been there in Japan. 1994 is when all of this started. You guys see crowds of nearly 50,000 people at your events and everything. If you would, tell us about actually an event weekend itself, and both from the spectator and the competitor side, and some of the exciting things that happen.
はい。レース始めて、1994年からのレース始めてですね、今年で30年になります。
So yes, we are celebrating our 30th anniversary this year, starting in 1994.
レースの週末というと、金曜日の日に、搬入があって、土曜日の午前中に、練習走行を、約2時間して、午後から予選をし、次の日にサポートレースあっても、日曜日の日に、300キロ、300マイル、450キロのレースを、全部で8000やっております。
All right, so we arrive at the racing tracks, 8 of them around Japan. We have 8 rounds per year. We arrive on a Friday and set up on Friday. Then Saturday morning, we gave 2 hours to the teams to do official free practice. And then the race itself is during the week. I mean, on Saturday we have the qualifying. Then on Sunday we have the race. Races are can be 300 kilometers, 300 miles, 450 kilometers, depending on the weekend.
That's incredible. We do have, I know that starting in 2005, Super GT became an international series certified by the FIA. And one of the questions one of our viewers wants to know, we saw the two different classes, the GT 500 and GT 300. Do either of those two classes match any of the FIA class category rules, like a GT2 or a GT3? Could the cars race else? Like, are they similar in other series?
他のシリーズに近い車があるんですかね。
GT500 の方は、過去においての DTM の車と共通であって、基本的にレギュレーションとしては2リッターのターボ、直噴ターボというものにエンジンをみんな統一して、ドイツと共に一緒にモノコックの作り方も2013年から DTM と共通レギュレーションというものを作りながら、やったんですけども、まあ、エキシビションマッチまでは行ったんですけども、実際には今 DTM が行われてないのが一つです。
Well, we have two categories, as you well mentioned. We have the GT300 and the GT500. Regarding GT500, we've competed with the DTM in Germany. So we have created, along with the DTM, a common regulations. We both raced 2-liter turbo vehicles, racing cars. And since 2013, we have created a monocoque, which is a common monocoque. So unfortunately, we did have matches with the DTM, but unfortunately, it is now only us that race along according to our to those regulations, the Class 1 regulations, since DTM has changed a bit.
Okay, thank you.
GT300 の方は、世界各国共通の GT3 のマシンを、BOP は SRO、ステファン・ラテルのところの、レギュレーションを使いながらですね、それと JAF 特有の日本の JAF GT と呼ばれるレギュレーションを一緒に走らせているのが GT300 クラスとなります。
And along with the GT500s, we do have the GT300s. In the GT300s, we have different types of cars, which include the GT3s, which come from all over the world. So that would be participants from all over the world. The BOP that we introduce in our series is SRO, Stefan Rattel's BOP system, which we implement and use throughout the season. Besides the GT3s, we do have JAF GTs. So JAF is our ASN, and so it's a national JAF GT regulations.
That's very interesting for sure. The cars look phenomenal, and loving the GT500, Toyota, Honda, Nissan, all being a part of it. But one thing that also seems very unique, there are a lot of racing series throughout the world that typically stick to one tire manufacturer. They might even want to avoid, say, a tire battle between different manufacturers. Yet, Super GT, you are embracing Bridgestone, Dunlop, Michigan, Yokohama. And it seems to be just a wonderful thing. Can you tell us about that with different tire manufacturers racing? And are teams allowed to switch throughout rounds, or how does that work?
チームがマニファクチャーをスイッチするんですか？それともどういう？
タイヤマニファクチャーのところに対するものは、チームがチョイスするものもあるし、自動車メーカーが決める場合もあるけれども、基本的にはチームがチョイスをして、今までの関係の中からタイヤメーカーを選んでます。
Yeah, so regarding the tire manufacturers, as you well mentioned, we do have the Bridgestone, Yokohama, Michelin's, Dunlops. How it works is that usually either the manufacturers or the teams, and mainly the teams, would choose, well, business relationship, obviously, will choose what tire manufacturers they would prefer to use, and then it's a collaboration between the team and the tire manufacturer.
I like that. That's really neat. A question from our chat from one of the viewers, and a two-part question. Where can I download the technical rules, and how do you performance balance between the different models?
ダウンロードのテクニカルなね、レギュレーションはダウンロードできますか？拝見することは。
はい、それはできます。
どこで拝見
言っていただければ、基本的にオープンにはしてないですけども、必要なものがあれば、言っていただければ、こちらからオープンで出すことは可能です。
So yes, regarding the technical regulations, as you just mentioned, they are not open, but you can contact us directly, and we are very happy to share the regulations with you. That is not a problem. And sorry, what was the other question?
And then performance balance. So if you have Honda, Nissan, Toyota, I know you had talked about the success weights, for example, is one of the ways to try and keep all of the cars in line with each other. How do you manage that in other ways as well?
どうやって1年間を通して、
基本的に、最初の初戦の時にはウェイトなしの状態で、戦います。そこからサクセスウェイトが積まれるような格好で、1位に対して何キロというものを積んでいくんですけども、マックスが、100キロまでになってますんで、それ以上積んだ時には、燃料リストリクターを絞っていくという形で、GT500 の方は、その段階的によって2段階まで、100のところから 95% から下げていくというような段階で、サクセスウェイトがマックスよりもウェイトが重たくならないようにして燃料リストリクターで500の方は調整しています。
Well, regarding the 500s, we'll start by speaking of this 500s. How do we manage the success weight? So the series starts with 0 weight for obviously all the cars. Then according to the result after the race, let's say first position, second position, we add weight. Then the maximum weight would be 100 kilograms after several races. After that, we use a fuel restriction system with 2 levels of fuel restriction in order to balance so that the competition is fair throughout the entire season. So it's
いえ、最後の時の最終戦の1個手前のレースが半分になります、ウェイトが。そしてまた最終戦が、初戦と一緒のように、ノーハンデで戦うというレース。
So how it goes during the season, the cars that have won or gained points will also gain success weight. Then one race before the last race, all the success weight will go to half. We'll cut it in half. And for the very last race of the season, then it will be 0 again, so that all the racing cars will be racing as they started from the beginning.
I think that's incredible. What a great, it almost seems like, and when we were watching the video, seeing the weight decals on the sides of the cars, is that something for a team to be proud of, to have more of those decals? Does that show that they're one of the teams to beat?
やっぱり誇りに思ってチームも張ってるんですか？
そうですね。それは誇りに思って、今までの戦績が物語るんで、それを同時にチームも見るし、お客さんにもきちっとわかるように、このチームは、この車、このドライバーは、これだけの実績を積んでるっていうのが、お客さんにわかるようにという意味でも、ステッカーを貼ってます。
Yes, exactly. So those stickers on the side of the cars are to the teams of obviously the drivers are very proud, and it is obviously to show not only all the other cars and all, but all the fans. So it gives merit to the drivers that in spite of the weight that they carry, they're able to continue performing as best as they can.
100キロ積むと、そのステッカーはゴールドに変わります。
So once they have gained 100 kilograms, the sticker is a golden sticker. It means that, they're very special.
まあ、貼ってる車は少ないですけどね。
Yeah, obviously it's very difficult to gain 100 kilograms. So there are not many cars with the golden sticker because, the weight, it gets harder to compete and win when you are heavier.
よろしければお送りしましょう。
It'll be a pleasure to send you some of the stickers you can stick in your private cars.
Yeah, that would be great. I'll stick one on the side of my my Toyota SUV. That's wonderful. Oh, that's great. Pit stops are a part of it, and driver changes and all of that. Again, when it comes to the racing event itself, there are a lot of things to be highlighted both on and off the track, and I do feel that pit stops are a pretty big highlight. How competitive are they in Super GT?
ドライバー2人以上になってます。300キロの場合は2人のドライバーで、ピットに入ってきたときに、給油とタイヤ交換。それから、タイヤ交換は義務の場合もありますし、変えなくてもいい場合もあります。ただ、ほとんどの、チームが変えます。その時にドライバー交代をします。だから、給油をしてるときは、ドライバー交代はできるけども、タイヤ交換はできないんで、タイヤ交換のところのメカニックたちの人数も制限されて、ピットレインに出れる人間の人数も制限してますので、その中でタイヤ交換をしなければいけない。また給油をしなければいけないというふうになってます。
Yes, so we do have pit stops. And in our pit stops, it is required to do refueling and the driver change. We have at least 2 drivers. So, for example, in a 300-kilometer race, there will be a pit stop where the drivers and the refueling has to be done. They have an option to do a tire change or not. However, so the driver can be changed while they're refueling, but however, the number of staff that works on the car is limited. So within the number of staff, they have to do the tire changes, refueling, and drive changes as fast as they can, obviously.
ピットに入っていって、停止している時間はだいたい40秒前後が多いですね。
And just for you to have an idea, each pit stop with including a driver change is around 40 seconds.
Okay.
ナスカーみたいにね、より多くの人たちだったりとか、多くの人たちでやらないので、ね、人数が制限されているので、ちょっとタイヤ交換の方には時間がかかってます。5人。
So, yeah, like, for example, compared to a NASCAR race where you can have, I suppose, more team crew, with a Super GT, you're allowed 5 team crews. So, especially for tire changes, it takes longer. So therefore, around 40 seconds is the average time for a pit stop.
Okay. The racing, the events look very thrilling, look highly competitive, very exciting as well. Is it possible? How could I watch that, whether I'm here in the United States or Europe or somewhere else?
基本的には海外の場合はモートスポーツ .com のところで、映像が流れているはずです。
To watch it overseas, basically it's shown on motorsports.com. So it's a platform where you can watch this race around the world, motorsports.com.
And that's wonderful. Now, this started, again, you're celebrating 30 years this year as the All Japan GT Championship, and now it's also evolved into an international series. Is there still more room for growth? Is there, possibility to have more than 8 rounds and go to different places where you're not right now?
この後の、コロナ前にはタイとマレーシアのレースもやっておりました。基本的には東南アジアに対しての部分、中国含めてマレーシア、タイ、それからインドネシア、オーストラリアというところに対するものをウィンターレースみたいな格好で、日本寒いとテストもできないので、ウィンターレースみたいなものが出来上がると、みんなでアジア圏の中で、一緒に我々のレースに見るものと、それから逆に参加してもらうもの、その人たちと一緒にやれればいいなと思ってます。
Yes, so before the COVID, we raced in Thailand and in Malaysia for many years. And we're planning to go back again pretty soon. But besides these 2 countries, we're also thinking of China, Indonesia, Australia. Well, the fact is that in Japan during the winter seasons, we aren't able to race or even test due to the temperatures. So during the winter, our aim is to go into hot areas of Southeast Asia so we can continue testing and racing. And also, it's obviously for all the fans in Asia, but not only to participate as a fan, but also to join the series as an entrant, a participant. So we're always opening our market, our platform to a wider variety of participants.
One thing mentioned in the video was cutting CO2 emissions by 2030. How is that goal going to be achieved? How far along are you with that?
去年、今年、e フューエルに対するもの、まずは基本的には、燃料に対するものは、そこのスポンサー後ろに書いてあると思うんですけど、ETS ってあると思うんですけども、そこの部分のハルタマンの燃料を、使用して合成、化石燃料を一切使わないというものでスタートをさせました。GT500 は今この燃料でいってます。GT300 の方は、ブローバイであったり希釈の問題が出たために、今は、この状態のところでテストをしてて、やっぱりカスタマーに対するカスタマーサービス、が GT3 なんで、そこの部分に対して、来期においては、50%、この合成燃料を使用するというところから、のものが今年のスタートとしてのものは燃料を入れました。この先に関わってくるものとすれば、EV であったり、ハイブリッドシステムであったり、それから、再生材料を使うというような格好の部分で、2030年までに、きちっとした状態をステップバイステップで作り上げたいというふうに思っています。
Exactly. So as you well mentioned, our goal is to Super GT, so Green Project 2030. So by 2030 is to achieve 100% non-fossil emission. At the moment, and behind you, you have the sponsor ETS. We use the e-fuel ETS in our series. So we implemented this new fuel, e-fuel, in 2023. And so it's a non-fossil synthetic fuel that is, so this last season, we raced the GT500s 100% with this fuel, and it was very successful. Regarding the GT300s, we have had several, small issues that have to be considered. So, and of course, the GT300s, it is a customer service in way of running the event. So therefore, for next season, we are planning into implementing 50% of synthetic fuel so that it can balance with each manufacturer's and each team's customer service policies. In the future, and little by little, we're also implementing EV hybrids. And so all these different aspects will come together by 2030. We will reach a zero CO2 emission goal, our goal.
それと同時に、今使っている合成燃料の先にあるのは燃料としては、水素と二酸化炭素から、作る、e フューエル。これを国産での燃料にしたいというふうに思って、今一生懸命動いている状態で、26年、27年ぐらいには、この e フューエル国産が、少しテストができるようになるかなというふうに考えています。
And meanwhile, we've been also working on hydrogen and using hydrogen and CO2 to create e-fuels. This e-fuel will be created in Japan, will be made in Japan, and the project now is on its way. We plan that by 2027, we'll be able to test the fuel So it will be a nationally produced fuel that will be tested and then implemented as soon as possible, but we'll start testing in 2027.
ハイブリッドは、トヨタ、日産、ホンダの純正パーツの中からの部分を、取り入れて、それが使用できないかというようなところ。ECU のコンピューターに対しては、今までも GT500 の方は、ボッシュを使ってます。そこの部分になるかもしれないけども、他のものに対して、いろんなものの材料が日本のマニファックから、通常で使っているものからの部分がフィードバックができないかということで、各マニファックと、協議を行っています。
So regarding this GT500, we are in regular discussions with the Japanese manufacturers regarding the hybrid systems at each of the manufacturers. So we're talking about Toyota, Honda, and Nissan. And our ECU is a Bosch ECU, but so amongst the three manufacturers, we're also discussing the common parts and how we can implement their technology regarding hybrid to ameliorate and to speed up the EV and hybrid systems in our series.
当然ながら、ルマンシリーズのこの方の LMDH を参考にしながら、進めています。
And obviously, as we know, the WEC or Le Mans LMDH is an example of how we're going to, how we treat the hybrids and how we can introduce the hybrids in our series as well.
タイヤの方は再生材料というものを使いながら、45% を使用しようという、それを目標に、みんなで再生材料ということで SDGs に対して、今後もタイヤメーカーと協力しながら、作り上げようとしています。
And regarding tire manufacturers, we work very closely with all the different tire manufacturers. And our goal is to use as much recycle as possible. The goal at the moment is 45% of recycle, for keeping in mind the SDG sustainability of each of the tires.
これだけやれば音出しても許してくれるでしょう。
So if we work hard into getting all this that I've just mentioned, our goal, I suppose, well, our goal is to keep the cars with sound. We want to have race with sound. So, as long, if we can make these goals come true, I suppose all of us fans will allow some sound in our racing.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Francis?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bendo. I hate to have to stop, but this is the end of our session. This is our end of the day 3. So, arigato gozaimasu, Bendo-san. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us. And we'd love to have you back next year. What you're doing with this series is absolutely tremendous. So, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございました。今度はいい、朝の時間じゃないとこにしてください。
So next time, I hope it's not this early in the morning, but it was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have
Thank
a
you.
good day. Thank you. See you next
Thank you. Well, Brad, what a day. We started in the States with Chip Ganassi. We traveled to the Middle East. We went to Spain for MotoGP. We went back to the US. We had an incredible lineup, from Mr. Hendricks to Richard the King Petty. And then we went back to Japan. I mean, it's amazing. And so
let's not forget Ford, GM, and TRD. I mean, that was big. And they're taking time out of their big NASCAR event.
Absolutely. And Trans Am, SVRA, SCCA, Pikes Peak, I mean, one after another. And so tomorrow morning, We will be back on at 5:45 a.m. Pacific, 8:45 Eastern, with Mr. Adrian Newey and Bobby Rahal together. After that, we'll have Kevin Harvick talking about cars that he acquired earlier this year with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Justin Marks. We're going to be talking to the WRC, the E1 Racing Series, the Open Wheel Showdown. We'll have Matt Hartford. We'll have John Force, the John Force Racing Team, Tony Stewart, Linda Vaughn will be back, Mazda, Stefan Papadakis, then we'll talk off-road with Crandon International, Score International, we'll visit the G2 Motorsport Park in Texas, then NASA, and we'll end the day with Formula Drift. So thank you very much for being with us today. And Mr. Gilly, thank you for your contribution. As always, I mean, you make us look so good. So thank you, Brad.
Those are my words. You do make us look good. Thank you, Brad.
No, y'all are wonderful. And here's the best part. I know things in Nashville are about to get really busy here with NASCAR awards, but even though everything that Francis just mentioned, everything that you two have put together, I might miss some of it live, but I'm definitely going to go back and watch it on YouTube and check it out on Epartrade. It's just wonderful. This just great resource and a great coming together of the entire motorsports community. I love this.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back